Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Neighborhood Watch 9, After the EMP, by E. Isherwood, narrated by Kyle Tate. Chapter 1. "Can you see us?" Luke asked. On the video screen, I saw his tanned face, dark hair, and he wore one of my bright Hawaiian shirts. Underneath, visible since he'd left all the buttons undone, he also had on a gray t-shirt with SpongeBob SquarePants front and center. Everything on the video screen was in full color, giving me a view of him and all my other friends gathered on the circle of Clownfish Cove. I was still in the railroad car parked in Deanna's junkyard. "Yeah, I can see you," I replied. "I can see all of you." Some of the teens in the back clapped with excitement. "When are you coming home, Uncle Frank?" Tyler yelled. His dad turned and no doubt flashed him a scowl. "I want to leave right this second. I'm not far. I caught myself. In the moment, I was joyous and excited to see them, but I had to remember the primary lesson I'd picked up on my journeys to the outside world. There were people out there listening to our transmissions, watching our movements, and planning to do us harm. Some, like those aircraft, were beyond my ability to plan for. However, I knew the sheriff, the men on the sailboats, and the Legion crossing the bridges all had the resources to listen in to these radio signals. Deanna seemed to pick up on my long pause. "Don't worry. The link is encrypted. Dr. Uding assures me no one can intercept my drones." I wanted to believe her. Trust was a hard-won thing these days, and she hadn't won mine yet. "I'm just around the corner from you, in a matter of speaking." "We understand," Luke replied. "We miss you, Uncle Frank," Zoe added, probably at Tyler's prodding. Several of the teens added their own greetings, and soon the background rows of the crowd became raucous and unmanageable. A piercing whistle blew on the other end. The racket stopped. Melanie stepped into the picture, scolding the kids. "Guys, we don't know how long this link will last. Let us talk to Frank, for crying out loud." The teens toned it down. Luke stepped closer to the drone, putting him in the center of the frame. "Frank, what's going on out there? We heard planes buzzing around yesterday, though they didn't come over the ship like last time. Now the entire world has gone red. Did you do that?" He chuckled, but his question was serious, since the sky was in fact blood red. "No, I didn't do that. But thanks for thinking of me." He and others laughed a bit. "The good news is I've learned a lot about what's happening in the world beyond Clownfish Cove. The bad news is..." I paused, aware that there were children and young people standing in front of me. It was the same worry I'd had so long ago when I stepped out onto my driveway and first met my neighbors. "Well, there's no way to sugarcoat it, but the world outside is not doing well." The crowd settled. "Those planes were looking for the Vice President of the United States. I can't tell you how I know that while we're on an open line. However, it all worked out when she was whisked away by some friendly government people." It was a funny way to describe U.S. Marines, but I didn't want to give them away either. "And the red skies are from fires throwing up ash. The entire city of Port Charlotte was torched by those guys in black pajamas. Their formal name is the Legion." "Wow, Frank, we've got trouble coming this way?" Luke asked, properly cutting to the chase. "Without question," I replied. "Hey, Luke, I want to talk to you privately, but first, I want to get Penny on the line." She stepped center of frame. "Hiya, Frank." The young mother held Daisy in her arms, so she was in the picture. The people on Clownfish were looking at a drone with a camera underneath, and they had no picture of me. But Penny knew how it all worked. "Hey, it's great to see you and Daisy." "Hi, Daisy." The girl waved. "I can't see you." "I'm looking at you from here," I said in an upbeat way. "I see you have a pretty green dress on with neat hiking boots. Are you and your mom going for a hike today?" "Are we, Mommy?" the little wavy-haired blonde girl asked, looking up at her mother with identical locks. "We can march around the circle," Penny answered. "Sure." Daisy pouted. "That's boring. I want to go in the woods." My warning signals went up. "I'm pooped playing around our house," the little girl added. "I want to go to school." She was so small it was easy to dismiss her complaining out of hand. But a clever girl might put two and two together and figure out the forest behind our houses was the same one behind Corky's daycare center, where I'd found her that first day. "Nobody hikes in the woods," I said in my stern voice. "We have to stay behind the walls until the forest becomes friendly again." It was my attempt to water the essence of our situation down to a level the child could understand. There were a million examples of TV shows and movies where the kid runs off and finds trouble, so I didn't want to see a repeat of that on my street. "Nobody goes in the woods, right, Mommy?" I said to Penny in a stern but kind tone, so the girl would know I meant it. "Aww," Daisy said as she deflated. "We'll both listen to you, Uncle Frank," she replied with a wink unseen by the girl. "Good," I said with finality. "We like to keep everyone safe." When the girl seemed pacified that she wasn't going to get what she wanted, she leaned against Penny's arm and turned shy. It gave me an opportunity to address the mom. "Penny, I told you I would get your husband, so without further fanfare, here he is." I stepped away from the mic, motioning to Pierce. While he got in position, I noted how Penny seemed flustered. She'd taken 2 steps back, perhaps gauging how far it was to her house. But she halted when Pierce spoke in the microphone. "Hi, guys," he said. Daisy's ears perked up like a kitten, and she turned to face the screen again. "Daddy? You're with Uncle Frank?" I noted she was now able to say my name right. No more, "Uncle Frank." "I'm here," Pierce choked up. "I'm here, honey." "Yay!" the little one cheered. A rousing cry of joy went around the group, as if to support the child. Carmen wrapped her arm around my waist. "Good job, Frank." "I had nothing to do with this," I chuckled. It was true. The guy had come all the way from Tampa Bay on his own. In fact, it was too bad I'd not met him earlier, as he might have been able to help Grace with information about the route, since she was going to Tampa from the other direction. Still, in regard to doing any job at all, the only thing I could take credit for was meeting him at Deanna's place. I still had to get him to Clownfish. "It's nice to hear your voice," Penny said with a stiff posture. "You too," he replied. "And I've been worried about this for days, since I suspected someone sent a text to you using my phone. Frank explained the message you got, and it confirmed my suspicions. Honey, someone stole my phone and sent those texts to you. I don't want a divorce. I never did." Penny reached behind Daisy and pulled out a dead phone. She quickly looked around, as if uncomfortable at being in front of a crowd, but then seemed to make up her mind to push on. "See this? I've been carrying it for almost 2 weeks, praying the power would return so I could see our back-and-forth messages again. to figure out what I did wrong. I've been fighting my conflicted emotions over this. There is nothing to fight over. I didn't send those messages. I think it was my real estate agent, Trish. The one who lives at the end of our street? Penny needled. Does she? Pierce replied with a look of shock only visible to those of us in the control room. Yeah, I found her business card here at the house, Penny continued. I recognized her face. It says her office is in North Point, but she lives across from Ben and Evelyn. Please don't expect me to believe you didn't know that. Pierce toggled the mute button on the mic. Then he turned to us. I had no idea. You have to believe me. Oh, we do, Allison said with a wink baked into her words. No, really, he persisted. That's why that woman wanted to be my agent so bad. I thought she was being diligent when showing me all those properties. In reality, she knew who I was, and set herself up so she could ask me out. It might be because... Pierce turned inward for a moment, lost in thought. If that's true, you have to tell her that, Carmen replied. But Penny is my asere now, my gal pal. So if I find out you are lying... She gestured with her fingers like she was going to shoot him between the eyes. But make it quick, I prompted. I need to talk to Luke. His explanation seemed far-fetched, but after the last 12 days, I was ready to believe anything. This was all a damned setup, Pierce whispered. He unmuted himself. Penny, I've been through a lot to get this far. You're going to have to trust me this last little bit, okay? I didn't send those texts. I don't want any divorce, and I will explain every detail to you when I get home. We'll talk when you get here, she agreed. Then, looking at Daisy, she added, Wave to Daddy and say we'll see you soon. I love you, Daddy, the girl answered, not quite as instructed. I love you too, Daisy. And you, Penny. See you soon, she answered, already backing away from the drone. I was a little surprised to see Penny act so coldly, but we weren't in a Lifetime movie. Life was far more complicated, and thus I shouldn't have been surprised Penny wasn't falling all over him. She'd confided in me back at the watchtower, before we almost got hit by lightning, that their problems didn't start with that final text message. They probably had much to discuss. Luke came back into focus. Luke, we don't have much time. Will you give me a walkthrough of our defenses? Sure. He turned to those gathered. Everyone say goodbye to Frank. The cheers and huzzas gave me a chance to speak to Deanna. Will you follow him around? I want to see how we're looking for defenses. Sure thing. For the next several minutes, I walked next to Luke, as he put some distance between himself and the rest of the residents. He went beyond the ring of shipping containers, which ended in front of Ben's house, and I stopped him when he was about in the middle of the empty lots before the damaged construction homes. Luke, are we clear to speak? He looked all around. No one is close. I took a deep breath. The mission with the VP went as well as can be expected. We got rid of her like you wanted. Luke and Penny were the only people on the street who knew the real reason why I'd gone out the day before. We both laughed a bit. I was just kidding about that, he pleaded. I thought she'd draw a lot of attention to our neighbors. And you were absolutely right, I countered. I think she knew it, too, which is why she went all out to find a way to her people. Well, I'm glad it worked out. But I found a lot of new problems, I added. When have you gone out there and not found problems, Frank? Hey, I said in mock protest. "Lay 'em on me. What can I do to help?" While we'd been flying, Deanna spun the drone so I could get a good look at the layout. There were now shipping containers around all the houses on the end of the street, minus the construction ones. A gap had been left open so vehicles could go through, but a four-door passenger car had been placed in front, acting as a gate. Two others had been placed about 50 feet in front of the gate, in a V shape, with the fronts pointing away. It forced vehicles to slowly go around them into the grass before they could reach the gate. It was essentially a small serpentine route, like I'd always talked about. Ladders had been placed on the backside of many of the containers, allowing a guard to climb up there and keep watch. Guards had to sit on the roofs of the containers until we could get proper tools working, such as welding and metal cutting equipment, so they could sit inside the boxes. Some of the perches had primitive barriers made of wood and filled with rocks, like the Triton boxes we'd put inside some of the homes. It gave each of the guards a little substance between them and a potential shooter. I was pleased to see my people were thinking ahead on the design details. "Hey, do we know how good these things are at stopping bullets?" I asked. "Actually," he stopped. "Funny story. Shane and a couple of his buddies have been spending a lot of time down at the ship. There are a couple of boxes that are practically demolished from their fall off the deck, and they've been shooting them for fun." I think he expected me to protest or ask why, but I knew Shane well enough already to not be shocked at anything involving firearms or explosives. The same went for his brother. "Anyway, they started experimenting and learned they aren't as strong as many of us assumed they were. 22s and buckshot didn't go through anything, but he said rounds like 9mm will pass through one wall no problem. Once you get to rifle calibers like 223 and 7.62 by 39, they will go through both walls, or bounce around inside. Those are the common ones we use, right?" "Yeah," I said, not sure how to take it. I dealt with shipping containers for most of my life, but I'd never taken the time to examine their fitness for holding back bullets. "I know the pillars on the four corners are stronger, since that is where all the weight sits when they stack them. Maybe reposition our guards so they sit at where two boxes meet, and they'll have the maximum strength of metal in front of them when they are climbing up and down." "I'll get right on it." To be done right, we needed to reinforce them even more, perhaps adding thicker metal or lots of wood on the outer wall of each container. Even filling them with dirt or water would be better than their current state. With a working tractor, we could shovel dirt into ramps on the inside edge of the wall, making it easy for us to see over, but hard for anyone to see or shoot us in return. "What else is going on?" I asked, taking a mental note of the possibilities. "Everything looks ship-shape from the drone's vantage point." "Yeah, you mentioned the word ship. A bunch of women showed up yesterday saying they were slaves over on Pine Island. They said the vice president freed them." He paused a moment. "Found more trouble, huh?" I laughed. "Yeah, I was there. It's a long story, but treat those women right, okay? They've been through some stuff." I gave Allison a sideways glance, but she'd taken the opportunity to study one of the other monitors. "And keep a heavy guard on the ship itself, too." If the Legion did come, and I had no reason to think they wouldn't, I wasn't sure how I was going to protect our street and the ship at the same time. I filed that away as one of the many complex problems I had to address. "Will do." "What else?" I pressed. "I've been spending a lot of time on the borders like you do, Frank. Gretchen's people are fortifying the houses along the canal to the north. Down south, Jack is working with Turk and the Power and Light guys to build up strong points behind their canal. As best I can tell, things are holding together. But... He trailed off. But what? Well, being in charge has taught me to appreciate what we have here on the inside. If one of those lines falls apart, there is nothing between the two to stop them from getting all the way to us. Over the past 12 days, residents had been migrating around the watch area. A good number of them abandoned their homes in dangerous places, like those who were close to North Point, or lived closest to the shore where they'd seen the worst flooding. Those people had either moved to points beyond our neighborhood watch area, or they'd congregated with host families on the better streets near Zen's territory, or on the 3 streets on my side of Bayside Road. We had strong outer walls, but nothing in the way of defenders in the vast territory behind them. The only solution I could think of was putting groups of guards in vehicles, ready to roll to trouble. But there were communications and intelligence gathering problems I needed to work out first. Perhaps the drones were the answer. We do have a hard point at the intersection of Poseidon and 40th Streets, but we need more places for civilians to congregate. We also need to be able to move defenders around the perimeter, but I'm working on that. There were always too few resources, too few cars, too few people, too few fighters from among those people. We need to get more of the shipping containers down so we can ring our entire territory with them. That's the dream, I answered, knowing he was asking for the impossible. We'd been able to capitalize off the 24 boxes we'd found that had fallen off the ship, but there were many hundreds still in there. The Legion soldiers had rigged up the makeshift elevator to get from the main deck down to the ground, but we would need a proper port crane to lift the rest of the boxes out of the hold. We weren't likely to find one. A distant grumble of an explosion rattled the train car. I'm really proud of what we've built here, Frank. What you've built here. Once we get you back and have a proper leader, we should be okay. You had it right the first time. Everything you see is because of what we've all done. Hell, I've been AWOL for the last 24 hours. You've been keeping things together. Just get back fast, he said under his breath. Tyler is dying to show you some of his new tricks. Oh boy, I chuckled. Actually, hold up. Let me check on something on this end. Roger, Luke answered. With the mute on, I spoke to Deanna. Now that we're friends, I don't suppose you'd let me pilot the drone a few streets over so I could interrogate my prisoner, would you? As much as it twisted the knife in my side, Allison had been right about not making the time to interrogate the man we'd rescued from the Dawn Star. I'll show you how. Sure, Deanna answered, bright as the sun. That's why I brought you here in the first place, to work together. I shook my head, trying to make the best out of the situation. Now that I knew who I was dealing with, my zeal for working with her was down near zero. I never had any desire to be famous, or be a celebrity on a video blog, or whatever she called it. The fact I seemed to be her big get for the apocalypse did not give me warm fuzzies. After a deep cleansing breath, I spoke to Luke. Hey, bud, I'm taking the drone for a tour. I'll chat with you when I get back. Sounds good, Frank. He waved. The drone gave me many important options for our future. First and foremost, I wanted it for day-to-day recon. However, it also served a key purpose in my overall defense strategy. Before I engaged in any fight with the Legion, I needed to know more about them. The prisoner was the key. Chapter 2. Deanna gave me a brief lesson on piloting a drone. As soon as I got the hang of it, she stood back and let me fly solo, since there wasn't much to the basics. I'll walk you through landing when you get there, she said, watching the screen from behind me. Sounds good. I was taken aback by how cool it was to see the territory we'd been defending for so many days. As I rose above Clownfish, I turned toward the forest and hovered for a few moments over the edge of the woods. My people had done an amazing job of clearing the underbrush and lower branches of every big tree from the edge of the shipping containers, out to about 100 yards. If anyone tried to cross that, they were as good as in the open. I used the joystick to send the aircraft even higher. "Whoa," Dee remarked. "You burn more power by shooting straight up. When I'm doing it, I like to use the wind currents to boost me as I travel sideways and up. I mean, this one has a pretty good charge left, but you'll want to watch for that." "Got it." Now I flew above the woods closer to Bayside. Below me there was still lots of evidence of the deep divots torn up by Margaret's Abrams tank. Down there was where Zen almost died. Around me, everywhere, the sky was a deep red, and a thick haze surrounded us on all sides, as if we were inside a blood-red cloud. Visibility was only a few miles in any direction, but it was clear enough to see where I had to go. Flying west, I stayed away from the main roadblock, lest anyone try to shoot at me. It hadn't crossed my mind to send word up to them I was going to do this, but it seemed obvious after the fact. With such a priceless artifact, I should have had a car drive it over there, though Dee had been keeping her drones alive all this time, so I needed to learn the same skill. There wasn't time for extreme caution. The Legion was already fighting their way through the town of Punta Gorda, so we only had a short window to get those answers before we'd have hard decisions to make. "This is absolutely amazing," I gushed, now at about 200 feet. I passed over the canal next to Poseidon. The narrow waterway was stuffed with garbage like the others, but I hadn't really taken the time to see what was in there. With the right vantage point, all the house pieces, scrap lumber, uprooted trees, and an infinite amount of garbage seemed to go on forever toward the west. Flying south, I soon crossed the canal where I'd been forced to take my first life. The guy who tried to kill Zoe with an overdose. The waterway seemed to be filled with blood, given the hue created from the crimson sky. I didn't linger. Soon enough, I'd made it to Torval Street. The aircraft came in from the north, which put me close to the house where the woman had shot herself. The weight of that hit me even harder than the drowning, since I inevitably thought about my friend's deceased son. So many bad memories dredged up by the flight. To my relief, Jack and Turk sat in the cul-de-sac circle at the near end. They'd moved all the working vehicles onto the lawns of the houses around them, where they were safest from thieves. Like Clownfish, their street was surrounded on 3 sides by the canals, leaving only the entrance at the far end as their primary defense point. A couple men stood by the roadblock down there. I flew directly above my targets. Unlike Deanna, I hadn't thought to put a note on the bottom so I could drop it on them. Instead, I decided to chance a different approach. "Jack, this is Frank," I said through the speaker. "Am I doing this right?" I asked my trainer. I pointed the camera directly down and hoped the speaker pointed in the same direction. "Yep," she answered. Neither of them looked up, so I dropped a bit lower. Turk looked up right away. "Shit," I huffed. The guy was already going for his rifle. "Jack! Turk!" I let the drone fall fast. Then I tried again. "It's Frank!" Turk's barrel was in my virtual face. Even though I knew he wasn't going to hurt me, I flinched when I saw it come to bear. "It's Frank!" I repeated. Turk held his fire. "We see you," the ex-soldier replied. I noted the mixed-race guy still appeared ripped, with tattoo-covered muscles bulging on his arms and shoulders. But he seemed a bit smaller, as if the past 12 days were grinding him down, along with the rest of us. Jack Ellers was another large man, a bit taller than Turk, though his muscles weren't as defined. The leader of the street had barely gotten his sidearm out of the holster, but he seemed happy to put it right back in. I let the drone drop to eye level. "Hey guys, I don't have a lot of time to explain what's going on, but I now have access to a drone." "You don't say," Jack laughed. "Hi, Jack. Hey, Turk." I imagined the tinny little speaker voice coming out the other side. "Frank, real quick, name the woman who you sent to our street," Turk challenged. "Agnes," I said immediately. "It's him," Turk said to Jack. "What brings you to our neck of the woods?" Jack asked. "I'm giving this thing a test drive of sorts, and I thought I'd go somewhere safe as a first trial. You guys aren't near the front lines, so I crossed my fingers you wouldn't be so jumpy that you'd shoot me down on sight." The men laughed. "I'm in a hurry, so I can't chew the fat for too long. I came down here to get a word with your prisoner." "Oh, yeah. Him," Turk spat. "Is he still there?" I asked, worried by his tone of voice something bad might have happened to the other man. "Yeah," Jack answered. "He stayed by himself mostly when we were all in quarantine, but now we've got him under constant guard in our watch office." He pointed to the last house, a single-story home with its garage open and some people sitting inside. I'd been so focused on the leader, I'd failed to notice there were others hovering a little outside my field of view. I needed to remember that when I was flying around. "So he's okay?" "Yeah," Jack continued. "But we are kinda getting tired of babysitting him. The bastard refuses to say anything but, 'Hello, I need to shit, and I'm hungry.' You know, you've hit on a good point. He can't stick around forever, and conditions have changed, and soon it might not matter what he has to say. Can you bring him out here and we'll see if we can't make him talk?" Jack got off the bench. "Be right back." It left me and Turk. "How are you doing? Still thinking about heading off to Chicago?" His wife and 2 sons had gone there to look at colleges right before the EMP hit. "Oh, you remember I said that?" he asked. "It has been on my mind ever since you said it, if I'm honest with you. You bring a lot of experience to our little outfit, and you would be hard to replace. That said, I gained a little more perspective on what I would do for a spouse who was away from the street, so consider this me relieving you of your duties, if that's what you want." "Nah, let's put a pin in that for now." He seemed to think on it. "It isn't the right time to go out there. Yet. But I'll make sure to give you plenty of time if I do decide to leave." "That's fair," I answered. Deanna leaned in. "Frank, park the drone on that bench to give the power pack a break." "Who is that?" Turk asked. I lowered the machine to the bench, as requested. Deanna stood close, but didn't take over the joystick, even as it looked as if I might put one of the legs over the side. "It's a long story," I said, with some relief at having landed the drone. "But right now she is my trainer." I swiveled the camera toward the house at the end. A woman sat behind a table at the front of the garage, fanning herself with a manila file folder. The setup was almost exactly like the watch office back at my house. While I studied the layout, Jack and the prisoner came out of the kitchen and walked through the garage. The man looked a lot better than he had before, He was upright, which was the main thing. The guy was dark-haired, thin, and about 30 years old. His head had been wrapped in a tight bandage that was still on, but I didn't see the one on his wounded shoulder. When he looked up and saw the red sky, he hesitated for a moment before Jack coaxed him onward. "Our leader is speaking through this drone interface," Jack said to the man. He was gaunt in the face, as if he'd not eaten much for a long time. He had a lot of stubble, overgrown hair, and a couple of his side teeth had been broken, leaving a bloody gouge on his lip. It didn't seem recent, though, and his smile didn't suggest he was having a bad time. "Hello, leader," the man said in forced English. "Call me Frank," I corrected. "Hello, Frank. I am Leon." "Where are you from, Leon?" "Brasilia, Brazil," he answered immediately. "Wow, that's a long way from here." "It is. I've been on a boat for a long time." "The Dawn Star?" "No, they, transmitted me to a bigger ship after several weeks on the ocean. They said we were going to a new country, with free property for all, so I stay on boats." Turk seemed agitated. "Why the hell are you talking to this drone when you wouldn't talk to either of us?" The maple-skinned Brazilian man looked up. "Because I can see they are on the move." Jack and Turk turned skyward. "You know what's causing everything to turn red?" Jack asked. "Yes. They told us this would happen. When a city burns, the ashes go into the sky. They affect the sunlight. This is sure sign they are close." Jack started pacing. Turk stayed where he was. I could easily confirm his statement, but I kept it to myself, so I could tell my friends later without giving anything away to Leon. Instead, I changed the subject to another point of interest. "Tell me, we found you in the hold of the ship, near the front. Why didn't one of the crew come to help you?" "I was part of rebel movement." "What's that?" I asked. As I said it, the train car rattled again. It was an explosion, probably in the city, though it sounded closer than the last one. I gave a knowing look to Deanna. She reached over and toggled the mute while she spoke quietly. "My guards are under orders to report to me if anything is close to us." "Okay," I answered. Leon kept talking. "When we got to this land, they said something had gone wrong, since there were still people here and no property for the taking. The rumor is a pulse of electricity ruined the motor of the ship. It also ruined a lot of their vehicles and war equipment. They made us destroy anything left, so it didn't fall in enemy hands." That explained those boxes of warped metal scraps we'd found in the ship's hold. "The delay gave us time to talk about what to do next. Some of us figured out the Legion's plan was to still destroy the cities and all the people in them, giving us whatever was left. For some men, this was fine. For many of us, though, we have families in America. We love this country. We did not sign up for this attack." "So you tried to mutiny?" I asked. "No, we didn't get close to a mutiny. While the ship floated out in the bay, and just as that great storm began, a sneaky army man told us we could get off the ship if we didn't want to fight. Well, we all ran for those lifeboats as they were lowered in the water, but the army man had other army men drop grenades in our boats, sinking them. Then they shot anyone swimming in the water." "How did you survive?" "I climbed one of the lifeboat ropes when the first grenade fell. I made it onto the deck, but I was chased by men loyal to the cause. I killed 2 of them in the dark passages under the ship, but they also almost killed me. I crawled into the darkest part of the hold to hide. And we found you days later, I finished. I don't know exactly how long I was there, he shrugged. But thank you for sparing my life. Perhaps there are more of us who survived. I didn't dare tell him about all the bodies washed onto the shore. We shall see, I allowed. If he was alive, there could be others. So what can you tell me about the Legion tactics? How can we stop them? How did they pull this off? Turk interjected. How did a bunch of boat people from overseas manage to rip the nads off Uncle Sam like they did? I mean, no offense, Leon. Taken is none, he answered in mixed-up English. Rumor we heard is they use giant solar planes to fly over each city and detonate nuclear bombs high in the air. What did you say? I said, gripping the mic. Solar planes. Yes, that is the rumor. And they carry nukes, I went on. So we were told. We'd found a giant wing with solar panels all over it. It didn't take a huge leap of logic to think the rest of the plane was close by, and possibly had a nuclear weapon on board. If one wing survived, the rest of the plane probably did too, since a nuke would have evaporated both. Still, even that wasn't our most pressing issue. Look, we don't have a lot of time. You can see the sky. If they are indeed coming to our happy little hideaway, anything you can tell us might really help your case at the trial. I'm going to jail? He asked, seemingly hurt. But I was not with them. There was no way to say if he would ever get a formal trial, but I was content to cut him a break if he really helped us. Of course, I could place less trust in him than I could with Deanna, or even Allison, but I didn't have much choice. You are in detention for a little while longer, okay? We need to know you aren't going to stab us in the back if your pals come through here. They will kill me on sight, he gulped. I am telling truth. What more do you have? I asked. He took a moment to rally, then spoke fast. All I have said is true. While at sea, they gave us a uniform, trained us on bare minimum on weapons, and then we were supposed to storm the shore and take over the empty cities, so we could do that with them. His finger pointed straight up. Burn them? Why the hell would you burn perfectly good cities to the ground? Back in my country, I was recruited when I filled out a form that showed up on my doorstep. It said there was good pay, good land, and we were all supposed to have a good woman waiting for us. They called it a reboot, an upgrade, so we could trade being poor for being rich. He seemed to ponder a moment. There was a man at the top of the movement, but I'm having trouble remembering his name. It was David something. He said it was all possible to do, as long as we followed him in the boats. So let me get this straight, I said. You got on a boat to America, but you didn't expect any people to be here? Not America. They said it was free land. I thought it was in the Amazon, like other public works projects by the government. And their goal isn't to coexist with us. It's total annihilation, including all of our buildings, monuments, and infrastructure? He nodded grimly. I am sorry to be a part of this, but I suffered greatly for not participating in the invasion with the others. I know belief is hard, but please accept my sincere condolences for what they've done to you. If I can offer any help, I will. We sent him back inside, leaving us free to speak openly. So, do we believe him? Turk asked. His story seems legit, I answered. The reason I'm here is because I'm close to the town of Punta Gorda, and I can absolutely confirm the Legion is marching and burning everything in sight. If they come through Clownfish in large numbers, we'll be left with nothing but a few shipping containers and piles of ash. It's funny how fast he changed his attitude when he saw the sky, Jack reflected. We can't say for sure if he is a good guy caught up in all this, or a bad guy saying whatever was necessary to get free. But there is no denying the sight of ash made him speak up. And now we have the extra worry about having a nuke floating around our neighborhood, I added. Aren't you glad you picked here for your flight test? Turk joked. Yeah, come back tomorrow for even worse news, Jack mused. We all laughed, but mine stopped when the entire train car jerked hard. A concussive blast rocked the area, popping my eardrums like I'd gone up in a plane. I hit the mute button. What the hell was that? I asked Deanna. The Legion is making their move. Chapter 3. I've got to go, guys. The Legion is breaking out of Punta Gorda already. From there, it's North Point, then Clownfish for them. I assume you're coming home? Jack asked. I'm going to try, I answered. Good luck, Turk added. Talk soon, I said abruptly. I stepped back from the terminal. Deanna, if the Legion gets here, is it safe to say you won't have access to your computers? My desk was set up to let Dr. Uding do his recordings from multiple drones at once. But if we have to leave, I do have a portable terminal where I can fly one drone at a time. There wasn't time to do everything I wanted, and it was a damned shame. We had access to drones and technology beyond my wildest dreams an hour ago. I would love to use them to sweep the borders around our watch area, to see if anyone was sneaking up on us. I would also love to snoop on the leaders in other places, like North Point and Pine Island, to see what they're planning. Hell, I would have been content to sit and watch my own street again, simply to make sure everything was running as it should. But the earth-rumbling blast said my choices were limited. Whatever I did with the time we had left, I had to make it good. Hey, do you have any drones close to the middle of the woods? That's where the downed wing is located. I figure if we see it from above, it may help us figure out the direction where it came from. That might lead us to the rest of the plane. You want to see if it has a nuke on board? Carmen asked. If it does, do we want those Legion assholes finding it? I didn't think it was too likely anyone would use a nuke on Clownfish Cove, given our tiny size. But I didn't want them using it anywhere else in America either. It was one more responsibility thrust upon me in the first 12 days of the apocalypse, almost none of which were those I'd expected. I figured I'd be growing food or reloading bullets when the world ended, not rescuing political figures and engaging in region-wide diplomacy. No, I guess I don't. But what can we do? Carmen wondered aloud. Yeah, how does this possibly fall on you, Frank? Allison asked. We should report it to someone, then all go back to your street where it's safe. Yes, please tell us how the plane fits into your plans, Deanna said, in what I'd come to appreciate as her I'm on the air voice. Sure enough, one of the young guys held the video camera, still recording our conversation. More rumbles ripped through the car. The scent of burning wood hung everywhere. I'd been doing okay, but each explosion out there tightened the noose around my gut a little more. There wasn't enough time to argue the details. Deanna, can you fly a drone to search for the plane or not? We don't need to, she said with indifference before sliding into the swivel chair. She drew the keyboard and mouse to her, then slapped some keys for a bit. When she was done, one of the monitors showed what looked like an aerial view of a good chunk of Lee County. The whole reason I sent out my drones was to collect data, and while some of them are useful for interacting with the natives, I also had them photographing the surface, and Dr. Uding wrote a script to stitch them all together. Looking at it with more scrutiny, the image had some black gaps, as if the cameras had missed going to those places. It also had some smudging and bending in some areas, like you might imagine if a computer had to bend a few images to get them to fit in the puzzle. But overall, it was a nice representation. There, can you zoom on this? I drew her attention to the white sliver in the middle of the woods. The wing of the plane. Sure. Now larger, it was like we were a few hundred feet above the wing, looking down on all the details. I easily made out the individual panels, many broken, on top of the long wingspan. I also saw the crack of the wing, where we'd found Homer and his friends breaking solar panels. Thinking about it, I wasn't even sure how many days ago it was. It felt like all that happened last year. Does anyone know how to get anything useful out of this? I asked. The doctor sidled up next to me. Note how the treetops have been sheared here, here, and here. He leaned over the desk and pointed with the eraser of a long yellow pencil. That is clearly the direction where the wing came from. As he tapped the trees, it was almost obvious they'd been broken. From there, it was easy to see all the breaks were in one direction, relative to the wing. To the east, I surmised. I concur, he said. Deanna zoomed out, then slid the image on the screen so we went east on the scene. She reached the edge of the forest, crossed the two-lane highway running along the border of the woods, then made it to the train tracks and interstate, both running north and south about a mile or two east of the forest. We all strained to look at the screen. A loud boom shook the monitors this time. I met Carmen's eyes. We have to leave, they said to me. More tension curled itself around my midsection. My sweaty palms only added to it. The flight or fight response was pegged to flight. Come on, I pressed. It has to be out there. Deanna slid the file around, but then she reached an edge. I didn't have my drones fly much past the interstate, since there's nothing out there besides swamp. Go south, I requested. She moved the picture on the screen to the south, so we saw new territory with each swipe. Her drones had almost perfectly matched the angle of the highway as it went southeast, toward Fort Myers. But eventually, even the highway was gone. This is where the image ends to the east and south. Now we have to go west, and that will take us directly through the northern suburbs of Fort Myers. South Point, I clarified. I know it well. I motioned to her mouse. Move us back to where we started. I want to go north. Professor Uding chuckled. I'm sure it's to the south, probably beyond the interstate. Humor me, I said, not having much patience left. Deanna returned to the place where we started, which was due east of the broken wing. From there, she dragged the image north. The interstate fell below us, as it was much closer to the woods, maybe not more than a mile. Her drones had gone over the interstate in that section. I saw it almost immediately. There! What's that? She centered and zoomed. It was at the edge of the picture, but a long tube of metal was partially obscured by marshy leaves on the ground. It's on the edge of my data, she said, disappointed. I didn't get the whole thing. What's that right there? I pointed to another landmark on the screen. It looked like a long, tall fence. It ran along the edge of the data, cut off by a black, empty portion of the picture. The correctional center, she remarked. I stayed well clear of that place. I took a step back. The other wing is by a prison. If that's the wing, then yeah. The prison is right off the edge of the picture. I never realized how close I'd moved to a major post-apocalyptic threat. Not that I'd been thinking all that much about societal collapse when I'd chosen to live by the beach for my retirement. Many of my post-apocalyptic books had heroes who got caught up by escaped prisoners, crooked wardens, and the whole lot. If I had my preference about this apocalypse, I would stay far from any jail or prison, as long as those people didn't come near Clownfish. Deanna had zoomed in on the wing. It sat next to a pond in a thick grove of trees. Based on what I saw, it was in better shape than the one we'd found, and it was still attached to the remains of the fuselage. A good chunk of the body of the aircraft had wrapped under the wing, as if it had crumpled like a paper bag during the crash. I was certain the other wing had left a huge rip in whatever was left, since it was 2 miles away in the forest. There was no way to tell from the photograph if there was a nuclear device in that mess. It wasn't like I expected to see green goo leaking out, signifying a radioactive site. I chuckled to myself. "What's so funny, Frank?" Carmen asked. "Yeah, there's nothing funny that I can see," Allison jibed. "Oh, I was just considering the possibility that nuke might have gone through the entire end of the world without someone knowing it was there. But here comes Frank peeking behind the curtain, finding shit he wasn't meant to find. 1,000 little decisions brought us here to Deanna, and she helped us piece this together." I was cut off when the floor vibrated. "Shit, it's getting worse," I said. "So what are you going to do?" Deanna interjected, always interviewing. The camera guy was behind us. "For now, nothing with the plane. It's too big of a gamble to go out there. Plus, there was the prison. I wanted no part of it. Besides," I went on, "other than sitting on the bomb back on Clownfish, or hiding it in the woods, I'm not sure what we can realistically do with it. Not unless your crypto money helped you take a bomb defusing class down at the Learning Annex?" Deanna smiled, but her face said no. "We could hide it," Carmen suggested. "If we knew for sure it was there, maybe," I allowed. "We don't," Allison remarked. "Then we stick with what we know," I said. "Which is what?" Allison prodded. "We head home, regroup, plan for all the attacks we suspect are coming." I motioned to the computers and screens. "It would be nice to have this in my garage. Can you tell me what we might be able to take?" Dr. Uding coughed to get our attention. "I believe you'll have trouble moving it all, sir. The monitors are bolted onto the overhead scaffolding so they don't fall on me or Deanna. The server behind them is secured inside its own cooling cabinet. And everything is perfectly balanced with an advanced low-power cooling system. You'd have to take it all out as one unit if you intended to use it again." I didn't know why his tone seemed so negative, but I let it slide. "Where does the server get power in this car? Obviously, you aren't plugged into the grid." He drew my attention to a seam on the front wall. "A generator sits inside a sealed compartment, so it vents to the outside. An array of batteries is shoved in there too, so excess energy can be banked to run everything. Another reason why it would be quite difficult to separate everything. Besides, how can you get it all while also getting the rest of us out of here? It simply can't be done." I had a flashback of driving the El Camino, loaded with both people and supplies. Carrying a load that big could be done, though we'd had the bonus of pulling a trailer to get the huge water cisterns. One more boom added an exclamation point. "Let's get what we can," I suggested. Chapter 4. Deanna stood at the exit of the train car. Men outside yelled to her about what was happening. When she'd gotten the info, she turned back to us. "The workers say the Legion is torching cars in the Walmart lot." "And the gas tanks are cooking off," I completed her thought. "Yeah." "They're getting closer. You went through a lot of trouble to get me here, and you've had time to think this through. So what are you going to take?" "If Dr. Uding says we can't save it all, I guess we'll have to do like you said, and only grab what we can. Like maybe take the drones and the handheld piloting tablet for sure." "Sounds sensible," the doctor remarked. Pierce took a seat on a folding chair. "You have drones here?" I asked. "Didn't you say they all landed in the town dump up the road?" It was her way of making sure the flying eyes in the sky didn't lead the bad guys back to her. "I did say that, and they do go to the dump, but I also have 2 other drones here that are being serviced. Both of them have bad cameras, so they aren't doing me much good." "We should take them with us," I said. As long as they could fly, I already envisioned using them as couriers. "They are pretty big, but I agree," she answered. "Can I take my editing laptop so I can keep making my videos?" "Take whatever you want," I said a bit stiffly. "But how are we going to get anything out of here, including ourselves, when we have no ride?" I thumbed toward the lines of vehicles she'd destroyed. "Should I put everyone and everything on my back?" "I've got a Cybertruck," she explained. "Remember?" "I didn't see it out there," I said. "Are you sure it isn't wrecked with the other cars?" "It's around back, safe in its crate where no one can steal it. If I'm getting the equipment for you, I need everyone to stand on the walls and hold off anyone who tries to get in while I work." "So you'll load the drone gear by yourself?" I asked, knowing from looking at her that that was not possible. "If we want to get out of here quickly, I'll probably need some help with that, too." The tiny young woman faked a smile as if doing manual labor was beneath her. I took some comfort knowing she was thinking about the rest of us, if only by accident, when she talked of the overall plan to save herself. I figured someone used to being the center of attention would have trouble playing with others, which went against everything I'd been building on Clownfish. "How many men do you have working for you out there?" I queried, looking past her to the yard. 5 employees of my scrapping company are left." She talked quieter. 2 are old, not able to do much that's useful. It wasn't a big deal when I could pay them to do nothing. But now, I guess they can stick with me and load. I hadn't seen any old guys on the way in, though I did see some men about my age. I considered asking her if I was old and useless too. Louder, she went on. "Hey, while I'm thinking about it, do you have any electricity on your street? I'm wondering if I'll need all my power and charging cables, which are all over the place. And do you, have anyone over there who can help me set up a little studio? Well, a big one if you have the space." She tittered like she was packing to spend a weekend at the beach. "You know the rest of us suffered an EMP attack, right?" I snarked. My sarcasm ran thick with her, since she seemed oblivious to basic facts about the world and those around her, including my friends. "Oh, sure, but I have power here. I figured maybe you had a secret way on your street." No power." I motioned to the front of the car. "The generator is behind the wall, right?" "Yeah." "Is it a big one or a little one?" I asked. "It's about the size of a stove, plus a microwave, and maybe a—" Uding broke in. "It's a Caterpillar 15-kilowatt diesel model. It would normally be wrapped in a frame and roll on a couple of wheels, so 2 people could move it around. However, since it was going to be installed on site, it sits on the floor. It would fit in the back of her pickup truck if I'm guessing what you're thinking. You might be the first person in history to have me figured out, I joked. Like I said, everything is perfectly balanced and interconnected. It would take extra time to get the generator out of the train. Much longer than grabbing only the drones. He paused and seemed to swallow food that tasted terrible. But I guess if you wanted to delay, you could get it. I jotted a mental memo that he didn't seem very keen on being a part of the evacuation either. He and Deanna had gone to the same school of self-centeredness. He was more concerned about me ruining his design than cannibalizing it for people to actually use. The only reason for such attitudes had to be that they'd been safe for 12 days behind the walls. If they'd had any interaction with the savage people cropping up everywhere on the outside, they'd be a lot more receptive to cooperating with us. I paced. Not my usual thinking style, but I was frantic with ideas. Dr. Uding had pushed the idea of ditching most of her stuff, but maybe we could figure out a way to save some parts of it. What's on your mind here? Carmen asked. Hang on a sec, I replied. Does the train engine work? I asked Dee, carrying two conversations at once. Nope. I would have thought it was too old to be affected by the magnetic pulse, but the guard said it was kaput. There is also an old fire engine out in the yard that suffered the same fate, so they say. Damn, I answered. Then, looking to Carmen. I was hoping the locomotive worked, so we could grab the generator along with all the delicate shit inside. We could have rolled the boxcar down the tracks to a point closer to Clownfish. Then we could have done a convoy to go get all the goodies in our own sweet time. So we would have real power on this street again? She asked. Power, water, and a good defensive position. We'd be set up like royalty. And you'd be a hella big target with all that tech, Allison interjected. She was right, but it was a risk worth taking. We might not be able to make a run for that lost nuclear bomb, but this stuff is right here, within our grasp. I'd love to get it all for ourselves, but at the very least, I think we should focus on the Jenny. We can't let any of the rest of it fall into the hands of the Legion. I don't want them to have any of my shit, Deanna protested. So, we finally have our choice, I said tiredly. Spend the time to get the generator, or bug out with just the drones. Which one will it be? Allison said in a spooky voice, hamming it up for the eye of the cameraman, currently filming her. Leave now, or delay? I nudged my way into the picture and spoke to the camera lens. Allison, tell the viewers how you think we should handle the treasure. She seemed surprised I would call her out. How the hell should I know? Turning from the camera, I gave her a withering gaze. You can't skate by and let other people do all the heavy lifting. Lives depend on our choices, and you are one of those lives. So what do you think is the right play here? On reflection, I hope Deanna realized the same message applied to her. Damn, put me on the spot. She bit her lip for a moment. After hanging out at the market in Bokelia, seeing the value placed on the littlest, most useless crap, I guess I want all of this stuff with real value. All the computers, all the drones, all the power equipment. If the engine doesn't work, maybe we can follow the rails and find another one, huh? Carmen snapped her fingers. Why don't we use Red's truck to pull it? Who's Red? Allison asked, looking a bit put out that Carmen added another idea without considering hers. He's a guy we know who owns a big truck, I answered before there were any hard feelings. You are totally right. A second train engine would be ideal, but the odds of us finding one in a hurry are 0. We can keep our eye out for one on the way to Clownfish, but failing that, the next best thing would be to get a powerful truck to tow this train car with everything still inside. I'd watched those TV shows where super strong men pulled boxcars with their teeth, so I had no doubt a modest truck could tow the load, at least on level ground. This being Florida, it was understood the tracks would be level. That might work, Deanna replied, warming to the idea. Once you get out of this yard, the train tracks go south, between the forest and the interstate, so it does get a lot closer to your house. How long would it take to get your truck back here, do you think? It only took a few moments to accept the reality that not only would we not find a second train engine, but Red's truck wasn't a timely option either. If those booms are any indication of the clock, I'd say way too long, I sighed. Then why are we talking about it? Dee asked. We're exploring all our options, I said. It's how I figure things out. I haven't seen any since I got here, but do the workers have vehicles? Pierce inquired. No, some of the others took off a long time ago, but the ones left are basically stranded here. That route was a no-go too. I think all we can do, I said with a sigh, is load as many drones as we can onto the lone Cybertruck, grab as much computer gear as possible, while still leaving enough room for... I did a mental count of everyone in the room, plus the 5 scrappers she said were guarding the yard. 14 people. That's a lot of passengers, Deanna replied, almost at a whine. I'm sorry. We simply can't get everything on this trip. An idea struck me on the spot. Wait a second, I said, bonking the side of my head like I'd made a mistake. I'm still not caught up on my sleep, so I missed the obvious play here. The server is still on, right? What if we get your broken drones flying toward Clownfish Cove, so we don't have to pack them in the truck? Could we get them there before we left this place? I think so, sure. They don't have cameras, so we can't pilot them manually. But I can program a course, so they'll land on your driveway. Great. On our one short trip out of here, I think we should go for the granddaddy of loot, the generator. Once we get it back to Clownfish, we can use one of the drones to come back here and see if the Legion had found the place. If not, maybe we can send a fast vehicle up here to grab whatever is left. Even with everything else going on, I'd make the trip into the wild if it meant bringing back a functioning server, so we could duplicate the workstation managing all the drones. With 6 or 7 of them flying around us, we would have a huge advantage over every other group in the area. If we could make it back to grab the stuff, that was the big variable. We have a plan, Carmen said with a clap. Once tasked with a goal, our group moved surprisingly fast. Allison, Pierce, Deanna, and her trio of camera people went outside and began talking. Carmen and I took our weapons to the front corner of the facility, nearest the action, as I wanted the best vantage point to know when it was time to hightail it out of there. We climbed a couple of cars and stood on their roofs so we could see over the wall. As described, there were men running around with flamethrowers lighting up cars on the big parking lot. Shit, they don't care who or what is in those cars, I said, as I looked down the scope. They were far. It was probably 100 yards from the Walmart parking lot to the roadblock, where we'd encountered those 2 sniper women. But there was probably another couple 100 yards on this side of the blockade. There were also a fair number of trees between us. Not a forest, but a wild stretch of land probably left that way in order to hide the greasy scrapyard from residents and businesses at the edge of town. I might be able to hit them, I said, already unsure. The farthest I'd ever sighted in my gun was about 200 yards. There was an art to long-distance shooting, and it was one I still wasn't good at. "Just give it your best shot," she answered with a giggle from making a pun. I lined up a man on the near end of the lot, but I couldn't keep him in my scope. As he moved around, trees got in the way, or he went behind parked cars. And then I realized there was a whole lot full of frightened people behind him. I didn't want to add to anyone's misery over there. "Frank." I got out of my scope. Carmen pointed toward the roadblock. "Oh, yeah." I practically licked my lips. "Those I can hit." 2 men had arrived at the roadblock on motorcycles. They walked along the line of cars, both on our side of the barricade, holding long tubes with both hands. They also wore giant metal backpacks, making them look like armored beetles. However, they weren't armored. They were vulnerable to slingshots if anyone dared get close enough to use one. "Here we go," I said. But I looked up again. Was it better to lay low and not attract attention? Or was it better to stir up some shit, so the Legion had to think twice about leaving the protection of the town? They didn't seem to have any fear at all, which led me to the conclusion taking them down would benefit us more in the long term than letting them go unharmed. I went back to the scope. My breathing wanted to speed up. I slowed my exhale, put the sight a bit above the man's head, and waited for him to engage the flames. My pulse spiked with excitement. I had no hesitation to shoot the men in the black pajamas. I now knew who they were and what they wanted. Anyone who wanted my friends, my family, and my entire country erased got no quarter from me. The wait wasn't long. He traipsed along the line of cars, then picked one ahead of him. He aimed the nozzle, started up the thin stream of fuel, then touched off a spark that set the entire stream ablaze. As he spun to douse the car, it put his round backpack flat to me. It was time to blow the bastard apart. I squeezed off a round, taking careful aim at the center of mass. He lurched forward, dipping the flames onto the ground. I held my breath, waiting for the big explosion. The guy stumbled and fell. Flames hopped from the car to the jet of spray flowing out of the hole I'd put in his pack. Briefly, there were 2 jets of fire, one going under the cars, and a second shooting backward. I switched my scope to the second man. "He doesn't know his friend was shot," I whispered. They'd split up, so they each could hit cars without burning their partner. Flames rode a giant arc of fuel as the guy sprayed a car about 50 feet away. As best I could tell, he was testing the distance, adjusting the strength and the like. He was out there having fun. I lined him up. His backpack fuel tank faced me from the side, making it harder to hit. After steadying myself, I took careful aim. My shot shattered a window close to him. "Balls!" I blurted. The man turned, searching. He realized his partner was down, drowning in flames. His eyes almost became as big as dinner plates. He fumbled with the sprayer. That was when I let the second shot go. The AR gave me a love tap on the shoulder with its mild recoil. "You got him," Carmen cheered quietly. The second guy managed to shut off his flamer, but I sent out an extra couple of rounds for his trouble. I had to knock him out fast, or he might radio that people were shooting at them from the junkyard. I wanted 2 dead bodies as signposts for the Legion, so they could clearly see it was dangerous to leave the town. But I didn't want them to know a thing about where the shooting came from. After taking my time and ensuring I'd struck him, I studied the guy for another minute or two. By the time I was done, the flamethrower of the first guy was down to a drizzle, its tank purged. I stopped looking at my scope and turned to Carmen. I'm not going to lie, it feels good to get a win. I'd killed 2 enemy combatants without revealing our position. Oddly, my mind was filled with the video feed of all my friends back home. Killing people wasn't what I wanted to be doing. I wanted to be kicking back on Clownfish, laughing with neighbors, like the old days. The mere thought of that made me glad the 2 men were dead. While I celebrated my tiny victory, several of the big black gun trucks appeared on the far side of the Walmart parking lot. 2 turned left, into the lot. 3 went right, toward the hardware store and buildings around it. A final truck drove toward us, with its turret machine gun swiveling from side to side, as if the operator was looking for a target to light up. Is the battle for the town already over? I wondered aloud. We both watched the action. While the noisy trucks rolled to their destinations, several old pickup trucks sped from the town behind them. Men dressed in black filled the beds, hanging on as the trucks raced along the roadway. The trucks split up, roughly following the paths of the larger vehicles in the parking lots. But one stayed on the road and headed for the roadblock. They're going to see the 2 dead men. I backed off the wall a bit. I'd assumed it would take some time for the rest of the soldiers to catch up to the 2 scouts at the roadblock. But things were happening fast. Carmen ducked down. What do we do? I looked behind us. Deanna, Pierce, and some of the young people stood by the railroad car, appearing to chit-chat like it was any other day. No help there. Farther up the wall, I spotted one of the scrap workers keeping guard like we were. Come on, let's head over to that guy. If the truck gets to this side of the roadblock, we're going to have to make them pay with lots of bullets. Before we retreated, I tried to see where the gun trucks were going. If one of them decided to come at us, we had no weapon capable of taking it out. I took a deep breath. After all the back-and-forth discussion, we weren't going to have time to enact elaborate evacuation plans. We weren't going to be able to come back for the server. Whatever we were going to take, we had to do it on the first trip. And it had to be now. Chapter 5. Carmen and I hopped down from the wall of cars and were greeted by the unexpected sound of a big diesel engine. Shit! Did one of the trucks get in? I asked, immediately ready to get my people out of there. Black fumes swirled up by one of the piles of scrap on the far side. There! I pointed. Deanna and her people looked at it too. Hey, what's going on? I shouted to the yard's owner. I have no idea, she yelled back. My worry peaked as a red fire truck rolled out from behind the big pile. What the hell? I took a few steps toward the front gate. Come on, it looks like it's heading toward the exit. Deanna trotted for the front too. The fire engine was old, the red paint was faded, and the hooks for the ladders were empty. There were, however, several men in the cabin. A bald scrapper guy waved at me from the passenger seat as the vehicle approached. I held up a hand to flag him down. Whoa, I cautioned. The machine slowed. Hey, where you going? I asked. The pumper came to a stop as the bald man held his head out the large passenger side window. Look, man, You seem like you've got it together, but that girl back there isn't anyone you want to depend on. She paid us ridiculous amounts of money from her suitcases to keep working in her yard, and we stuck around because she had food and electricity. But we're not her bodyguards. We're not her besties. We're through here." Deanna was still 100 yards away. She'd tried running, but the young woman didn't seem to be in good shape, as she was already walking with hands on her hips as if tapped out. She also held a small camera with an outstretched hand, no doubt documenting how taxing the run had become. Taken with everything I knew about her, it did not do much to counter the man's points, so I focused on the truck. "How did you get this running?" "It's always been working," he chuckled. "We disconnected the battery and stripped it down to make it look like scrap, so Deanna wouldn't destroy it. These kids are hopeless, man. I bet you thought she was getting ready to leave, didn't you?" I remembered a few minutes earlier. "No, actually. I thought she was standing around doing nothing." "Not nothing," he countered. "She and her goofy friends were having a cry sesh, as she calls it. They stand around and cry about how shitty things are, how hopeless things are, and that they are begging the sun god or whatever to bring back the internet." "The internet?" I asked. "You mean the power grid?" "Nope, just the internet. They could live in dirty tents for the rest of their lives, but they can't survive without other people knowing their business." He shook his head in disgust. "It's all about the viewers. They never ask how me and my coworkers are doing, or what's going on in the yard, or if they can help out in any way. We're the muscle to watch the walls, so they can piss their pants in peace." Deanna was almost to the back of the engine. I couldn't see much of the driver from where I was, but I did see most of his head, and I got the impression he'd been checking mirrors to see where she was. He let off the brake and rolled the engine forward a few feet. I clenched my fists to squeeze out the anxiety. I was supposed to be worrying about the Legion assholes spreading out from the city, not trying to stop a work mutiny. "Wait," I pleaded. "If you give us some time, we can all leave together. It will be safer that way. Plus, we had an idea to use a truck like this to drag out the entire train car." "Not today, buddy. Sorry. You two can climb on right now, or we have to leave you." I shot a glance at Carmen, already knowing where she stood. As much as I might agree with some of the things he'd said, I wasn't willing to jump on a truck with a bunch of strangers and ride off into the red sky apocalypse. Deanna and I had a history. Plus, there was still Pierce to consider. Whatever else was going on between the pair, Penny would not thank me for ditching the one guy I'd promised to bring home. "Be careful out there," I said as I took a step back. "Wait," Deanna called out, now close. "Sorry again," the bald guy said, as the engine revved and the tires rolled forward. "No!" the girl shrieked. The fire engine headed for the front gate, a wide 6-foot-tall chain-link barrier. I'd expected the guy to slow, so someone could hop out and open it, but he drove directly into the gate and busted it wide open. When it opened fully, it bounced back and glanced off the side of the engine. Extra guys sat in the open space behind the main cabin, and I noticed Dr. Uding wedged in there with them. When he saw me, he quickly looked away. We were left in an oily cloud of diesel fumes. "Shit," I said under my breath. "Was that who I think it was?" Carmen asked. "Yeah. It's the guy who I thought was going to be the real asset." She grabbed my arm. "That's just another day, right? Our luck runs hot or cold, nothing in between. Deanna finally strolled up to us. Are they coming back? No, I answered. Who's going to load all my stuff? She asked. The big fire engine rolled between the two halves of the berm, crossed over the train tracks, went up a short incline, then sped down the exit ramp of the 4-lane highway, going the wrong way. It saved him from having to cross the overpass, since there were men guarding the other side. Oh, I guess Dr. Uding can help load, she stated as a dry fact. He left with those guys, I informed her. He did? She whined. Now I looked at her more seriously. Though she was a pretty young woman, and had kept up with makeup and hairstyling for the sake of her videos, she suddenly seemed to drop the pretense of being above it all. Tears had smeared her eyeliner, sweat from her short run dripped down her face, and some of her hair was clearly out of place. Far behind her, back at the train car, Allison and Pierce had never moved. They remained close to the entrance of the car, as if prepared to unload it. Did your 3 friends take the fire engine? I asked, afraid what she would be like if her entire team ditched her. No, she sniffled. After our meeting, they ran to the back to get the Cybertruck. You're sure? I wanted to understand who was still around to help us defend the place. Pretty sure, she answered. I saw them go out the back gate. I had them take a handheld so they could film themselves getting it. I needed the action shot for the final cut, though they aren't really action material. We need to stick together from here on out, I suggested. There's too few of us to guard the whole place, so let's grab a few things, toss it all in the truck, and get the hell... My statement was interrupted by the sound of a roaring engine on the road. I took a peek around the edge of the front gate. One of the Legion pickups had come through the last roadblock, and it raced under the overpass on the highway, heading south. The fire engine was a lot slower, and it wasn't more than a mile or 2 away. Unless I was missing something obvious, they were chasing them down. The men guarding the bridge took pot shots as the truck sped away, and the men sitting in the bed fired back. It looks like they're in a bit of... Another roaring engine came closer to us. One of the gun trucks came up the ramp on the far side of the overpass. Shit! Stay back! I ordered the 2 women. Staying hidden, I watched as the truck came to the top of the ramp, hesitated at the stop sign for several seconds, then turned left toward us. The men on the bridge fired at it, while they also hopped over the railing to land on the embankment below. Our luck is on a cold streak, I said, mostly for Carmen's sake. That truck is heading this way, I yelled to Allison and Pierce. Hide! I briefly considered shutting the gate, but knew it would do nothing to slow anyone down. If anything, it would reveal to the enemy there were still people in the scrapyard, since I would have to show myself in order to close it. Back up, I said as I grabbed Deanna by the wrist. Maybe we can talk to them? She pleaded without much confidence. I'll give them this whole yard if they want it, just for letting me go. I kept dragging her, not roughly, but with firmness, since she didn't seem to grasp the danger. That's not why they're coming here. What do you mean? I've got tons of money. I'm sure I can reason with them. The layout of the scrapyard wall was nowhere close to uniform. Over time, several of the cars that made up the outer boundary had shifted, falling to the side, or they'd been flipped over. It made it a bit hard to walk around near the wall, but that chaotic appearance gave us places to hide from the approaching vehicle. You've hit on 2 items that will have no effect on them. They don't care about your money. since they have access to every bank in Florida. They also can't be reasoned with, since it appears all they want to do is burn this city to the ground. I pointed to the red sky, as it represented Port Charlotte, my meaning clear. But they have to want something. Everyone wants something. The engine got louder as it arrived. The three of us crouched against the wall. "Stay down," I cautioned. The truck rammed through the partially opened gate. Deanna flinched with a loud crack. I peeked from our hiding spot. The big truck was the same model as the ones I'd avoided in Gretchen's neighborhood. They were 3/4-ton Chevys, with a boxy back end a little reminiscent of an armored car, meant to carry money. However, the whole thing was smaller than those, since the Legion troopers had to transport them inside fixed-size shipping containers. However, the one big difference I could see was the machine gun turret on the top wasn't the same as the others. The driver veered around a pile of mixed metal scrap. It gave me a second to check out Allison and Pierce. Both had listened to me and were hidden somewhere out of sight. "We have to think about sneaking outside," I warned, "especially if more of those trucks come in here." I wasn't sure why anyone would want to go into a junkyard, especially when there were so many trailers and fancy homes on the other side of the highway. But I couldn't predict much of anything these strange invaders would do. "There's 4 main entrances. You came in one of them, and there is also the gap where the train can go in and out. That's all the way across the yard." Deanna pointed toward the moving truck. Behind it, a tall chain-link gate had been peppered with corrugated metal, effectively blocking anyone from looking in where the tracks entered. The enemy truck continued driving into the back of the complex, but it got ever closer to the open train car in the corner. My heart rate quickened, as I had no idea where Allison or Pierce had gone, and I didn't want either of them captured. "Be ready," I huffed. "For what?" Carmen whispered. "The usual," I chuckled. "Be ready for anything and everything." Deanna stuck her head up. "Can I film this?" I gently pushed her back down. "Keep low," I ordered. "But they are all the way over there," she replied, upset at the treatment. "They can't see us hiding here." I tried to let it roll off, but her attitude was going to get someone killed, potentially me. I had the distinct impression she'd lived her life without the slightest indication she was ever in any danger, since she obviously didn't appreciate how close we were to getting full-on dead. If those soldiers in the vehicle saw us or anyone, they did see someone. "Why is she running?" I asked, bewildered that Allison would pick that moment to run from her hiding spot and go in front of the truck, in full view of the driver. I'd been keeping my rifle low, out of the way, but I brought it to bear. It took a lot of effort to steady my breathing. "Can we distract them?" Carmen asked, also with her shotgun out. From this range, it was useless. Even my AR was effectively useless against the armored car. A rush of air sounded from close to Allison. I'd heard it before, but not on one of these trucks. A second later, flames erupted from the stream of liquid heading toward the running figure, now almost at the train car. "It's a big flamethrower," I commented as I watched the attack. Allison got to the back corner of the boxcar half a second before the jet of fuel, and 2 seconds before the flames engulfed it. I had no idea whether she got tagged back there, but I had to act. Pierce was still out there too. Before I could move a muscle, the flamethrower on top of the truck swiveled away from us. Behind the truck, barely visible through all the wrecked cars, scrap, and old machinery between us and the back wall. I saw the Cybertruck come through the rear entrance. Flames shot out, engulfing the truck. "No!" I choked out. We were spread out. Communication was impossible, and people were dying. The crump of metal on metal told me the electric truck had struck an object back there. Another clue of the truck's fate was that the flamethrower swiveled again, so it faced the open door of the train car. I sucked air through clenched teeth, bracing for it. A continuous jet of fuel arced from the truck into the doorway. The flames followed. In a flash, irreplaceable computer hardware was turned to ash. All our plans to get critical hardware back to Clownfish were gone. How could we even fight back? Chapter 6. In a powered world, there was an obvious way to fight back against the Legion flamethrower. It was a couple 100 feet tall, made of metal, and it sat in the middle of the complex. If it had been working, I could have swung the big magnet over the truck, grabbed it, and deposited those assholes wherever I wanted. However, there was no power in this world. "Come on, let's move to the other side of the gate." "You've got a plan?" Deanna asked. "Already?" "Plan is such a strong word," I laughed. "All I want to do is be on the safer side of your metal yard, so we can run out and not be shot." Leaving through the front gate was no longer an option, since there were more vehicles out there, and we'd need to get in full view of them to cross the highway. Of all the choices, it was probably the worst. Exiting through the same gate we came in would expose us to the soldiers at the Walmart and at the roadblock bordering the town. There were trees to hide behind, but nowhere else to go but swamp. The gate on the east side was ablaze with the electric truck. Another easy no. The gate on the southern side, opposite where we were, was closest to home. As a bonus, there were no Legion troops in that direction. Not yet, anyway. After peeking out the front gate, we ran across the entryway. Though I heard the drone of engines on the highway, there were no more trucks on the overpass, so the war gods had at least given us a tiny concession on that point. We only had one truck to worry about. As we ran among more vehicle hulks, the ground rumbled several times as explosions ripped through the gas tanks of the abandoned cars at the Walmart. I expected a similar boom from the flaming train car and the junkyard, given there had to be a fuel tank with the onboard generator. I also expected the Cybertruck battery to cook off, like the Prius did back at our Bayside roadblock, and like the pyramid of batteries back on that street in Punta Gorda. Deanna lagged behind us, as if running, ducking, and being hunched over was killing her. For the moment, I let her lag. My only goal was to reposition. Since we were heading for the southwest corner of the yard, we were as far as possible from the flame-throwing dragon. The chances of it seeing us through 200 yards of debris was zilch. By the time we reached what seemed like the corner, it was hard to tell with all the junk motorcycles piled there. I took a moment to reorient on our adversary. At first, it seemed as if it hadn't moved, but I quickly figured out the truck had backed up. "It's still close to where it was," I advised. "Let's keep going." Deanna arrived as I stepped away. "Wait, I need to rest," she complained. I forced myself to be charitable. She may have lost 3 of her friends to the fire. "Take 1 minute." "Why don't I cross in the middle and distract them?" Carmen said out of nowhere. "Then you can attack them from behind." "You want to attack that thing?" I chuckled, impressed. "We have to distract it so everyone can get away. If we don't, it will drive out the front gate and hunt us down." "You two could get away without being spotted at all," Deanna volunteered. I brought you here. Maybe that is for the best, so I don't get anyone else killed. Don't be too hard on yourself, I managed to say. Part of me wanted to lay into her for not coming out of the shadows sooner, but I knew it was far too late for told you so. Besides, I have a friend and a half stuck on the other side of your scrap pile. A half? Carmen whispered. Pierce counts as one. Allison rates 1/2. She stifled a laugh. I've been watching strong leaders all around Fort Myers the past 2 weeks, men and women, wishing I could be like them. But it is a lot easier to stay above it all and film the atrocities than it is to see it happen inside your own home. I wanted to scream, "No shit," to her, but I fought the urge. She went on. I'll try to get through this as best I can. The girl sounded contrite, but it was still all about her. Did she even understand those of us on the outside had fears and anxiety every second of every day? The only reason I wasn't wasted emotionally was the support I received from Carmen. Having someone on the team who you love, and who loves you in return, made the apocalypse 1,000 times less terrible. I didn't know Deanna at all, but I got the sense her focus was on documenting, not building meaningful relationships. Maybe it was a side effect of having more technology at her fingertips for far longer than everyone else. Her power was now off, so her real apocalypse was only beginning. After our rest, I pointed to the south gate as our next target. We moved in silence as the flame truck continued to pick targets and light them up. First, it went for the back of the train engine, perhaps thinking it still worked. Then it sprayed the pilot house for the crane, also assuming it worked. Finally, as Carmen and I arrived at the gate, the gunner hit the inside of the train car a second time. Well, that's just being mean, I said. Deanna arrived 10 seconds after we did, winded and sweating. I don't suppose you two would wait outside the gate, would you? Sure, Deanna said, as Carmen said the opposite. I looked at the young lady. What? You asked, she said defensively. What can I do against that thing? She has a point, Frank, Carmen added. I know the look in your eye. Why don't we lay low, let the truck leave, then go check out what's left? Time was against us. Pierce was still out there, and despite her only rating 1/2, I was terribly curious about Allison's fate, so I wasn't quite ready to lay low for more than a short time. You two hang back, I recommended again, so we have less chance of being spotted. What? He's going? Deanna spoke to Carmen. Don't leave me here alone. I don't know if he's going, but he shouldn't. Carmen was doing her best not to sound worried. Look, I don't want to get any closer to that thing, but I have to know where Pierce is. If he's hiding close to the truck, he may need a distraction to get out of there. Otherwise, I made an explosion gesture with both my hands, meaning he would get burned up. The conflict was obvious on Carmen's face. She didn't want to admit I was right, but she knew I was. I didn't even realize I was right until I saw the destruction wrought by the war machine. It sat inside a cauldron of burning steel and wood. If Pierce was alive, and that was a big if, he would need help getting out of there. Carmen rushed over and gave me a quick hug. Without words, she let go, put her arm around Deanna's back, then pushed her out the gate. Thank you, I said to her curvy backside. I'll cover you, she replied over her shoulder. Okay, I answered. Once they were out of sight, I hurried through more of the derelict vehicles as I made my way closer to the truck. After passing the remains of a car that looked a hell of a lot like an old El Camino, I found myself with nothing between me and the truck but one more beat-up sedan. One good thing about the flamethrower was the range. Unlike a machine gun, which could have struck us at any point inside the perimeter of the yard, the flamer didn't have near the same range. I didn't know exactly how far it could shoot, but I'd stopped with far more room than the length of the bursts of fire I'd witnessed earlier. The pause gave me a chance to study. I froze in place. 3 men came out the rear doors. Clad all in black, like every other Legion soldier, they were armed with foreign battle rifles with model names I couldn't identify. "See where she went," one man yelled. His English had no detectable accent. My BP went to 200 beats per minute. They had to mean Allison. "And confirm those in the electric truck are dead," the leader added. As the trio ran off, another one stepped to the rear of the truck, crouching as he came through the back doors. I brought up my rifle and scope, set it on a broken window, and aimed through the interior of the car. Range was about 30 yards. The flames blew straight up, so there was no wind. He faced me with the black interior of the truck making him stand out in the daylight, even with his dark uniform. I wasn't sure what the heart rate limit was, but mine broke all the records. It was hard to keep the scope steady with all the pressure. By firing, I would start a war I might not finish. Maybe the sound tactical play was to lay low and hope they didn't find anyone. The word hope made me cringe. Someone had once said hope wasn't a plan, and I was coming to understand what that meant. Quickly, I drew up 3 pieces of an actual plan. Step 1, kill the leader. Step 2, kill the 3 men. Step 3, take over the truck. It was the best plan I could come up with, and I'd not even realized taking the truck was an option. However, once it was on the table, I saw why I had to take a chance. I was in the process of lining up my shot when a woman screamed. "Allison," I said under my breath. The leader hurried toward the right side of the truck. I aimed at him, picking a spot on his back below his shoulders. "Here we go," I said to myself. Exhale. Squeeze the trigger. The pop sound was louder than I'd expected. The first one always was. I hit the leader exactly where I'd aimed. He lunged forward a few steps, but against all sound judgment he turned, threw down his rifle, and tried to get back inside his armored truck. I shot him 3 more times. There were shouts from men, along with the woman. There wasn't time to reposition. I threw about 5 rounds into the wide-open truck, hoping to hit the driver, if he was still in there. I'd done it to make him stay low, in case he tried to use the flamethrower on me. I easily found the first guy. He squatted behind a 55-gallon drum near the tent and a bunch of tables. It was almost funny how he looked in the wrong direction for me. I aimed in the center of the barrel, expecting it was empty, and put 2 rounds into it. He fell sideways. A clock was ticking before they found me, but I still had the upper hand, so I needed to take advantage of every second. My mind became unusually serene as I searched out the next target. The guy was yelling at someone while hiding near the corner of the burning train car. Again, it defied military sense that he would stay there where I could see him. But I wasn't dealing with elite warriors, not with this bunch. I aimed at his legs, which were still exposed, as if he'd forgotten the train wasn't low enough to hide them. I sensed the crooked grin on my face. I was going to win this. Before I could pull the trigger, a bullet whizzed through the car and cracked some plastic about 6 inches from my head. "Shit!" I barked, ducking down. A series of thumps hit the car. I'd been spotted. The guy went full auto on me. Bullets raged, and holes appeared in the metal on my side, even as I scrambled to be near the front wheel and engine. A zap touched my face, splashing me with hot liquid. I looked down, shocked to see blood on my pants. A vision played in front of my eyes. Carmen stood there, shaking her head, giving me a sassy Cuban accent without voicing a word, obviously unhappy with my choices. "I know. I should have relocated," I said to myself. I tapped the side of my face, afraid I would be missing half a cheek. There was no pain. As I searched, bullets continued to rattle nearby, until they stopped. The side of my head was slathered with liquid. A head wound. But I dabbed it again and looked at my hand. The red was familiar, but it wasn't blood. I took a quick sniff. Transmission fluid. I let out the biggest sigh of relief ever. "Thank you, Lord," I prayed. Then, knowing what I had to do, I scrambled into the junk, putting more crap between me and the shooters. That took about 15 seconds before I found another ruined car sticking up through the scrap at an angle. Using it as a blocker, I was able to once again get a look at the battle space. One dead man at the back of the truck. One dead man by the barrel. One... Motion caught my attention at the side of the armored vehicle. I had to bring my scope to bear, ready to get the soldier who'd shot at me. What the... I immediately recognized the blonde hair and medium frame. Pierce was out of the scrapyard uniform. He now wore dirty khaki trousers and the remains of a white dress shirt. Before I could finish my observation of him, Pierce picked up the discarded rifle, looked my way for a second, then climbed into the darkness at the rear of the gun truck. "This is bonkers," I wheezed. Embracing the wild turn of events, I quickly went back to the guy I'd been targeting by the train. Unlike the last time, I planned to take a shot and move right away. However, the easy target wasn't there anymore. I ducked. Was it necessary to relocate if you didn't fire? Had I been spotted? Sometimes you had to take chances. I peeked over the top again. Now I saw movement. Someone ran away from the vehicle. Gunshots echoed from inside the truck. I wanted to go help him, but there was nothing I could do for Pierce. I tried to find the soldier again. He was gone. No, the man had run at an angle, giving up his hiding spot by the train, and headed for the dead man behind the barrel. For a few seconds, he cut sideways directly across my field of view. I quickly aimed and fired. The bullet struck the train engine in the background. I fired twice more, missing both times. My heart was fluttering with excitement, and I couldn't keep my hand steady, even with all my focus. Now I had to move. There may have been shots incoming, but I sprinted about 2 cars down the row before ducking down one more time. My breathing was fast and uneven. More shots from inside the van. I had to look. Almost immediately, Pierce tumbled from the back. He cried out when he hit the ground. A man on the inside reached for the left door to pull it closed. "Now or never," I said to prompt me to action. I drew on the guy as he reached for the other handle. For whatever reason, he paused and seemed to scan the area for me. If he'd shut the door, he could have easily looked at me through one of the small rear windows, in perfect safety. I held my breath this time. He was a giant in my scope. The chatter of rifle hits exploded all around me. I gasped with shock. I sent out a round, but I had no idea if I hit anything, since I was instinctively ducking at the same time. The missing man appeared on my right side, about 30 feet away. He'd somehow gotten to my side of the gate and had almost reached me. I had to stay down as the bullets hit the broken car next to me, cars around me, and even the hulk of the burning crane across the way. Now I regretted an activity I'd forgotten about. For the first time in forever, I'd not counted the rounds as I fired them, so I couldn't say how many were left. That would leave me in a lurch if I ran out as the guy tried to storm my position. I dropped the rifle and pulled out my Smith & Wesson. My hands were drenched in sweat. My whole body shook with buttloads of adrenaline. I could barely breathe. He was coming. I heard the footsteps. I found myself faced with two choices. I could let him come around the corner and get a free shot on me, or I could surprise him by leaning around the corner and doing it to him instead. God, I can't believe I'm doing this. I couldn't bring myself to ask the Almighty for help. I was on my own. Chapter 7. I looked around the corner, exposing half my face and a bit of my right arm. He was caught mid-step. Time halted. I raised the giant pistol as he brought up his foreign rifle. I suspect both our eyes went wide with terror at seeing the other's barrel. And since there was no turning back, we both fired. The recoil was terrible. The sound even worse. It was only after I'd retreated behind the corner that I realized I was still alive. His shot had somehow missed. I figured I'd hit him with mine, and he'd come tumbling to the ground smack dab in front of me for the easy double tap. But I got ahead of myself with the celebration. My foot caught on a broken drive shaft sticking out in the narrow walkway between the piles of scrap. "Oof," I said, on the ground a second later. The soldier appeared at the corner, but he wasn't injured and falling. Instead, he peaked exactly as I had done. My heart squeezed out every last drop it could. On the ground, I couldn't get my arm up to fire my pistol, so I rolled to my right, attempting to wedge into a gap underneath a long, crushed vehicle. With a little effort, it would shield me while He fired twice, hitting the top of the metal debris, which saved my life. "Crap!" I cried out. There was less room than I'd thought. The nook was only about 2 feet deep and about as long as I was, but there was barely any room for me to lift the firearm over my hip and aim at him. My ill-timed fall had set me on a course where I couldn't fight back. Before I could move out, the guy in the black uniform pounced. "Stay there!" he shouted. I looked into the barrel of his gun again, but almost point blank. He had me. "Look, buddy, I think you got the wrong guy," I said with unabashed sarcasm. "I was just passing through." "One more American soldier on his back," he laughed. "Die, like the dog you are." Hey, I'm a trucker, not a soldier. I knew it was futile to argue with him, but words were my only defense, as was time. My pistol was still behind me, so I wanted to keep him talking while I slowly set it on my hip for one last shot. "Can't we negotiate?" The asshole kicked grease-covered gravel in my face. "This is why you Americans have lost this war. You think we came here to talk, He spat at me. My heart pounded like a freight train cresting Mount Everest. My next shot was all or nothing. The gun slid across my hip, almost in position. I'd have to slip out of the cranny a little, or I'd have to shoot him in the shin. It was like I was underneath a bed trying to slide free. "You haven't even met a real soldier," I taunted. "I guarantee any one of them could kick your ass all the way back to wherever you came from." The man was tan-skinned, short, with black hair and thin mustache, potentially from any country south of the American border. From my position on the ground looking up, I really couldn't distinguish where he might be from based on his appearance, uniform, or how he spoke. "We have met many of your soldiers. In fact, lots of them were already in our army. The rest, where are they? We have run free for 12 days with no sign of the powerful army you brag about. And your civilians, a rifle behind every blade of grass, they bragged. We have not seen them either. This country now belongs to us." I'd made him waste enough time. My gun was ready. All I needed was a little nudge out of the hole. "Hey, do you mind if I scoot out of here? This American would prefer to die on his feet." He leaned over and put the barrel of the rifle about 6 inches from my eyeball. "No!" he screamed. "This is not John Wayne TV program. You killed my beloved Felipe over there, mi hermano, and I wanted to see you die for it." I guess I was asking too much for him to be that stupid. Left with no choice, I tried to line up my pistol with his shin. A powerful boom followed, a few feet from his back, making him recoil. The shot took a big chunk out of his left arm, striking well above me. Warm blood splattered everywhere. I'd been so tense that the gun blast didn't even faze me. The splash of blood didn't faze me. His rifle moved away from my face. Yes! That's what I'd been waiting for. In final desperation, I thrust my body out of the hole and fired my hand cannon the microsecond I was clear of the overhang. 3 thunderous cracks sounded together. My Smith & Wesson went up and into his gut. The soldier fired back, striking the metal scrap above me. And Carmen fired her shotgun a second time, pumping more buckshot into his side and back. He dropped dead like the cord had been cut. The body slammed against the wrecked car on the other side of the aisle. Then he fell to the gravel next to me. I was already up and kneeling. Carmen stepped closer to my side. "Is he dead?" she asked. I turned to her. "What the hell are you doing here?" "You're welcome," she chuckled. "No, sorry. Thank you for saving my life, but I sent you out the side door with Deanna. Is she here too?" "No way. She's still out there. However, I came around the back of the yard to see if I could help the kids in the electric truck. When I got to the gate, Allison saw me and directed me where to go. First, I shot the guy on the other side by the train, and then she ran over and told me a guy had found you. That's when I followed him into this garbage heap." "Allison helped save my life?" I asked. "You sure it wasn't someone else? A bystander, perhaps?" "No, it was her," she laughed. "Could you pretend it was anyone but her?" I accepted that it happened, but I didn't want any reason to trust the sneaky woman more than the minimal amount I already did. I couldn't afford to become complacent. "We'll see," she finally answered. She crouched down next to me, but only did it so she could spin around and keep watch behind her. "Are there more of them?" "I don't think so," she replied. I tested standing up. No one was running around, Pierce was still near the back of the truck, getting up from where he'd fallen. "There's one guy left in the truck," I whispered. The roaring inferno inside the train car was a reminder of the total damage it was capable of. "Let's swing around," I started to say. The doors flung open. A woman stood at the back. "Allison?" I said with disbelief. "All clear here," she said, as if opening the front awning of a neighborhood fruit stand. "Come on in." Carmen and I took a moment to look at each other. "You said she helped you," I prompted. "Yeah, she did, but now that I think of it, she was heading somewhere with a suitcase." "A suitcase?" Those guys in the fire engine had mentioned suitcases. No one would travel around with that much cash, would they? "Let's go see," Carmen said, leading me out of the scrap pile. I let her lead me across the gravel lot, content for a moment my life hadn't ended in that dirty little hiding place, though I still felt weighed down by the implications. I'd come 2 weeks into the apocalypse, but my ticket had almost been punched. Looking around, the air seemed clearer, the sounds more vibrant, and colors were astounding. I barely noticed or cared that the sky was red. The air was thick with black, choking fumes, and there were dead men lying all around. Before we got to the truck, I motioned toward the electric rig still on fire. "Any chance those kids made it out of there?" "They didn't," Allison interjected. We closed the distance. "Pierce, you okay?" I asked. The man sat up as we got there, not seriously injured by his fall out the back. "Yeah, that guy wasn't in the driver's seat like I expected. I think he was getting ready to smoke us with the flamethrower, because he was in the back with the controls. I must have surprised him almost as much as he surprised me." "You did good," I told him. I turned my attention to Allison. "How did you get in there?" I asked. "Well, you convinced me not to use my tits to get what I want, but I found a suitcase full of money on a table back there." She pointed by the tent canopy by the train engine. "I held it against the window and told him we'd let him go with $1 million to sweeten the deal." "He could have lit us both up," Pierce remarked. "I don't think he can shoot next to his own truck," she suggested. "It's why he gave up when he did." "So you lured him out with the cash?" I continued. "Where'd he go?" "Sort of." She shrugged with indifference. "I got him to open his door to take it. Then I shot him in the face." My mistrust of her came swarming back. It wasn't the shooting, but the cold way she talked. She could be bubbly and friendly one minute, and a cold-blooded killer the next. It made it difficult to read her mindset. "Explain what happened, please," I said. "Let's start with the suitcase." She hopped out and went around to the driver's side door, where she picked up a small black suitcase. After a quick unzip, she held it at an angle so we could see what was inside. Much like a movie about drug dealers, it was stuffed with large U.S. bills from top to bottom. "This suitcase was filled with money?" Carmen asked. "They all are," Allison laughed. "When I ran around the back of the train to avoid that blast of fire, I saw about 20 suitcases sitting under that tent. I stayed hidden, but a guy ran past me and went directly for the cases, as if he could tell what was inside. Then he squatted behind a barrel before he was shot dead." That had been my doing. She led us around the side of the truck, avoiding the heat of the burning train car, and took us toward the tent. "They came here for a heist?" I asked. "But they are burning everything else. The value they've flushed down the crapper is off the scale. So what's so special about a few suitcases of worthless money?" "Maybe their invasion is not going that well," Pierce suggested. They need the cash for their escape back to wherever they came from. That guy who almost killed me seemed to think they had the upper hand over us, I replied. On the other hand, they aren't going to tell me the truth. Maybe they are doing good here, but the rest of the country is fighting them off, Allison said matter-of-factly. Or our military is pushing them in our direction, and they are getting desperate. This money might still be worth something in other countries. It was an interesting point, but it didn't change the basic and important fact that the Legion had annihilated Port Charlotte, was about to do the same to Punta Gorda, and the next stops down the line were North Point and the Clownfish Cove neighborhood watch area. We reached the tables, and I unzipped the first bag. Sure enough, these are filled with cash. I had an urge, cultivated over a lifetime of mostly living paycheck to paycheck, to take some of it, but I knew it had no real value anymore. It was like realizing life had become a game of Monopoly. The money was fake, with no real backing, and the houses and hotels could be given or taken away with the roll of the dice. "Why so much?" Carmen asked. She really meant it when she said she used cash to buy all the cars from people, I chuckled. Though I wonder how all those sellers are liking their sale now. The three of them laughed. I guess we shouldn't poke fun, I said, sobering up. Those people are probably dying in town because they can't escape the moving vehicles. That reminds me, Allison interjected, holding up a set of car keys. That for the truck? I asked. Yepperoonies. I caught Carmen giving me the side-eye, like we were both skeptical of all the good luck Allison had suddenly brought to the table. I couldn't deny, however, her good fortune was helping us out immensely. If trust was a 16-foot extension ladder, she'd made it to rung number 1. So we lost all of Deanna's computer equipment, but we've picked up one enemy truck and a bunch of cash. That's about the sound of it, Allison replied. Hey, Deanna called out. Speak of the devil, Carmen said under her breath. The young woman stood at the back gate, peeking timidly around the corner as we stood by all the travel bags. What are you guys doing with my money? You've done well for yourself, I said with a voice full of begrudging respect. Is it safe to come out? She asked, switching tracks. Sure, I answered, pointing up. Safe as it can be under a sky like this. Deanna jogged through the back gate, but paused while close to the Cybertruck. She put her head down and paid respects to her 3 dead friends. When she came up to the table, she didn't seem concerned about the possibility any of the suitcases were gone. She barely looked at them. I heard the shooting and wanted to see if you were all right, she said. I couldn't complain about her not staying where she was supposed to, since I was quite pleased Carmen had come along when she did. Though unlike Carmen, and even Allison, she hadn't picked up a weapon to fight. Who on the outside knows about this? I asked, directing attention to the bags of money. Does it matter? She asked. You didn't mention this money on your videos, did you? I pressed. Maybe. She shrugged like it was not important. Did you film yourself with all this money before the EMP turned off the internet? Maybe. I took that as a yes. Didn't you also use cash to buy everyone's cars? Carmen joined in. Deanna turned to her. No one knew I was here. Even she didn't seem convinced of her own words. We can't stick around, I said, catching on. More of the Legion is coming here for sure, but this is also the first place residents are going to flee when they are shoved to the south. Maybe they'll assume you still have their cars, and this is the place to get them back. Maybe it will simply look like a strong place to hold up. Whatever the reason, we can't be here when they arrive."
"No one knew,"
Dee moaned, barely above a whisper. I took a long, calming breath after all the action. I'd found myself doing this more and more lately, as if the Zen garden meditation practitioners had been onto something back in the old days. Relaxation for me back then was a couple of beers and a good book, since my days were always full of stress at my jobs. Deep breaths and doing nothing weren't even in my realm of understanding in that former life. Renewed, I waved my hand in a circle above my head. "Mount up, y'all. We're skedaddling." Chapter 8.
"I'm driving,"
Allison blurted out, already heading for the armored flame-throwing truck. It took me a moment to realize she was being serious. "Hold up," I said in my stern, frank voice. "If we're taking that out of here, I'll drive. I'm sure we'll have to talk to people between here and Clownfish, and I can't risk you making them mad."
"Aw, poop,"
she said, skidding to a stop.
"Can we fit a generator in the back?"
Deanna asked. "Do you have another one?" I asked, looking around. "Isn't the first one burning in that train car?"
"There's still time to get it. I don't think it is burning yet."
She drew my attention to the wooden car.
"It's for sure going to burn up, but you can see the flames haven't reached this side. It sits in a big cubby behind that sealed door."
"And you don't think it's burning in there?" I asked.
"See for yourself. I've seen Uding open the door on the outside, but I've never bothered with it."
She sighed.
"Nothing has gone right. At least get a reward for coming here."
"Let's check it out," I said, accepting what she was trying to do. The five of us walked closer to the front end of the boxcar. The flamethrower had gutted the inside, as it was now engulfed in flames, and there were patches of the fire catching on the wooden slats of the outside walls. But it wasn't totally consumed on the top, front, and back. Deanna swung the hinged hatch open, revealing a boxy machine I easily recognized as a generator. The device was about the size of your typical dishwasher, maybe 4 feet by 4 feet, and it was off. It was surrounded by black rails to help with transport and protect it from being damaged. It also sat on an industrial-grade slide-out tray so it could be serviced. There were no flames in there, but white smoke poured from the rear of the darkened compartment. The fire was starting to poke through. "We have to get this unhooked before the fire reaches it, then get it loaded into the back of the truck. We can do this fast if we get the right tools."
"I don't know if they're what you need, but the men kept their tools in the main building."
Deanna pointed to the train engine, which was about 20 feet in front of the boxcar. "The engine?" I asked.
"No, behind it, on the other side. There's a little service building where they do billing, talk on the phone, coordinate loading the train, that kind of stuff."
I'd missed it coming in. I also missed the fire truck and suitcases stuffed with cash. It was possible the entire Dawn Star could park inside the chaotic compound and remain hidden. "Okay, I'll search for tools," I said, inching in that direction. "Carmen, would you mind backing the truck as close to the generator as you can, then folding up all the seats?" The back of the truck was open all the way to the front, and there were rows of fold-up seats along the walls, facing inward, like you might see in a military transport aircraft. Only the frontmost seat behind the driver faced forward, as that one had a fold-down control console for the flamethrower. "I can do it," Pierce volunteered. "No, sorry. I need Carmen." I wanted someone I trusted. "Your job, if you want it, is to gather weapons from these dead men, then throw them in the truck with us. Allison, would you mind tossing the keys to her, then climbing onto the north wall and keeping watch?" She nodded.
What about me? Deanna asked, sounding a bit hurt.
Your job is to gather anything useful you have left. Do you have more controllers for your drones? Without the server, I didn't know how she would keep watch. And where do you store the broken drones?
I have one controller in my tote bag.
She'd left her handbag sitting in the middle of the compound, where she'd had her cry sesh earlier.
As for drones,
just get them, I insisted, still moving backward. I've got to get the tools before the fire burns the Jenny.
Oh, right.
Everyone broke apart and went to work. I took one last moment to watch them spring into action, to be sure we were all using the short amount of time wisely. Carmen was the most pleasant to watch, of course. I still couldn't trust the other three. Pierce, the guy who'd stuck around Deanna's place rather than rush home to his wife and young child. Allison, the risk-loving woman with motivations beyond my comprehension. And Deanna. I didn't know what to make of her either. Did she instill loyalty in people, or chase them away? Arriving late to this place, it was easy for me to say she drove people away. But the reality was that those men on the fire engine had stuck by her through 12 days of the apocalypse. So did the camera girl and the 2 boys. They'd stuck with her right until their deaths. No one would do that if they didn't have some faith in a person. And none of those 3 really knew the other 2. Taken together, the group was not what I would call my A-team. Satisfied we were all moving to our tasks, I ran for the building. I found the dilapidated office for the scrapyard in the back corner, behind the train, as promised. I scrounged the screwdriver and wrenches I needed to disconnect those cables from the Jenny, and I also discovered a small fridge with some rotted sandwiches and a 6-pack of sodas. I snagged the drinks and sprinted back to the train. Carmen had the truck turned around and rolling in. Pierce came back with a haul of guns. Deanna briefly looked up in the sky while holding a computer tablet. 3 of her drones had lifted off from wherever she'd kept them, and they flew over the south wall, presumably heading for my street. She also had what looked like a laptop bag and one of her suitcases of money. When she turned from her drone swarm, she immediately saw me scowling at her luggage, so she spoke up.
We might need to buy people off.
I thought about telling her the money was no good, though I couldn't say for sure. Like I'd read many times in my books, the only thing that ever gave paper fiat money any value was a Santa-esque belief by consumers that it was worth the number printed on front. So there might yet be people who still believed it did. Allison was climbing the wall, almost to the top. With a little luck, she'd soon have eyes on the Walmart parking lot and the road in front of the junkyard. "Let's do this," I huffed, winded from running back and forth to the office. I climbed onto the tray holding the generator and unhooked cables. As usual, the right tools made the job go fast. This was a good thing, too, since it kept getting hotter, even in the short time I was there. My eyes also burned from the acrid smoke of torched electronics inside the boxcar. From there, it was easy to dump it into the back of the truck. By a stroke of rare luck, the tray sat about a foot higher than the truck bed, allowing us to use gravity to let it slide in. The fire came through the wall at about the same time we were shoving it the rest of the way into the vehicle. We cleared out. I could see the bank of batteries inside another layer of metal cage in there, stacked about 6 high, but there was no way to grab them. Fortunately, batteries were one of the few things in high supply out on the streets. In fact, the only people I could remember ever gathering them was Zen's guys, way earlier in the apocalypse. "Carmen, move it out," I called to her, still in the driver's seat.
"Okay,"
she replied. The rest of us followed, as the flame truck moved away from the fires it had caused. The one at the crane had already gone out, since there wasn't much to burn in the metal machine besides maybe the operator's chair and some plastic on the dashboard. The one on the boxcar was still growing. Tips of fire already shot out from the compartment where we'd removed the Jenny. "Allison, how does it look up there?" I called. She looked back at me.
"Do you want to know if more armored trucks are coming? Or just vehicles in general?"
"Anything," I answered. After a brief glance over the wall, she faced me again.
"I see a few trucks, but there are also a lot of regular cars."
"They're coming this way?" I pressed, feeling the urgency returning.
"Yeah, a bunch of them are," she said.
I hurriedly turned to Pierce and Deanna. "You guys ready to go?" They both nodded. Back to Allison. "You can come on down." She started off the wall of junk vehicles. "Saddle up," I advised, opening the front door. Carmen had already hopped over to the passenger seat. "How's she drive?" I asked.
"Like a truck,"
she answered. "Good enough for me." I got a feeling for the controls as the other two climbed in through the back door. "Hey guys, tell me when Allison is in and the door is closed." "Roger that," Pierce answered. It gave me a few moments to think about where to go. 3 of the 4 exits went on to soft ground, and while I figured the truck could do okay off-road, I didn't want a chance getting stuck out there. The only realistic direction was west, out the front gate. A minute went by before Allison arrived.
"I thought, after everything I did to you, that you were going to leave without me," she said,
heavily winded. "No, trust is a 2-way street," I said. "I promise I won't ditch you." She slammed the back doors shut and came around the generator, filling most of the rear cargo space.
"Thanks."
"Now everyone hold on. It could get dicey until we're on the highway." I put the truck in gear and headed for the front entrance. I noticed immediately it moved sluggishly, as if the makers of the military rig hadn't properly accounted for the extra armor and weaponry. We'd also brought in 5 people and 1 heavy generator to give it an extra challenge. We went through the gate under the red sky, but I stopped between the 2 ends of the berm, a little short of the train tracks. I gulped. Carmen followed my gaze. The men who jumped over the sides of the bridge were back on top. They'd lined the bridge rails and fired down on vehicles as they passed under. The Legion trucks roared through, heading south. I wasn't overly concerned about the passing trucks. I was worried about the gunmen on the bridge. Some of them turned their rifles on us. We were, after all, in a Legion truck. Chapter 9. I took a mental picture of everything around me. The old cars, light trucks, and armored trucks on the highway out of Punta Gorda. The men standing guard on the bridge. They seemed tiny by comparison. And the landscape on the far side of the road. The massive trailer park was on the right, and it had been devastated by the flooding. Many of the trailers were sideways, tilted at odd angles from each other, or were washed to the backside of the park. On the left side there was the golf course and the houses built around it. The fairways and greens were still whole, but 2 weeks of neglect had made the grass taller and less orderly.
"Which part of the shit show should we head into?"
Carmen asked. I couldn't simply plug my route into a GPS like the old days. If I had one, it wouldn't report all the ambushes, blockades, and traffic stoppages between us and home. It would have been nice if it did. "I'm thinking," I answered. We couldn't go back into the scrapyard and wait. It was now obvious the short battle in the town was over. The foreign army was proceeding into the countryside, where the pickings would be a lot easier, since there were less people to stop them. We also couldn't go south on the road like I'd been planning. The Legion troops had their big trucks, but there were far more old cars leading the way, as if they'd stolen every gas-operated pre-1980 vehicle from Port Charlotte. I guess it was the one thing they weren't automatically destroying from the old America. In that respect, there was a thin silver lining to Deanna's purchase and destruction of many of those cars in Punta Gorda, as they couldn't be used against the rest of Fort Myers to our south. In this rare instance, 2 wrongs did make a right. Or could we go south? We were in a Legion truck, so perhaps they wouldn't even realize we didn't belong with their convoy. But then we might never get out of it. I was rattled into action when an object thumped against the front glass. "They're shooting!" I shouted as I ducked. Several more thumps slammed into the bulletproof glass on the windshield, while other hits pinged off the armor on the front. Go left or go straight? I put the pedal to the floor. We didn't explode off the starting line, but the truck worked up the speed as we left the scrapyard and went up the incline. The gravel road changed to pavement as we went directly toward the main overpass. "Which way?" Carmen asked. I still wasn't sure. I did like the idea of blending in. More blotches of broken glass appeared on the windshield. Each hit came with a punch, as if a supersonic baseball had been thrown at us. The truck was at maybe 40 miles per hour when I passed the first shooter. It was an older guy, gray hair, and a sporting shotgun. A faded purple bandana was wrapped around his upper arm. He was cool as a spring snowfall while he waited for my side window to face him. Then he pulled the trigger and put a fist-sized spray of buckshot next to my head. "Damn!" I yelped. "We're the good guys!" I knew that was pointless. I couldn't slow down or stop to explain it to them. Besides, no one would trust a word I said. I know I wouldn't trust anyone driving an enemy vehicle like this one, not when there were dozens of others all around. The other problem, I realized way too late, was these were the same guys who'd been keeping hostages at the trailer park. They wore the same purple armbands as the men we'd killed there. If by some miracle they turned into allies, it would be my luck that someone would recognize me and the things we'd done to them. In the moment, there was no chance of becoming friends. For the next couple of seconds, men and women on both sides of the bridge unloaded on us. Spider webs of glass appeared on the side windows, and more showed up on the windshield. "Check what's behind your target!" I shouted, knowing no one could hear me. If any of those guys missed their shots, they could potentially kill their friends on the other side of the road. I kept the pedal to the floor. The only way I could help these folks in my limited capacity was by getting the hell out of there. Yeah, they were the purple bandana people, but even they could take out a Legion truck or 3. I needed them to slow the advance for me. Gun trucks on the road below also took pot shots at the men. One guy was standing too close to the concrete railing at the edge of the bridge. As I was approaching his spot, I happened to be looking at him. That's when his head turned into red mist. What remained fell to the pavement. Carmen gasped. "We're almost through," I assured her. I had a last moment to consider if there was more I could do for the men. Perhaps we could stop the truck on the bridge and torch some of the vehicles driving below. It would undoubtedly draw return fire from the gun trucks down there. And while our flamethrower was deadly at close range, it was no match for even one machine gun mounted on a truck, much less a whole convoy of them. It would probably get those trucks to come up the off-ramps, bringing extra pain to the men on the bridge. More trucks poured out of the town. Civilians fled from the assault through the nearby fields. Whatever resistance had been in Punta Gorda, it seemed as if it was all gone. The guys on the bridge should have been running too. "The highway is clogged with bad guys, and we don't want to fight more civilians, so let's get the hell out of everyone's way." I pointed to my 10 o'clock position. "That way."
"Hang on, people,"
Carmen advised the others, who couldn't see what was coming. Once clear of the bridge and onto the on-ramp, I swung the wheel, driving us into the sloped grass on the other side. My intention was to head into the same farm field I'd used on our previous journey. It was away from the Legion, but also away from the civilians, so we wouldn't interfere with either. When the truck left the pavement, we slowed as if stuck in glue. Allison rolled between the seats in the front.
"Oh my God,"
Carmen gushed.
"Are you okay?" "I didn't expect that,"
Allison replied. "Neither did we," I said. The grass was dry, as it hadn't rained in over a week, but the dirt of the field was soft enough to eat up the tires of our super-heavy armored truck. To compensate, I hurriedly steered back toward the roadway. Grass chunks and dirt flew from the tires. The truck slowed to about 5 miles per hour, tipping a little to the left. My grip was solid on the wheel, as if letting go would shipwreck us in the grass forever. The truck bounced on the uneven ground, upping the pucker factor a few more degrees. "Come on," I begged the steering wheel. I leaned to my right, trying to do my part to shift the weight of the entire vehicle to the uphill side. After a lifetime of driving big rigs, I knew this truck was heavy, but it shocked even me with how poorly it performed on open ground. We almost came to a stop. A breath caught in my throat. Stopping was the end. If the men with guns didn't shoot us, the Legion vehicles would soon find out we weren't regular soldiers. I gave the pedal a little nudge of gas. The front right tire caught the pavement. We lifted back onto the hard surface at barely a walking pace. "Go, you magnificent bastard!" I yelled to the truck. More RPMs spun up, giving us barely enough pep to get the right rear tire onto firm ground. From there, dancing along the edge of the grass, I slowly merged us back onto the main road until all 4 tires were there. I melted into my chair. "That was a close one." Allison finally sat up from her spot between the seats.
"Maybe the grass isn't such a great idea," she suggested.
"No, we're stuck on pavement," I answered, letting the implications of that sink in. If we wanted the Jenny and the truck itself, we'd have to get to Clownfish on surface roads. Looking up, we'd missed the turnoff to go to the trailer park. Instead, we were heading for the golf course. It wasn't that I wanted to go to the mangled park full of mobile homes, but it bothered me the choice had been taken away so suddenly. Now in the middle of the road, and with men still taking shots at us from behind, I blew through the front gate of what I'd once called a fancy pants golf club. No one was at the entrance, and the small wooden plank used as the entryway had already been broken off. I took a huge breath to calm my nerves after almost losing the truck. "I've been on this course during the apocalypse," I said to everyone, "but our vehicle was able to cut across the fairway and escape. This time Houses lined the road to our right, but I was drawn to movement on one of the greens to our left. "There are people on the course," I said, "and not to play through." Several faces appeared from hiding places behind the green. I could only see their heads and the guns in their hands. Several of them pulled the triggers, too. Bullets tinkled off the armor like rain.
They think we're with the Legion, I said with a voice steeped in regret. I half ducked as a round fist bumped the windshield. It was loud enough to cause Deanna to gasp, even though she was far in the back. Another blast glanced off my side window, cracking the glass worse than it already was. It forced me to study the door, wondering if it could hold rounds forever. But that's when I noticed a crank handle. A quick test revealed I could crank up a second, heavier window. Use this lever to double your protection, I said to Carmen. She did as instructed. We both rolled up the double windows, giving us a little more protection from the sides. It took away my ability to see as clearly out there, but it was a good trade. "Frank, look out!" Carmen said as she pointed ahead. I drove along the next fairway to find the street strewn with planks of wood. Each one had bits of pipe tubing sticking out and upward, making it impossible to drive over them without doing serious damage. They'd been placed on a bit of a turn, so there were only about 3 seconds to decide which way to go. I chose to hit the gas and drive through a white picket fence lining the front yard of a house overlooking the course. The truck bounced the curb, plowed through the fence, pushed an almost brand-new pickup truck parked on a driveway, and then it found its way back to the residential street. They tried to block the road, and the new pickup truck was a beast, but it was no match for the weight of the armored version. Plus, I had the speed to carry us through, driving on the grass and everything. "Is that a siren?" Deanna asked from the back. I drove for a few moments. There was a siren. "How did she hear that?" I asked my co-pilot. "No idea, but I hear it too." It was an old-fashioned air raid siren. "Should we give this up?" Deanna asked. I couldn't see her from my spot, even when I looked into the back compartment. I figured she was sitting next to the generator, maybe keeping an eye on it. "We can't," I answered. "Not now." I held the truck in the middle of the road, cruising along the long line of giant houses along the hilly golf course. When I'd been there on my previous trip, I'd mainly been focused on getting us through unnoticed. My hunch was the rich folk were far better armed than those down in the trailer park, so it was better to be quick. Many of them were in their windows and doorways, weapons aimed. Though we were inside an armored truck, I did not feel confident we could get through this neighborhood. Part of it was I didn't want to hurt any of them. Another part was I could empathize with them, as I would certainly be looking to fight back if an armored truck rumbled down my street. But mainly, it concerned me how organized they were. Those guys hiding behind the greens were the lookouts. I got the distinct impression they wanted us to drive into their trap. Chapter 10. "Everyone stay sharp," I said over my shoulder. Pierce and Allison acknowledged me, but I didn't hear anything from Deanna, which was fine since I didn't expect her to do much anyway. Dirt and rocks still kicked up into the wheel wells after my short trip in the grass. The handling of the overloaded truck was terrible, and despite the huge flamethrower on top, the sluggish performance made me feel like a helpless supertanker, rather than a battleship looking for a fight. I had to keep that in mind as we went deeper into the wealthy neighborhood. For a short time, we cruised along the edge of the green, with more giant houses along our right side. Though they were a little overgrown, all the lawns looked as if the residents had spent some serious time pushing spreaders, mulchers, and aerators, and I was certain every place had an in-ground irrigation system. The stucco of the homes was always painted perfectly. The tiled roofs were immaculate and clean, and the landscaping was next level. All that perfection came with a heavy cost, though, and I was sure their homeowners association made mine look like amateurs. I could almost smell the fresh-cut grass, Some homes at the beginning were burned to the ground, leaving oversized piles of blackened debris that suggested they hadn't been spared what was happening in the world. But most of the rest seemed intact. Bullet strikes picked up like raindrops.
I guess we aren't stopping to talk, Carmen mused.
No, I started.
Aha,
Deanna announced.
There they are.
I almost pounced on the brake. Who? Where? My eyes darted left and right. What's going on? I asked with impatience. She replied from far in the back.
I knew those bastards weren't dead. They used the remote to drive the Cybertruck back to me. Meanwhile, they ran into the forest behind my scrapyard.
Your friends? I asked. Ahead, a fork split the road. To the right, behind rows of cars and trucks and the remains of at least one old mobile home, the street left the edge of the golf course into an area where houses were located on both sides of the street. To the left, there was a row of homes along one side for a bit, but it looked like townhomes lined both sides farther down. We were fast approaching the rear of the development. Is this urgent? I pressed, slowing the truck. Wait, are you using a drone right now?
Everyone abandoned me, she whined.
Are you using a drone? We could really use that above us, not looking at your friends.
Who the hell is going to film me?
My hands wrapped around the steering wheel. It was like she was talking to herself, unaware of our situation.
Hey,
Carmen snapped, half turning to the young girl.
Frank asked you a question. What?
Deanna let out a little sniffle.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. I'm going to drop in and give them a piece of my mind. No, you're not.
Carmen surprised me by getting up and going into the back. We were 10 seconds from the fork, and the way ahead had become complicated. If I wanted to go to the right, I would have to run through cars, trucks, and that mobile home. All had been placed in the road between the houses to create a formidable wall. If I read the moment correctly, the locals had dragged the unit up the hill from the trailer park. It might even have been Nathan or Darla's. Bottom line, there was no going that way. We're heading to the left, I said to myself. The gunfire never let up. Voices in the back began yelling at each other. I'd learned that Carmen only spoke full Spanish when she was highly frustrated, when she was so angered that there were not enough English words to cuss at someone, or if she wanted to insult an idiot without them knowing it. At that moment, her Cuban slang poured out in buckets, and hoo boy was she heated. Some were curse words I recognized, while others were probably deep tracks from her Spanish album of bad language. I hadn't heard her so agitated since her and Evelyn got into it way back in those early days. A flash of light erupted from the hood, making me reflexively yank my hand over my eyes. When I looked, a furrow had been gouged on the top. "They've got something heavy," Pierce said from behind my seat. I turned as best I could to see him. He and his white dress shirt had come up toward the front. "No shit," I said in a friendly manner. "They're going for the engine." It was what I would do. The next shot hit the side plating. The clap of metal was so intense and sudden, it even shut up all the arguing voices in the back.
"Here,"
Deanna called.
"Thanks,"
Carmen answered. She then hurried to the front and plopped in her chair. Her hair was disheveled, and her otherwise beautiful face was red and sweaty. "Did you guys get in a fist fight?" I asked, almost as shocked at the internal problems of our ride as the external ones. She used her fingers to draw her hair back from the sides of her face.
"We now have access to one drone.
She held up a black computer tablet. Deanna came stumbling after her.
It only has half a charge. I cut its refuel short so I could catch my friends before they got out of range. No, not my friends. They are now just assholes.
I knew a few of them myself. The YouTube star returned to her seat. A wave of buckshot hit us, probably from far away, as it sounded like someone had chucked a bucket of BBs at the metal. They were throwing everything at us. Then the big gun put another shot on target, hitting the truck's boxy rear end. On the wild chance I could throw off the shooter by switching speeds, I hit the brake and slowed us considerably. Another shot came in at about the same moment, but it struck the hood in front of my window, tearing an oblong hole in the lighter top armor. I glanced left, over the golf course. The shooter had to be above us, based on where the bullets had struck. The designers of the community had gone to great lengths to beautify the course, but most of the trees they'd planted weren't more than 30 feet high. However, there was a huge wall of pine trees at the far edge, across 2 fairways. I was almost certain that's where he was. Bottom line, there was no possible way to drive over there and get him. Not that I wanted to. We were intruding on their territory. If there had been any way to tell them who we were, I would have tried it. But I wasn't stopping and rolling down my window when there was a constant barrage of lead from every direction. I slammed the gas pedal, hoping to lurch us forward and mess up the targeting again. But more gas did not mean more speed with the armored truck. The big Chevy had an automatic transmission, making it even more sluggish in this situation.
Frank, I can see this drone, Carmen said, but it is still by the scrapyard like she said. I don't think it can help us right now.
Get it moving this way, I advised, but stay out of sight of the Legion if you can.
I'll try,
she answered. Sobbing started up in the back. I flexed to check it out. Deanna, sitting in one of the seats attached to the wall, was in tears. I turned a bit more. Allison looked at me with eyes mid-roll. I felt the same way.
Ahead,
Carmen said as she tapped me on the arm. The road demanded my attention. Well, shit, I drawled. The residents had gone to the golf course and commandeered about 50 of the identical carts used by golfers to get around. They lined them across the street from one townhouse to the other. Since the townhomes had shorter driveways than normal houses, it made it easy to block the route. I couldn't go off-road, so the only real choice was how fast I was going to hit the wall of carts. "Going through," I announced, keeping the speedometer at about 20. We shattered through the little carts like they were nothing, but the giant truck bounced what might have been 3 feet in the air, slowing our speed at the same time. "What the?" Looking left, I saw concrete blocks hidden behind the carts. They were the kind you find in parking lots to stop car tires at the front of the spaces. We slammed onto the roadway. I jammed the wheel left and right to fight against the shift in our center of gravity. For a few seconds, the truck had a mind of its own, and we ran down 2 mailboxes, one on each side. Our heavy cargo wasn't secure in the back, so it swished from side to side as well, bashing against the inner walls each time. Deanna's sobs went full throttle. When I had it back in the middle of the road, I finally exhaled. "These guys are clever," Pierce said from the back. I'd barely heard him over the crying. "Can someone quiet her for a few seconds?" I begged. The steering wheel was drenched in sweat. My entire backside was also soaked. "I should have seen that coming," I said to myself.
"You couldn't have," Carmen assured me. "But I'm trying to get the drone over here."
Having an eye in the sky was exactly what we needed, but there wasn't much time left. Ahead, a few hundred yards away, I could see the end of the street. Beyond it, I hoped to find the coastal road joining North Point with Punta Gorda, and not another field of soft soil.
"The next thing is there,"
Pierce said next to my right shoulder, pointing ahead. The street was almost white. We drove on for a few seconds before I knew why.
"What are those?"
Carmen asked, looking up from her tablet.
"Golf balls,"
I answered. I didn't believe for a second that they were innocent, regular balls. They were probably filled with explosives, or there were spikes dotted around the roadway. My pulse quickened. Was it better to run over the ones in the road or in the tiny front yards? As the roadway went on, the yards and driveways became steeper, as if the developer wanted to create the illusion of a valley on this street, a landform hard to find in flat, featureless Florida. Rounds tortured the exterior of the truck, fired from each window of every house as best I could tell. Any regular car, even Shane's station wagon, would have been a death trap, especially since the defenders had elevation on us. That station wagon was almost impervious from the sides, but it didn't have windows or armor on the top, so it was vulnerable from above. Concentration was almost impossible. There was barely any time to decide my route. They'd already done one trick with the parking blocks hidden among those carts, so I assumed there was something bad going on here, too. A reasonable person would assume the balls were dangerous and try to go around them in the yards. I made my decision.
"Brace yourselves,"
I called to the back. Carmen put both feet on the front dashboard. As a professional driver, I knew that was dangerous to do when there was a chance of a front impact, but I had no idea if it would matter in this situation. I went directly over the little balls in the street. They barely registered under us. Glancing left, into the hilly green yard, I thought I saw big holes hidden by tufts of sod. Or it was all a ruse. It was impossible to know. In 3 or 4 seconds, we were out. I heard several of my friends exhale. For me, I kept holding it. Ahead, there was one last problem before the end of the road.
"Guys,"
I pointed. Carmen dropped her feet to the floor and sat at the edge of her seat, gazing ahead.
"It's a kid! A kid blocking the street!"
"Yeah, I see that," I answered. "What is he doing?" There were still tan-colored townhomes on both sides, with no room to sneak between them and go a different way. They had small, steep front yards, stubby driveways, and no sidewalks. The kid stood at the end of the road where a bunch of cars had been arranged on both sides, but not in the middle. He stood in the clear at the far end. It screamed trap.
"Shit! He's not moving!"
I said, foot on the brake. No way was I going to run over a little boy in cold blood. He had on a red shirt and a bald head, as if to make sure I wouldn't miss him. Was he sick? Is that why he was out there? I tapped the brake some more. We were 30 or 50 yards from where he stood. My racing heart said brake and back out, but I'd become convinced this was all a funnel set up by this community to bring bad guys to this endpoint. I didn't think backward was going to be allowed. Besides, I needed to go west, not east. I pushed the horn, hoping for a satisfying semi-truck blast. But it was a weak Euro horn, like the truck had been outfitted in Paris. The boy didn't move.
"Is he real?"
Pierce asked. It was a good question, I realized, but it only took a couple of seconds to see him moving. He turned his head to our left, Probably looking at something hiding in those vehicles. Probably looking at the people about to ambush us. I couldn't stop. I couldn't go through. I couldn't go around.
"Frank, they are bringing some big trucks behind us," Allison said from the way back, obviously looking out the rear windows.
"The trap is closing," I said under my breath, not ready to spook my passengers, but also needing someone to hear that I knew our choices were going to shit. "If you have a brilliant idea for an escape, I'd love to hear it." Deanna's sobs continued, though not as loud as before. That was a good start. "We could surrender and tell them who we really are," Pierce suggested. "I'm just a banker, for crying out loud." "And I'm a truck driver," I added. "Would you be doing interviews if this truck showed up in your neighborhood?" "I might," he said with a voice steeped in doubt. "Well, I'm going to assume these people aren't," I said, giving the truck some gas. Deanna appeared between the seats.
"Are you planning to kill that boy?"
she needled. The engine revved, and the truck rumbled up to a faster speed, as best it could. Still, the boy didn't move.
"He's got a brown thing around his waist,"
Carmen said as she squinted.
"It looks like a rope."
"A rope?" I asked.
"Yeah, it runs next to him, then out of sight behind that row of cars in the street."
I glanced over at Carmen. Whatever decision I made next would affect her, would affect my passengers. It could possibly affect Clownfish Cove. The kid loomed large as we closed the distance. He was maybe 10 years old, and he wore sporty white sneakers. His eyes darted between us and someone hiding to his left. We were all asking the same question. Could I drive him over and survive? Or would I stop and die? Chapter 11. I mashed the brake pedal. The rotors and pads screamed with the weight of the truck. The little boy did a little dance, like he had to use the bathroom, probably scared shitless we were going to run him over. Yet miraculously, he stood where he was. The truck stopped about 10 feet from him. "Damn," I said under my breath. "They got me." Knowing there was only a single alternative that didn't involve killing any of these innocent people, I rolled down the double-layer side window, only enough to be heard. "We surrender!" I yelled.
"Well, that was a short trip,"
Allison snarked.
"I can't be caught,"
Deanna sniffled.
"They know me here." "Yeah, I'm sure they know you're in this truck," Allison jabbed. The two women traded insults in succession, each worse than the last. Unlike words spoken by my Cuban companion, I didn't need a dictionary to know what the horrible phrases meant. "Hey," Carmen snapped. "Las Cinteras! Be quiet back there so Frank can think. Damn!" It instantly got quiet. I nodded to my co-pilot, who smiled back. The boy remained in front of the truck, but he watched a man standing close by, now visible to us as he hunched behind a parked car. He held the rope attached to the little one, pulled taut. Strangely, the man was also bald. I saw his bright white scalp, but not much more. "I only want to talk," I shouted out the window. I ducked back, in case any snipers were out there looking for a weak point. Still, no one on the outside replied. "The trucks are parking behind us," Pierce announced. Carmen held the tablet so I could see it. "Frank, I've almost got the drone here. Where do you want it?" The drone presented a special problem I never imagined I'd be facing. The device could give us significant intelligence that could change the course of battles, but the downside was how vulnerable the little flying craft were.
Since I'd already been made aware of sniper rifles operating in the area, bringing the aircraft close to us would probably result in having it shot down. For now, keep it somewhere safe. Hide it in a forest clearing or under a bridge. The enemy has aerial drones too, so the air isn't even safe right now. We can't afford to lose it, since we'll need it when we get back to Clownfish.
So you aren't giving up,
she whispered, sounding as if that's what she'd expected all along. I only winked.
Get out of the truck, a man cried out.
It wasn't the guy in the street ahead, but he was probably hiding in the townhome to my left.
We stole this truck from the Legion, I replied,
stating the one important fact that could possibly defuse the encounter.
We're civilians. Then shut it down, the guy suggested.
It seemed like a small compromise, so I did as he asked.
Can you point that gun somewhere else?
The gruff voice asked again.
On it,
Allison said to my surprise, hopping into the gunnery seat behind me.
It's point and click, with dummy labels all over it.
Our prisoner, Leon, had mentioned they'd sent him out with barely any training. Therefore, weapons like the flamer had to be as simple to operate as possible. A mechanical whir signaled the flamethrower was moving on our roof. That was all it took for a black man to appear on the porch. He was armed, but not aiming his rifle at me. I took it as a leap of faith, so I reciprocated by rolling the window shield down a little more. The heavy bulletproof glass had been pierced in several places, so I didn't know how much protection it really offered.
I know it is hard to show I'm unarmed, but I'm not holding a personal weapon.
To prove it, I held both hands at the window.
I seriously only want to talk. You said you wanted to surrender, he countered.
The wary resident was about my age and build, but he dressed a bit fancier. His khaki cargo shorts seemed high-end, as did his hiking boots. He had on an expensive-looking red Hawaiian shirt, adding a little more to the comparison between us. His AR-style rifle was tricked out with gadgets, but I got the sense he wasn't a stereotypical suburban mall ninja. In simpler times, I would have gotten out and showed him my Bravo company model to compare brands and features. To add to the weirdness, that guy was also bald.
What I want is to go home, I said, talking in a normal voice to draw the guy closer.
If he came out and stood in the yard, I would be a little more certain he wasn't planning to hurt us. The open window gave me an opportunity to look at the landscape in more detail. The trucks were behind us, as Pierce had said, with their engines running. They had us boxed in, and even the heavy armored truck probably couldn't bully its way through them. Closer to us, almost along our side, there was a black Chevy Tahoe parked on the steep driveway, facing our direction. I might have thought nothing of it, except for a big black duffel bag hanging off the front grill.
Where are you from? The guy asked. I live south of North Point, down by the sign with the orange fish, if you know where that is. Oh, yeah. Yucca Reef Development, isn't it? That's the one.
He took a few steps into the grass.
I'm Frank, by the way. Neil. Hey, Neil, this has all been a big mix-up. The Legion is coming out of Punta Gorda as we speak, and they set fire to the truck we were going to use to make our escape from them. When they got out to check their work, me and my friends took them out. However, we couldn't exactly drop in with their convoy, so we tried to get through your neighborhood so we could take the other highway to the south.
I didn't feel the need to tell him about the generator.
We haven't shot at any of your people, as I'm sure you have figured out. Plus, we aren't going to run over your kid.
I pointed to the boy still in his place. Neil came into the yard a bit farther.
How do we know you aren't working with him?
he asked. "Rumor is going around these Legion pricks are ripping through us like 10-cent tacos, because they have collaborators all over the place. Members of the old political parties are especially anxious to sick 'em on their enemies. And, well, some of those people aren't too fond of people like us." I cocked my head back toward Carmen. "Does he mean because of his color?"
"I think he means because he's rich," she answered.
In my mirror, I took note of men standing outside their trucks, weapons ready. No surprise to notice it, but they all had their heads shaved too, though some wore hats over their baldness. Back to Neil, I said, "We don't care about race, wealth, creed, or any of the old shit that divided us. Our only concern is getting back to our loved ones. And to do that, we have to cross through a lot of unfriendly territory. We were hoping your group would let us skedaddle, because you've got far bigger problems back at the overpass." I took a chance on his deeper motivations. "Sir, it looks like you've got a good thing going here. And believe me when I say I would have issues with anyone cutting through my neighborhood like this. But you and I have to take a leap of faith and trust each other. If you ever need help, come to the Clownfish sign, and I will guarantee your safety down there. That's a pretty good offer for the apocalypse." With the window lowered, the muffled sounds of explosions came in from a distance, louder than the rumbles of the engines of those trucks blocking us in. Neil was worried about those noises. I could see it by how often he glanced behind us, and how often he wiped sweat from his brow. Unless he was stalling to further close the trap. Shit. Now I was the one sweating. I shielded my mouth while I spoke softly to my friends. "Check the backs and other side to make sure they aren't creeping up on us." Then I said to Neil in my friendly voice, "Hey, settle a bet for me. Why is everyone here bald?" "Lice, man. We had all the children sleeping in the same rooms to keep them under our protection. But we didn't think about lice. It ripped through the children and they brought it to us parents." "Did you try mayonnaise?" I joked. Since I didn't have kids, I knew nothing of lice, other than they'd used mayo as shampoo on a show called The Office to get rid of them. "That's an old wives' tale," he replied. "Besides, mayo all went bad, and we didn't have any of the natural remedies in any quantity, such as olive oil or coconut oil. We sent some folks out to the store to get lice shampoo, but one of them never came back. At that point, we were done playing around. We just had everyone shave it all off." He rubbed his chrome dome. "It sounds like you really care for your kids," I said, continuing to try to find common ground. "So why do you have one of them in the middle of the road? Why aren't you getting them to safety? There is an army heading right for you. First they'll hit the trailer park. Then they're coming for you." He took a half step backward. "That's why we can't take any chances with your truck." He spoke slowly, with what sounded like a deep sadness. "Neil, what are you doing?" "Sorry, friend. I want to believe you, but I've got a wife and kids to look after." "Frank," Pierce said from the back, "there are more bald guys gathering behind the cars on the two driveways across from each other. I think they're going to push the cars down the hill and into our sides." It clicked. The bag on the front of the Tahoe was probably loaded with explosives. Who knew what resources these people had? It could be gallon cartons filled with gasoline, or it could be C4. The armored truck was strong against bullets, but the underside and gas tank would burn as sure as any other vehicle on the road. Panic boiled in my stomach. "They're going to Ewok us," I explained. In the famous scene in Star Wars: Return of the Jedi, The little furry warriors swung tree trunks from both sides to crush an Imperial tank between them. I started the motor, but the child still stood in our way. "Move aside!" I yelled through the crack. "Sorry, Frank," Neil replied. He wasn't going to move the boy. Could I run him over to save my friends? It had to be some type of ethics test being forced upon me. Kill one to save 5. I revved the engine, hoping that would scare the child. "They are definitely going to try to crush us between them," Pierce reported, sounding rattled. "The cars are moving." My grip on the wheel went to ocean-depth pressures. Maybe if I veered around the kid. There wasn't enough room between all the parked vehicles. "I've got an idea," Allison said out of nowhere. I heard the flamethrower apparatus creak as it turned on the roof. "Shit, what are you going to do?" I asked. "Be ready to move," she answered. "Don't kill anyone," I exclaimed, not sure if I really meant it. There didn't seem to be any way around someone dying, unless she did it for show. I was about to tell her to do exactly that, but the hiss of fuel was already going out. "Wait!" I cried, sure she was going to torch Neil, the kid, or any of the men. The world went orange as a fireball erupted at point-blank range. "He's moving," Carmen said with excitement. The boy had already been on the move, but he suddenly launched off his feet, out of the way. The guy with the rope had pulled him sideways, thinking the fireball was meant for him. I listened for screams of agony but heard none. "Go!" Allison howled. I stopped the gas pedal. "Incoming!" Pierce shrieked. The clunk of metal on metal sounded from the back. Our rear end was shoved sideways, causing a slight lurch. Time stopped as I waited for the explosion. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. The blast didn't come. "Hey, we're still here," Pierce reported with surprise. I looked over to Carmen. "We moved just in time, and I think we avoided that by inches. The bumper of the Tahoe struck our tail, but not the bag of boom pops." "He's right," Pierce added. "That's exactly what happened." "Phew," she said, wiping real sweat from her forehead. The truck rolled forward off the pavement. It knocked down 3 metal poles blocking the route. They'd been set up to keep traffic from going into the backside of the fancy subdivision, and it stopped residents from shortcutting their way to North Point. It must have been a gravel road construction route used during the building of the golf course and community. Half a minute later, after a bumpy ride, we arrived at the north-south highway. I pulled over and turned the wheel so I could see behind us. The boy stood at the edge of the cars, no worse for the experience, at least on the outside. The trucks that had been blocking our backsides weren't chasing us anymore, but were instead turning around to head back toward the front of their subdivision. Men pushed the 2 SUVs back up the driveways, readying them for the next victim. I was certain the next vehicle wouldn't be filled with good guys. The extreme stress in my gut finally let up a little. "Allison, that was quick thinking," I reported. "I have my moments," she said in a self-satisfied manner. I had to give her that one. She saved our bacon, and I couldn't overlook the fact she managed to avoid killing anyone. "How did the cars not blow up?" I asked. "I think they had chains on the backs, so they didn't accidentally roll down the drives and hit the other car," Pierce explained. "I saw them jerk backward when we squeaked through. Only chains or thick ropes could have done that." "They really planned ahead," I said. "And so do you." Carmen reached over and grabbed my forearm.
What is the next part of your plan to get us home?
I chuckled to myself. I guess I shouldn't tell you. I figured that subdivision would be the easiest part of our new route.
No, you shouldn't tell us that,
Allison answered, unprompted. Well, from here, there is only one road left that isn't swarming with Legion trucks. Take one wild guess where that road is going to take us. They didn't need to guess. We all knew, since it was a few miles to our south across open fields, and bracketed in a red glare by the front windshield. It was like watching a big-screen TV displaying a movie about the apocalypse. To reach salvation, we'd first have to go into the lion's den. We were going to North Point. Chapter 12. We can't stay here, I said, looking ahead to North Point. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we are back at Clownfish. Deanna tapped me on the shoulder, which made Carmen pull back to her side of the front compartment. Looking back at the girl, her face was still smeared with tears. Her eyes were puffy, and her perfect hair was coming unraveled.
Frank, I'm sorry I acted like that. I'm usually very put together, but getting thrown around the back while getting shot at made me lose my shit. Plus, all my friends left me. My money is gone, and I've lost most of my equipment.
She sniffled and wiped her nose with her arm.
I just want to be somewhere safe again.
That's exactly where we're trying to go. Clownfish should be relatively safe, for the time being.
You do have good defenses, she said.
Not for what's coming, I allowed, ever careful not to overdo it on the scare tactics. That's why we all have to get back as soon as we can. I want to harden our defenses even more and get creative about dealing with the Legion. I could see she would need some encouragement, though we really didn't have the time. Deanna, take a few moments to regroup, then get back in the game, okay? We are going to need you to work your magic with the drones to give us every advantage as we go through North Point. Then we're going to need you even more when we get home. Carmen handed the tablet back to her.
Oh, thanks,
Dee said.
And, thanks for setting me straight back there.
She must have been talking about getting yelled at.
Don't mention it,
Carmen replied.
Come on,
Allison said to Deanna with a sympathetic tone.
I guess maybe I lost my shit, too. Let's get you cleaned up a little so you'll look presentable when we get there. Okay,
the younger woman answered. Pierce came up next. We are all clear out the back. So far, the highway to Punta Gorda is empty, but you can bet there are going to be Legion trucks rolling this way very soon. Either the remaining citizens were delaying the Legion troops, or the Legion never intended to come down the highway in the first place. There was less stuff on this route, mostly empty, swampy fields. So maybe they wanted to swallow up the pockets of resistance in the trailer park and the golf course subdivision before they drove along empty roads. Pierce gave me an earnest glance. I'm grateful you've been taking care of our street, Frank. After seeing my girls on the video screen, I realized things aren't as shitty there as they are up by Tampa. Part of why I didn't go home right away was that I'd assumed it was going to be bad there, and I wanted to get allies, like you, it turns out, to take me there with some firepower. It will be nice to have you back on the block, I said, and it was smart to want to arm up. Most people sit around waiting for someone else to do their fighting. Nice to see you aren't one of them. We'll need all hands on deck when we get back home. It would take all of us on Clownfish to stave off what was coming, and getting full commitment from everyone would normally be a problem. In my experience, every organization I'd ever worked for had a pretty consistent ratio of workers versus slackers. There was a small number who always did top-notch work, a large middle group who did passable work, and then there were always people in a third group whose main goal was to destroy the productivity of the other two. For whatever reason, the Clownfish Neighborhood Watch had very few of those boat anchors, Trevor being the obvious exception. Looking behind me, I had mixed feelings about the people I was bringing back, but I had to admit they'd all played active roles the last hour or two, even if Deanna broke down at the end. She'd been flying over us for weeks, but this was her first experience being in the trenches. "It will be good to be home," Pierce said at last. "Okay, everyone, buckle up," I announced. "We're heading for the town. My plan is to see if we can get around the roadblock using the armor on this thing. Then we're going to speed through the town itself. Finally, we're going to escape through the roadblock on the south end. From there, it should be an easy drive home." I figured after all the gun blasts it had absorbed and still kept rolling, the truck could get us through another blockade or two of armed men.
"Should be easy. Sure,"
Carmen added dramatically while leaning forward to look at the red skies through the windshield. "Yeah, we know that's not going to really happen." I laughed a bit. "But it is nice to think it could." I put the truck in gear and pulled out from the gravel turnout. My senses went to high alert as we sped toward the town. It only took a couple of minutes before the roadblock was in view. They'd had the entire town to commandeer dead cars for the blockade, and there was an impressive number of them facing us. The first few structures at the edge of the farmland were modest homes, and the cars had been parked in their front and backyards, with some leading to a group of trees on our left, while the other side had a car wall running through a bare field to a pond. Beyond the pond, the ground looked soft and marshy. They'd done the best they could with their available resources. The mere act of moving cars into the line was a warning that the town was actively defending itself. Even so, our choices were severely limited. "We have to go straight up the middle," I said stiffly, seeing no way around it. "We'll try talking our way through first."
"I'm not sure that can work twice in a row," Allison warned.
"Then we button the hatches and drive through anyway," I chuckled.
I think I'm going to like this group," she answered.
I clenched my jaw to check myself. I wasn't ready to get chummy with her. She was the honey badger I'd brought into my vehicle. She was unpredictable, and thus dangerous to my mission. However, like the real honey badger, sometimes you wanted a vicious beast on your team that would do anything to survive. The trick was never turning your back to it. About 100 yards out, I expected to see one of the guards flag us down, but they didn't appear. When we were 50 yards out and there still wasn't anyone there, it was too weird, so I significantly slowed the truck.
"Where are they?"
Carmen asked. "Stay sharp. Look out every window. They might have something special for us since they have to think we're with the Legion." The roadblock appeared abandoned. There were no heads sticking up from the cars, no one waving us to stop, and no one running back to town to get help. As best I could tell from inside our metal box, there was no one home.
"You seein' what I'm seein'?"
Carmen had her double window rolled down about 6 inches, giving her better visibility. She pointed out her side to a big truck parked behind the wall of other vehicles.
"It's one of these, isn't it?"
"Yeah," I said with grave concern. The armored truck belonged to the Legion troops, probably one that had gone through the sheriff's territory days ago. Now, It was a skeleton of its former self. The back doors had been taken off. The inside was bare. The tires removed. Much of the armor had been pried or cut off the rear half of the truck. It sat on the ground looking as if metal-eating locusts had come by and stripped it clean. Pierce leaned forward to look through Carmen's window. The town must have repurposed the armor for their own defenses. I cast my gaze at our surroundings. To the left, if we took a drive around the outer reaches of the square-like boundary of North Point, we would arrive at Daisy's daycare. If we went forward into the heart of the structures, we would find the municipal center where FEMA had supposedly designated a rescue zone. And if we went to the right, around the edge of the town closest to the ocean, I expected to find the animal hospital as well as the one for humans. I didn't like sitting at the intersection waiting for anything to happen, but there was an entire town ahead of us, and it was completely illogical for there not to be a single person visible. Could the people of North Point know there was a whole army heading their way? Maybe they realized a thin line of cars wouldn't stop them, and they intended to fight from inside the stronger buildings. If that was the game, then we were the first contestants, and that was not where I wanted to be. But there was no other way. The town was directly between us and Clownfish Cove. Unless anyone feels different, I'm going to loop around to the right along the coast. Pierce was the first to answer. Yeah, if we go left, we would possibly run into the Legion vehicles coming from the east. If we go through the middle of town, there would be countless ambush positions. The route to the right should have no roadblocks, and there are fewer buildings in that direction. I glanced over my shoulder. You sure know a lot about this town. I've been scouting locations for my bank branch for the past 6 months. I've been all over this part of Florida from here to Tampa, multiple times. Pierce had an odd behavior I couldn't put my finger on. I was already wary of the guy after what Penny said about him. And even if he had a tidy explanation for the text message to his wife back home, it left an underlying layer of mistrust that wouldn't go away. He'd seemed unnaturally calm since I'd met him, as if the apocalypse wasn't a big deal in his mind. Why couldn't I be traveling with guys like Shane and Sonny, who had motivations I could understand? Or Nathan and Darla, a couple who existed only to protect their daughters? Maybe it was truer to say I was traveling with 3 honey badgers in the back. I couldn't trust or turn my back on any of them. I let out a breath of frustration. Carmen caught it immediately. She looked at me with silent concern. We're at a crossroads, she joked. Yeah. Movement caught my eye to the right. There! Pierce and Carmen followed my line of sight. Sure enough, Pierce said in a wistful manner. Though what the hell is that? We watched for half a minute as a person in a wheelchair came out from behind a small bungalow on the corner the next street over. She was big, and each push of her wheels seemed to require all her strength, leaving her slumped over and in pain. Something is attached to her chair, Carmen whispered. Another 30 seconds ticked by as the rest of the procession came into view. The woman had ropes tied to the back of her chair that were connected to a pair of smaller wheelchairs about 20 feet behind her. It was hard to watch. The woman pulled the 2 others onto the street we'd intended to drive. When she straightened her direction, she finally looked up. I expected her to wave or otherwise ask for help, but she instead grabbed the right wheel of her chair and pushed with both hands. She was turning around. She believes we're going to hurt her, I suggested. This could be a trap, Frank, Pierce warned. Every minute of every trip out in the world now had the possibility of being a trap. It may only have been day 12 after the EMP, but the whole world was starving and desperate. Traps were everywhere. "Then keep your eyes peeled for trouble," I answered. "We're going that way already, so let's see what she knows about this town." It was a credible explanation for my actions, but I didn't think I was alone in recognizing the two people riding in the chairs behind the woman. They were children. Chapter 13.
"Quick! She's getting away!"
Allison laughed from behind me. The woman in the wheelchair was most assuredly not getting away from me. I'd moved the truck up to a newer Honda Accord at the center of the roadblock, and she'd barely managed to turn herself around during that time, much less get the two wheelchairs behind her to spin in the other direction. "Stay back there," I advised, not wanting the distraction. Taking my time, I drove into the side of the black Accord, pushing it aside with a little tap of the gas. I saved wear and tear on our ride and did it with little damage to either vehicle. From there, I made a quick right turn. The long line of cars creating the wall on the right side of the road made it seem as if a crowd had parked there and walked away. There were no people on the streets or in the windows of houses and businesses, at least that I could see. The sky was red, casting everything with its blood-like hue. We drove inside a flame-throwing truck belonging to a force invading our nation. To top off the experience, most of the power of the world had been zapped away. In the middle of this weirdness, there was one woman and two kids in wheelchairs. I slowed the truck to walking pace as I came alongside the poor thing. I also chanced rolling the window down so I could speak to her. "Hey, ma'am, we're not going to hurt you," I called out. I almost stopped the truck, since she seemed to slow down, perhaps knowing she could never outrun a gas-powered engine.
"You can kill me, but spare these poor children," she wheezed.
When she looked up at me, I saw a woman with one foot in the grave. She sat in a huge wheelchair, with quite a bit of girth to her, but her sunken eyes and ash-gray face suggested she'd not been eating well in a long time. Her hair was twisted knots of black and gray falling to her shoulders, and she looked 20 or 25 years older than me. In any other time, I would have guessed she was homeless or a vagrant. However, no matter her condition, she made a noble effort to spin the wheels of her mammoth chair one more time, rolling her a few paces ahead of me. "I assure you we aren't here to kill anyone. Who would kill children anyway?" I waved to the two youngsters, a boy and a girl. Neither waved back. Their demeanor suggested they weren't nearly as frightened as the woman. In fact, their faces suggested... I spoke so only the people inside the truck could hear me. "Shit! Those kids are special needs." The girl was slouched in her seat but looked straight up at the sky with a big smile on her face. The boy's face was slack, and he stared straight ahead with empty eyes, as if he was totally checked out. Carmen stood a little to see out my window. "Hey, are you there, Mom?" I asked the woman. She finally came to a halt. Rather than answer me, she sat and tried to catch her breath. Not long after, she began to fight off sobs. "Ma'am, I didn't mean to cause you any pain."
"What more could you do to me?"
She swept her arm around her, as if things were already pretty shitty. To be fair, her situation seemed terrible, and maybe it hadn't been a good idea to try to engage her. "I really didn't mean..." She kept talking.
"Long before any of this, I lost my dear husband. Seems like forever ago. Then I lost all my money and almost drank myself into a pine box, just like he warned me I would. Then I lost my home and had to live in a trailer until that got too expensive. I moved out back into a tiny shed. She cut me off again. Then things got bad, she snapped. All this happened. My shed washed away in a storm. I lost most of my dogs in the angry waters, and I swam here from the island during the hurricane, hanging on to a kayak. I tried to save my lovely pups, Trashy and Chucky, but I lost Chucky in the waves. Then a man shot my Trashy and he... The woman's chest heaved with a giant sob. He ate him. That's horrible, I said, not sure what more to say. The world outside my window didn't care about the woman's plight. Aside from the state of the town around us, I heard the faint rattle of gunfire in the distance. It was likely my imagination, but it sounded as if the conflict was coming up fast behind us. Since there were 2 highways out of Punta Gorda, and the trailer park and golf course sat between them, I had a strong suspicion they were in the process of being digested from 2 sides. Whatever the case, I for sure knew the Legion cars and trucks were driving down the other highway, since I'd seen them go past the scrapyard, and that put them in position to hit North Point from the east. They could already be in other parts of the town. I've lost everything, but I had to save these 2 angels from the murderers back there. She flung her left hand toward the center of town. Don't make me go back. We aren't going to make you do anything, I said. I'd seen a hell of a lot in the past 12 days, but I couldn't think of any living person in worse shape than the 3 of them collectively. The kids were totally dependent on the hard case woman. She had made an incredible effort to get the 2 children out of danger, but neither of them seemed capable of really helping her. Whatever mental challenges they might have had, their physical condition wasn't much better. It didn't seem like either of the kids could get their hands over the sides to push the wheelchair wheels, though the boy used one leg to try to pull himself. If you make us go back, they'll put us on the pile for sure. I can't get them away a second time. The pile? I asked, afraid to get the answer. She turned her chair to face me, an act which took half a minute of my time. I didn't know if she could hear the gunfire out there, but I could. When finally in position, she leaned forward, presumably so the children wouldn't hear her. The pile is where they toss anyone that can't contribute anymore. Elderly, people with diseases or bad injuries, kids that are slow, fatsos like me. Looking at her with more scrutiny, I saw she was still a larger-sized woman, but the past 2 weeks had probably taken off a good number of extra pounds. Can you all walk? I queried. A little. I had to use a roller chair back on the island, but I can still get by with my big stick. She tapped a cane attached to the back of her ride. Neither of the kids can walk more than a few feet, though. Hang on a sec, I said. Turning inside, Carmen spoke immediately. We have room for them, Frank. I was taken aback. How did you know I was going to suggest that? We're picking him up? Allison broke into my conversation. You got a problem with that, I shot back, a bit short with her. No, not really. I was only going to mention we don't have room for those chairs, unless they really fold down. Looking in the back, she was right about it being tight. The generator already took up about half of the space in the rear compartment. Deanna sat in one of the fold-down seats. Allison and Pierce were on their feet, watching out the back windows, since we were most vulnerable while stopped. I spoke again to the woman.
We have a little room if you want to come back to our street. I guarantee no one is going to try to kill those children. If they do, they'll have to go through me."
"And me,"
Carmen yelled from her spot.
"Oh, my. That's very kind of y'all, but you don't want a stinky old bird like me around. Maybe you could take the kids, though. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep 'em moving much longer."
"No, there are soldiers coming down from the north."
"To help us?"
I shook my head. "I'm afraid they aren't our soldiers."
"Well, that's it, then. I'll soon be with my husband, MC, again."
"I can't talk you out of it?" I pressed.
"No, not a chance."
I looked around, sensitive to the possibility this encounter was part of a complex trap, but I still didn't see anyone. The woman didn't appear to be faking it either, so I was willing to bet we weren't putting ourselves in extra danger. Working on those facts, I hopped out of the truck. The next few minutes were a Chinese fire drill in the middle of the empty street. Carmen got out to help me roll in the 2 children. Allison and Pierce shoved open the back doors, so they were ready for the kids to get in. After untying the knots from the woman's chair, she rolled to the back.
"Thank you, whoever you are, for helping these 2. Without them, it'll give me a chance to look for my precious pups again."
The woman gasped as she rounded the back of the truck. I had my hand on the chair of the girl, but I had to look up.
"You!"
the woman cried out.
"Helen?"
came the reply. It was Allison. Contrary to every scrap of evidence, such a thing was impossible. The big woman lunged out of her chair behind the truck, out of my view. My heart leapt halfway up my throat. Both women screamed. "Hold her!" I croaked at Carmen as I tried to hand off the wheelchair.
"Got her,"
she answered. I ran for the back of the truck. It took me a few seconds to get there and round the corner. Adding to my shock, the newcomer rolled on the ground with Allison. The 2 were scratching and gouging each other. For a long 3 count, I simply stood there and watched, unable to register how fast it had happened. Finally, remembering I was in charge of this oddball group, I reached down into the turmoil. "Ladies," I barked, "we're in the middle of a war zone." Allison tried to look at me.
"I didn't do anything, Frank." "She said I was the one who killed her husband,"
the woman shrieked. The much larger lady almost had Allison pinned.
"But I don't think that anymore,"
Allison spat as she got her hair pulled.
"You don't?"
the lady asked with surprise, still yanking. Allison had her eyes closed from being smothered.
"No!"
she groaned. The aggressive woman stopped moving, as if reconsidering her actions. "Lady?" I asked, glad at least that the fight seemed to be over. Allison opened her eyes 10 seconds later.
"Frank," she
huffed.
"Help!"
I tried to pull the big woman off. When she didn't move a muscle to help, like a normal person would do, I went right to her neck to check for a pulse.
"Oh, shit. She's not breathing either. Pierce, help me move her."
Pierce had been standing on the far side of the truck, helplessly stunned by the turn of events, same as I was. With his help, I was able to slide her off Allison and turn her over, so she was on her back. "She must have had a heart attack," I suggested. Without thinking about it, I found the appropriate place on her chest and began giving her compressions, counting to 30 as I did so. When I reached that number, I paused for a few seconds, then started counting again.
"Maybe don't wake her up,"
Allison squeaked, barely able to talk. "Who is she?" I said between counts.
Her name is Helen. She was one of the locals who lived in Bokelia. I accused her of killing my husband. It was a tense time just after the EMP, Frank. The last time I saw her was when the hurricane wave struck. She was holding on to a kayak with 2 of her dogs while she floated out to sea. I said some mean things to her on the way out.
She mentioned them, I responded, still counting. Did she kill your husband?
No. I found out later he was killed when some of the other locals tried to shake him down, and he wouldn't play ball.
That's why you didn't like any of them, I said, piecing together more of her story.
No,
she huffed, getting her breath back. A machine gun rattled across the red landscape to our north. I inhaled the strong diesel from the tailpipe, which was about 3 feet from my face. We were at the mercy of anyone looking for trouble, vulnerable to surprise. And my sweaty hands pumped to save the life of the woman who had tried to kill my equally unpredictable riding companion. Just one more day in the apocalypse. Chapter 14.
Chucky!
Helen belted out as she woke up. You're alive, I blurted, falling backward. She coughed several times and half rolled to her side while panting.
Helen is one tough bird. I'll give her that, Allison said,
rubbing her own neck. The fight had taken a lot out of her, too.
I never thought I would see this woman again.
Yeah, she's hardcore for sure, I chuckled. I've never seen someone jump out of a wheelchair so fast. Allison gently kicked Helen on the back.
I'm sorry, lady. Really, I am. Don't die, okay? I'll try,
Helen wheezed. Belatedly, she added,
Boob girl.
I cast a glance to Allison.
She and I had a lot of issues back on the island, she whispered. Besides the false accusation, Helen didn't like me wearing my bikini around her.
I said, thinking out loud. She and I have at least one thing in common. Allison huffed in mock anger, but seemed to accept the joke. It took a couple of minutes before Helen was able to sit up. A couple more before we could work as a group and get her on her feet. It took 2 of us on each arm. In the meantime, the 2 children had been brought to the back of the truck so we could load them inside. Since they didn't have good motor skills, it took quite a bit of effort to get them in there. Short on space, I lashed all 3 wheelchairs to the heavy-duty front bumper, assuming the ropes were strong enough to hold them in place. By the time I had all that completed, Helen was getting shoved into the rear compartment by all 3 of my friends. She used the generator to help pull herself inside. Then she had to scoot alongside it to reach the front of the compartment. Finally, she sat next to the young girl she'd saved.
We're going for a ride, I guess,
Helen said without much excitement.
Yee-haw,
the child answered with a big smile. As I got behind the wheel, I found myself again taking on more survivors. Maybe the by-the-book way to endure the crisis was to strictly avoid entanglements with anyone on the outside, but I wasn't sure that was practical. As much as I maybe wanted to ditch Allison, she had proven resourceful. As much as I wasn't a fan of the YouTube sensation Deanna, she did have access to those drones and the knowledge to use them well. Helen and the kids were the equivalent of impulse buys at the grocery store checkout. Pierce was the only one I needed. While I buckled in, a few pieces of dirt caught my attention on the windshield.
Frank, look.
Carmen saw them too. Now I studied the windshield in earnest. Little clumps of gray splattered on the glass as they fell from the sky. Not a lot, but enough to notice them.
Ashfall?
Pierce wondered aloud. It briefly reminded me of all the coins that fell out of the sky that day the plane crashed. Now, the fire was much larger, though it was a lot farther away. This is either Port Charlotte ash, or they've started burning Punta Gorda.
Wow,
Carmen remarked. I started the engine and rolled out, heavier by 3 people and 3 wheelchairs. We went several blocks down and the ash got even heavier. The first hint of the roof of the 3-story hospital appeared ahead and to the left. The ocean was now visible directly ahead, too. Soon we would make a left turn and drive south, along the western edge of the town. Pierce leaned against my seat. Frank, have you considered that we're inside an enemy truck? Sure, about 1,000,000 times. Can we disguise it, do you think? What, like give it a new paint job? I looked around. It's not like an auto body shop will just pop up. Since we needed automotive paint, I'd envisioned finding a body shop, but I stopped talking as another type of store appeared in front of us. You brought this up at the perfect time, I said as I turned left into the little parking lot. There was a small strip mall, not unlike the one where Rosie and her salon were set up. Most of it was fronted by windows that had been broken out, and some of the stores had been gutted or burned, but the one on the end seemed intact. I get lucky sometimes, Pierce replied. Ben's Paints, I said, reading the sign over the front door. You think our Ben has a side business he never told us about?
We'll have to ask him, Carmen answered.
All right, stay sharp, I cautioned. Look around for people. While everyone searched our surroundings, I parked the armored truck directly in front of the store. There was plenty of room to come in sideways, since all the cars had been removed for use on the outer wall. If I opened my door, I'd be about 5 feet from the broken windows. It gave me the perfect perspective to look in the dark store while staying inside the vehicle.
I don't see anyone,
Carmen reported. Allison and Pierce agreed.
There's no one out there,
Helen said in a sad voice.
I told you, they're all at the hospital now, either dead, dying, or lost. Yee-haw, the little girl said, as if taking part in our conversation. Despite Helen's sadness, her exclamation was equally as happy as the last time she'd said it. Helen must have seen the curiosity on my face. I think they are the only words she knows,
Helen explained. And it always sounds like that? Happy?
Yeah.
She nodded.
At least since I've been tagging along with her.
After a brief pause to look at the girl, I returned my attention to the mission at hand. What I needed more than anything was concentration, so I didn't walk myself into a trap. This place seemed empty, but that was exactly what a trap would look like. Still, our luck at finding a paint store made me willing to tempt fate again by going in there. Carmen, you watch me, okay? I passed over my AR. I can shoot, Pierce added. You can use her shotgun, I answered. They played musical guns, while I got out the S&W Model 500. I pushed the door open and left it ajar. After hopping over the broken glass pane of the big front window, I was in. The inside of the store was shadowy, but not to the point I needed a flashlight. What a mess. Almost every shelf had been stripped of the 1- and 5-gallon containers of paint. At first, I assumed they'd been stolen, but the dried paint on the floor and back walls clarified the point for me. Some vandals had come through and destroyed buckets of paint, simply for laughs. When I got to the right section, I found most of the spray cans had been knocked off the shelves and onto the floor, but the majority seemed intact. I grabbed one of the tiny shopping carts, filled it with what I needed, then rolled it back to the front. "Here, come get some paint." My 3 friends climbed down and eyed my haul. "Carmen, why don't you stand guard over us? Allison and Pierce will help me paint."
"I can help,"
Deanna said from inside. "Sure, come on," I answered. It was good to see the young woman coming out of her funk. It was probably brought home to her by the 2 special kids sitting in there with her. While she'd had some setbacks, at least she wasn't totally dependent on others for her every need.
"How should we do this, Frank?"
Allison asked, shaking a can.
"Should we put Frank's truck on the outside?"
My friends all laughed.
"It can't have his name,"
Carmen said, almost sounding confrontational.
"But it could have artwork only our people would recognize. Like maybe a big F for Frank." "The F-It-Mobile,"
Allison snickered.
"No, not like that,"
Carmen argued. I could tell Carmen wasn't a fan of the other woman, but their moment of dispute triggered a memory. The guy in the golf course neighborhood knew what I was talking about right away when I'd mentioned the orange fish on the billboard. "Did we grab any orange paint by chance?" I asked. They shuffled some of the loose cans on the floor. Deanna held one up.
"Construction orange, it says."
"Perfect." We each took a can and went to it. I worked on the rear area, while the others took the front. With 4 people working together and with little regard for quality, they were able to cover the front half of the truck in about 5 minutes. It took me about the same amount to paint my part on both sides and the back. I was working on some touch-up when I heard the distinctive sound of bullet strikes. Rounds came in from the north and struck parts of the building and some of the cars on the wall around the town. "All right, kids, everyone hop in the bus. We're going to school." We all stood back from the sides and got a look at our work. We'd used white paint on the hood, front quarters, and doors, but we'd left the black color on the armored part in the back. However, we'd used more white to draw a frame around the bottom, back, and top, leaving the middle blank. In that center space, I drew an 8-foot-long clownfish in a cartoonish way, complete with white and orange stripes. "No one can doubt who we are," I said with pride. With the white outline on the black background, it looked a lot like the fish billboard.
"It was a good idea,"
Carmen said to Allison.
"Thanks,"
the other woman said with surprise. We scurried to board. "What about the leftover paint cans?" Pierce asked. "We'll take some," I said, suspecting they might be the last cans of paint ever made. I raced over to the cart and grabbed an armful. Once I hopped up the side step, I tossed them in the gap between the seats. Some went rolling into the back. Everyone loaded up. "It's a gun truck firing this way," Pierce said from the rear window.
"A whole bunch of trucks,"
Allison added from the far back. "Yeah, they're coming down the blacktop same as we did," Pierce clarified. "Can you tell if they came out through the subdivision?" I asked. "Nope, they're coming from up north." "Crap," I said under my breath. "I was hoping we had more time."
"Let's get this fishmobile in gear,"
Carmen suggested. "Hang on, everyone, especially you new people. We're going to get through this town as fast as we can." We'd already spent way more time in North Point than I'd intended, though I was okay with helping the 3 human beings who needed helping. However, I steeled my gut for the unpleasant task of not stopping for the next person who was desperate. There was a whole town before us, and there was no realistic way to help everyone, short of turning the power back on and bringing in the military to restore order. And at this point, even if the power did magically come back on, every subdivision, small town, and big city would require the army to keep order, and the government couldn't put soldiers everywhere, which meant order could be gone forever. My grip on the wheel tightened, as did the lasso of tension around my stomach. We rounded the bend at the northwest corner of the town, which put us on the north-south street heading south. There, to our left, were the megachurch, car sales lots, and the animal hospital. On our right, a bit farther down the way, the large hospital campus loomed above the terrain. In front of it, it looked as if a portion of hell had leaked out of the ground. Piles of bodies stacked 5 or 6 high dotted the property on the north side, some in burn piles. Stray dogs nosed around them, from one end to the other. Vultures sat on top of the dead, as long as they weren't close to the fires. Lines of porta-potties were in front of the hospital, and I didn't think they were being used for their intended purpose. And there were thousands of blankets and tents sprawled for hundreds of yards in every direction around the white hospital building in the middle. The most striking fact, however, was that there were still so many living people. "Why are they still there?" I asked with awe. "Can't they see there is no help coming?" "The sheriff and his men are in the hospital," Helen answered. "Yeah? So?" I countered. "He doesn't get it, Chucky," Helen snickered, talking to an imaginary friend. I was driving slow enough I could turn around and glance at her. "Sorry, ma'am. I'm trying to understand." She sighed pointedly. "Well, the sheriff is inside with his chosen friends and family. They have enough medical staff captured to make sure they are taken care of. Everyone else they kicked out." "That blows," I said, now watching the road. It also jibed with what Elizabeth had described when the sheriff picked her to go on her journey south to our subdivision. She'd mentioned staff being held captive. She'd been one of those people. "Yes, it blows big time," she went on. "But it gets even worse. A rumor spread that the sheriff would let people in, as long as the group out front got rid of their weak, sick, and, well, kids like my 2 friends here." "Nuh-uh," Carmen retorted. "Uh-huh," Helen replied. "Why do you think people are willingly killing themselves? They want to give their loved ones a chance at rescue." "This is effing insane," I cursed. I instantly wanted to help those people, but I remembered my thoughts from a few moments ago. It was one thing to pick up the poor souls wandering the streets in those wheelchairs, but there wasn't any way possible to save the next 10,000. We passed the megachurch. Looking across the vast parking lot, it seemed as if the large flat building had been gutted and burned. That was my impression based on a quick glance. I didn't have time to check it out in any detail, since the people from the hospital lawn were coming out into the street ahead of us. "This isn't going to end well, is it?" I asked rhetorically. "No, it is not," Carmen said, bracing her feet against the dashboard. More ash fell on the windshield. I used wiper fluid and 3 swishes of the blades to improve my visibility for what was coming. About 100 yards up, older men and women ran into the street and laid down as fast as they could. It reminded me of any number of college campus protests I'd seen on the news over the years. But this one was much different. These weren't college kids, and we weren't in a college town. I knew exactly what those folks were thinking, thanks to the slap-in-the-face context of the hellscape around us. They wanted to be run over. Chapter 15. There is no way we're going to bulldoze all those people. I didn't lift my hands from the wheel, but I motioned ahead with my chin.
Agreed. Let's go anywhere else,
my co-pilot replied. On the left, we flew by the Waffle Grid restaurant. No fights seemed to be taking place in there at the moment. Then we passed a little shopping center with an ambulance chaser law office and a karate dojo. It was all so familiar. Coming up on the left was the animal hospital. The lot was completely stripped of both people and cars, though it had once been full of pet owners seeking treatment, waiting for someone to come along and do something. Many days ago, I went in there with my friends, and we did something all right. We almost died getting those meds. As soon as I veered to the left side of the road, the crowd reacted.
They're switching to our lane, Carmen reported dutifully. However you're going to do this, get there fast.
Going. I remembered the quaint notion on that first day or two, when I'd hoped we'd stay in a world where we didn't have to use violence as a first choice. That had been a pipe dream from the start, and I knew it then, but I had hoped it would take longer to get there. The last 12 days had more combined violence and mayhem than my previous 52 years, and that included some pretty gnarly wrecks on the highway. As I slowly drove along the left side of the wide roadway, I wondered how many other people I'd been forced to kill since coming down my driveway into the apocalypse. Alvaro's son and his passengers started the snowball rolling down the hill. The one young man flew through the glass of the crashed Cherokee. The driver died a minute later, while still talking to me. The first real kill by gunshot was the druggie who kidnapped Zoe. I put 3 bullets in his chest. In that same encounter, I had to drown the other man in the canal to get the Narcan to save Zoe's life. The death had never stopped. I'd killed some of the poncho men, some of Trevor's guys, then Trevor himself. I also helped take down Madonna and Prince, the 2 tweakers who'd been breaking into the drug locker at the pet hospital. There were still more. I'd killed men in the attack that came from the Southern Canal, maybe some in Elizabeth's neighborhood during that nighttime trip to get her family. I'd taken out the sheriff's men as they pressed their attack on our street. I'd probably killed someone in that orchard. I'd taken out several men at Zoe and Alex's trailer park. I for sure shot some of the attackers in the woods by the solar wing. Then there were the gunmen at the high school, those 4 men in the kayaks, the woman at the Punta Gorda roadblock, the 2 flamethrower guys at that same blockade, and finally the soldiers in the scrapyard. How many was that? 20? 30? Maybe a lot more. Hell, there were probably some I'd forgotten, which was terrible in itself. Each of those lost lives drained a piece of my soul away, even though they were all done in self-defense. And I was a guy who preferred the diplomatic solution. Anyone who shot first and asked the questions afterward probably had a body count in the hundreds. However, despite all my newfound experience in this horrific department, I wasn't at the point where I could plow over a single child, and I was most definitely not at the point I could ram through a crowd of innocent people. Since I was already on the left side, and wasn't going fast, I made the quick turn into the pet hospital parking lot. I surprised the people wishing to die. Some of them got up and tried to shamble toward us. "We'll just see ourselves out," I said, as if talking to those folks. The vet building itself was much like the other structures in the area. Every window was busted out. Things from the inside had been thrown to the outside and scattered, as if an endless procession of people had picked through them. Useless animal toys, pet cages, and file cabinets were everywhere. I raced past the debris and headed toward the back of the lot. Mercifully, it put the people out of our view. The speedometer was up to about 25. The truck bounced off the pavement, struck a rise in the dirt behind the long building, and bottomed out as we crossed into a grassy field. It was lucky that it was the same route I'd taken the El Camino when we were here the first time. Thus, I knew where to avoid the biggest ruts, and could get to the next block in the shortest route possible. Fortunately, the thick matting of weeds and grass kept our tires from sinking into the ground. It didn't take long to cross over to the next street. I pushed in the brake pedal, slowing us as fast as possible, and the tires locked up as we slid on the choking weeds. "Hang on!" I called to the back. The truck fluttered again as it returned to pavement, and I turned right at the little movie theater, heading toward home. The tent canopies on the parking lot were gone, probably blown away by the hurricane. That was different from the last time we'd been through here. Also, importantly, we weren't being chased by the North Point Stallions security force. Those guys had been replaced by the sheriff and his men. I took a couple of lefts and rights before we came out near the last intersection on the south edge of town. Ahead of us, many parts of the wall of cars blocking the roadway had been deconstructed, giving us a route to drive through.
"Frank, you're not going to believe this, but some of those people are chasing us."
Carmen pointed out her window to a group of 10 or 15 men heading for the intersection from the direction of the hospital. "The sickly ones?" I asked with surprise. From what I saw, those people could barely fall into the street, much less sprint after us.
"I don't know who they are, but they aren't slowing."
"Okay, let me get through this intersection and then we'll lose them," I answered. It was great that North Point didn't have any defenses waiting for me at the cross streets, but it was strange to see the place with no people, no guards, no civilians. Even Rosie wasn't there, since her building had collapsed upon itself from a raging fire. Where was that little woman? I still owed her thanks from our last meeting. The bank across the street was also a stack of bricks. Both gas stations on the two opposite corners had been burned to the ground. Only the tall roofs over the pumps remained intact. I slowed as we drove through what was left of the blockade, always expecting a last-minute attack. As I'd thought, the running people were too far away to even be within range to shout at us, much less get run over by our tires. I weaved around numerous vehicles still parked underneath the dead traffic signals, but when nothing happened, I kicked up the speed as we headed for the last bridge before we were clear of the town. "That should be it," I said with a large exhale. Carmen sat up and pointed.
"No, not yet. There's still a guy running for us."
"Damn, he's fast," I remarked. The young black guy had his shirt off and wore black shorts and a pair of bright white sneakers. I assumed he came with the other runners, but he'd been so much faster that he was now the only one for hundreds of yards. He'd come out from behind the bank, shortcutting his way across the property to get in front of us.
"He might make it,"
Carmen said, impressed. My pulse quickened as I watched the running man cross the empty parking lot of the bank. Somehow he turned up the speed as he neared the road. I gave the truck more gas. "No, we're fine," I assured her. No matter how fast he was, the diesel motor made short work of outpacing him. We did reach the bridge before the man, but in my side mirror I saw him swing into the roadway behind us. He crossed the bridge. I glanced ahead to make sure we weren't going to hit the red four-door Toyota still in the middle of the road. Then I had to look back again. The guy ran after us at an even pace, like he was a robot. Ahead of us, the road was still littered with trash and debris from the hurricane, though a lot of it had blown to the shoulders by previous vehicles passing through. The big forest was on our left, and Gretchen's neighborhood was on our right. About 30 seconds later, I looked back. The man continued to run, but he was dropping farther behind us. No one could sprint at 40 miles per hour, and the big truck was inching toward 50. Over the next several minutes, he'd fallen so far behind I assumed he'd given up. We'd washed our hands of North Point. When we were almost back to our subdivision, I stopped the truck. Ahead, the tall sign with the orange fish was barely visible to me. "We can't drive up to our friends in this vehicle," I said, "or they'll think we are with the Legion." "We can weave, so they see the fish on our signs," Allison suggested. "Yeah, that's a maybe, but they might not pick up on our artwork until after they take some shots, especially since we are coming down a long roadway." "Deanna can warn them," Carmen added. "That's the safer play," I said with a big smile. She giggled a bit, sharing some of my relaxed attitude. We'd been wound tight ever since we left the junkyard, so it was natural to let some of it go when we were almost home. "Deanna?" I asked the back when she didn't respond. "Yeah?" she answered, not sounding excited at all. I unbuckled and half-turned in my seat. The scene in the rear of the truck was the opposite of how I felt inside. While I was happy to almost be back home, the two kids and the older woman were all sitting with fear on their faces, as if they'd been on a terrible roller coaster ride and were awaiting the next big drop. "Hey, everyone, look at me," I said, as upbeat as possible. Slowly, everyone turned their attention to the front. When the wheelchair girl looked at me, I realized she was the only one not showing fear. In fact, she still wore a huge grin. "Yee-haw!" she said to me. "Yee-haw!" I echoed, meeting her smile. Then I turned to Deanna and Helen. "My street is just ahead. When we get there, you're going to see that the whole world isn't like it is in North Point or Punta Gorda. You're going to see you can let go of the fear and embrace a little peace." Peace was a strong word to use, as I wasn't ignorant to what was heading our way. But compared to the terrible scenes of death by the hospital, we were a community of Nobel Peace Prize winners. Helen forced a smile. Deanna still looked the same. I motioned for her to come to the front, and then I led her outside my door. She stepped down while tentatively eyeing the woods next to the road. "Is it safe for me to be out here?" she asked. I shut the door to give us some privacy. Briefly, I appreciated how experience had taught me to scan my surroundings and come up with a threat threshold in mere seconds. I'd been in those woods, and I knew how large they were. While there was always a chance bad guys were lurking in the woods exactly where we'd stopped on the road, the odds weren't very good. Of more importance was getting my tech girl out of her trash can. "It's no more dangerous here than it is anywhere else," I finally answered. She stood close to the door. "Deanna, I know this has been tough on you, but before we go through the front gate of my neighborhood, you and I need to come to an agreement." "About what?" "About your role in our community." "What do you want from me?" She sounded pouty, like a child who'd been crying and was still emotional from the outburst. "This. You need to stop being like this." She only glared at me. "Look, when you were flying those drones and talking to us about things happening around town, you conveyed a sense of authority, a sense of having your shit together. You even had the cojones to threaten me by pretending you had Pierce as your hostage." "It was easy to be cocky when I had everything at my fingertips. But now, everything is gone," she gushed. "No, not everything." I waved my hand. "People are still in the houses across the street." I prayed if those people were looking at the truck, they'd recognize the clownfish on the side. Still, I'd chosen to get out on the side away from those houses, in case they decided to pop off a few rounds. "My neighbors are still living in their homes ahead of us. Even North Point has people who are going to survive this." When looking back the way we came, I caught a flicker of movement far down the roadway. My eyes needed a moment to focus in the red, hazy light, but I figured out it was the running guy, still heading our way. My heart rate went right back up. I didn't have much time with Deanna. "We are beyond the point of being delicate, Dee. I need you to be the strong, confident person you were on the speaker. Some of them heard you. My people can't know you've been crying over your lost friends or lack of a video channel. Your audience might have been millions, but now it is a few hundred souls tops that live under my watch. If you want to join our family, you have to do it as someone who brings hope, not the other way around." "You'd kick me out?" she asked. I merely shrugged. I wouldn't really kick her out if she got weepy and mopey back on Clownfish, but I wanted her to believe I would. None of my friends would question the sadness of someone coming out of the apocalypse, but there also wasn't time to ease people into their new roles. It had to happen today, since there was no guarantee of a tomorrow. "I guess I have been crying a lot," she replied. "And I guess I do have things going for me, since your street does seem to be the last place with any rules." "There, that's the spirit," I encouraged her. The sprinter was arriving fast. We'd either have to get out of there or confront him. "Now will you get inside and use the drone parked on my street to warn people there that our truck is a friendly?" She brushed down the front of her shirt with both hands, as if shaking dirt off. "I'll pull myself together, Frank. Can I start calling you Uncle Frank like everyone else?" "You can, as long as you do as I just asked." "Deal." She opened the door and climbed inside. I turned toward the man, still a quarter of a mile away but running strong. I figured we'd gone the better part of 3 miles, and it had been maybe 15 minutes since we'd crossed that bridge. I'd heard people say 4-minute miles were the speed elite runners achieved. This guy wasn't far off that pace. While I had the chance, I glanced inside my door. "Carmen, would you mind climbing over here to the driver's seat? Bring your shotgun." I wanted backup for when the man got there. While I could have easily gotten back in the truck and driven away, I couldn't go forward yet, since Dee hadn't given warning to the guards at the upcoming roadblock. Likewise, I couldn't drive into the subdivisions to our right, as we could potentially cause mass panic by making people think we were with the Legion. Though we had the fish painted on our sides, I didn't want to depend on that if I didn't have to. The best course of action was to deal with the guy head on. While Carmen was close, I unlatched the holster for my Smith & Wesson. It didn't take long for the man to arrive. "That's far enough," I yelled when he was within shouting distance. His feet slapped the pavement as he slowed to a walk. He put his arms on his sides, panting. "Where did you learn to run like that?" I asked with admiration. The kid held up a finger, the signal for wait a second. He hunched over, desperate to catch his breath.
"Are there any other people around?"
Carmen whispered. "I don't see anyone," I answered at the same volume. We always had to watch for traps, but this didn't seem like one. Finally, after about a minute of lunges, arm stretches, and alternately puffing out his chest and leaning over to breathe, he stood up and faced me.
"Coach taught me. I play football for North Point High."
He was young, now that I saw him up close. "You are still in high school?" His chest still pumped hard.
"Yeah, I'm going to be a junior next year."
That put him at about 16 or 17. "What brings you this far from home?" I asked.
"I want to go with you guys."
"Go where?"
"Wherever. It's bad back there. My whole family died in a car fire while we was sleeping in it. My mama, my sisters, even my dog. I've been searching for a new family ever since then. And I seen you people drive through a week ago."
I was about to tell him details from my trips into town with my friends, but I picked up on a strange feeling based on his words. "What happened a week ago? Where did you see me?"
"No, not you by yourself, sir. I meant this truck. I saw a bunch of these trucks go through town, and it slapped hard. Wherever you guys are driving these things, I want in. I want to help you."
"Those trucks were part of the Army attacking America. Didn't you see them burning down your town? Every building on that last intersection was turned to ash by them."
"Not them."
He vigorously shook his head.
"That was done by our own people. The assholes inside the town. The same ones who let my family die."
"So you want to join up with the guys in these trucks?" I asked with disbelief.
"You aren't with them?" he countered.
"Well, no," I said, not sure if it was worth lying. We could pretend to be with the Legion in order to get him to come along, but he would soon figure it out. He took a step backward.
"You're from the North Point patrols," he said with fear rising. "You stole that truck from the visitors, didn't you?"
"I borrowed it from the invaders, yeah," I clarified. "Look, son, you don't want to mix with the people who really own these trucks. They're here to wipe us out."
"Not from what I seen. We are wiping ourselves out. Those guys in the trucks have organization. They probably have food. That is all I need. I've got to go."
He went toward the woods. "Wait," I cried out. I'd been tossed off my game, since I never would have expected him to see the Legion as his savior. But maybe I could see his point of view. If your whole town was filled with suicidal maniacs, and your friends and family had been killed by those same people, maybe an enemy army would be seen as a place of refuge.
"I've made contact with Clownfish,"
Deanna shouted from inside.
"We can go."
The kid was already at the edge of the trees. Before he went around the first trunk, he paused and turned back to me. I gave him a tentative wave. He returned an equally mediocre one. For half a second, I saw the world from his point of view and could compare it to my own. Neither of us knew if the strangers we met were the good guys anymore. Then, he resumed his run. "Let's get out of here," I said as I climbed back in the truck. Next stop, Clownfish. Chapter 16. "Hey, Frank." A bald, bearded man had the roadblock open, so I could drive the truck through without delay. "Welcome home." "Thanks, Dante." I waved and slowed next to him. "I see you were still wearing the Jacksonville Panthers jerseys." Dante carried a donut around his midsection, but he was strong and had the stamina to stand guard for long shifts, as well as help out wherever he was needed in the community. If he had one flaw, it was his dedication to wearing that heavy style of top. It was often soaked with sweat and looked like it heated him about 20 extra degrees. "I always support my team," he said with a smile, before pointing to the animal gracing the side of the truck. "I recognize your team, too. The Clownfishes. Gotta fly the colors, right?" We shared some welcome laughter. The main roadblock swarmed with armed people. I didn't recognize many, but I did see some familiar faces nearby. Elmer, the old veteran, sat on the corner of Albacore with a small card table next to him. It looked as if he was doing water duty, offering guards and local kids a drink from his cooler jug whenever they walked by. Regis and Francine were also on the same corner, keeping the vet company. The elderly couple had a patio umbrella driven into the overgrown grass between their chairs, keeping the sun off their heads. Regis had his rolling golf bag with him, but the secret must have gotten out, since his bolt-action Weatherby hunting rifle leaned against his cushy camp chair. The three of them waved when they saw me glance their way. I motioned Dante to come closer, so we could talk in private. "How's things here?" I asked, anxious to use my first opportunity to get plugged back into the local intel. As the leader of the community, I didn't want to roll onto my street without a general understanding of what problems might be standing out at the moment. By showing I was already aware of local issues, I knew it would make my warning about the impending invasion more compelling. "Well, the main thing is that Red has been going around with his truck and pulling everything possible out of the canals, so we can use them as part of our walls. If you look down that way, you can see the intersection has been fortified like you wanted." He drew my attention behind me, to Zen's side. About a mile away at the Bravo intersection, there was another roadblock. The biggest item was the fishing trawler that had been left on shore near the canal at the side of Poseidon Pier. Other boats, cars, and a shipping container or two made up the rest of it. "He's down that way right now." I didn't see the truck moving around, so he must have been off gathering more debris. Turning back to Albacore, I took a moment to study what the rest of the block looked like. 3 or 4 kids threw a baseball in one of the front yards. More of them kicked a soccer ball down at the circle. The tents that had so bothered me on earlier visits were now gone, though I wasn't sure if the storm had blown them away, or the people had been taken in by locals. Compared to the residents of the golf course, with their vehicle traps, sniper nests, and shaved heads, our street looked like a throwback to a previous civilization. If I could have sealed us off from the rest of the world at that moment to protect the life we had left, I might have tried it. But events in the region were soon going to force us to adapt. "What about outsiders? Have there been many asking to come in?" "A few stragglers have come to the front gate, but we've politely asked them to continue walking up and down Bayside Road. Some of our guards have run into people in the woods, but we send 3-man teams, so our guys aren't easily outgunned while on patrol. None of those people have given us any trouble." "The quiet before the storm," I said wistfully. "Don't tell me another hurricane is coming," Dante said with disappointment. "No, not that I know of," I assured him. "But there is a whole army moving around to our north. The guys from the ship have linked up with others like them, and they burned Port Charlotte to the foundations. I pointed up. The sky is red from all the ash from the fires. Oh, shit, he replied. We've all been wondering about that. Yeah. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I tapped the wheel. That reminds me of another thing I learned. Tell the parents on your street to watch for lice. I'm not sure how it spreads, but every man, woman, and child in the last subdivision had their heads shaved. It was the only way they could fight it. Dante rubbed his bald head. Bring it on. I'm already prepped. I laughed. What about your wife? You think Tara wants a shaved head? He had a twinkle in his eye, as if he'd like to see that. You'd have to shave your beard, too, I commented. His beard was a point of pride, and it somehow seemed to be a few inches longer than when I first met him. I'll spread the word, he answered immediately, turning absolutely serious. I'm sure some of these parents know about lice and how to prevent it. I moved on to other business. There will be a leader meeting later today. I want to talk to everyone at once, so be ready for that. I will. I guess I'll head inside now. Hey, Frank? He took a step back. Speaking of hating to do things, one of your rules is to check inside every vehicle that comes through here. By all means, take a look. Pierce opened the rear doors. When Dante got to the back and looked inside, I couldn't see him due to all the stuff back there, but I heard him whistle as if impressed. When he came back to the side of the truck next to me, he gave a little wave to let me go. Looks like you've had quite the adventure, he said with amusement. You can't even imagine, I answered. When things settle down, I'm going to take notes about my trip, so I can share it all with you guys. You wouldn't believe me if I told you what they are doing with portable toilets up in the cities. Wearing them as fashion? He laughed. Much worse than that, I replied. I'll call ahead, he said as he showed me the handheld radio. We rolled past the roadblock, waving at everyone we could. Cars and trucks were lined up on the right side of Poseidon Pier, a bit off the road, but on top of the embankment for the canal. They provided a light defensive wall for our scouts and sentries, some of whom sat inside the cars watching us as we drove by. It looks like we're on high alert already, Carmen suggested. Good. We'll need to go on even higher alert when we tell them what's coming. She leaned closer and whispered, Can we stop that whole army, Frank? Honestly, I don't even know how many soldiers they might have. How many vehicles? How many weapons? We need to know more before we can predict anything. I can send out my drones, Dee said from the back. Oh, I know, I replied. We'll get to that. My notepad was itching to be filled with more chores for people. When we got to Barracuda, it was comparatively quiet. A couple of kids hung out at the far end, running around in the circle, but that was about it. We then ran into 2 teen girls on bicycles. Rainy, Carmen said out her window since they were on that side of the truck. We all stopped in the middle of the road. Hi, Carmen, she answered back. Then, on tiptoes so she could see me across the cabin, she added, Hi, Uncle Frank. Hi, Rainy, I said to Luke's daughter. Where you headed? My passenger asked. Me and Lena are going to check the squirrel traps. We've gotten a few of them already, though I'm not prepared to eat those dirty little bastards. We doing okay on food? I asked. She shrugged in an unencumbered manner. I have no idea. I show up to meals and some food appears on my plate.
I mean, I'm hungry a lot, but not starving." She turned serious. "I bet it is way worse out there, isn't it?" "Yeah. Be glad you can eat anything," Carmen said. Looking forward while listening to the ladies pass small talk back and forth, I noted that I had a ton of resources under my control that most people on the outside would literally kill to have. The garage full of food over at the Drummonds was merely the appetizer. We also had access to an entire ship full of various irreplaceable products, including food. The real nagging question was whether I had the manpower to save either one. "Good luck," Carmen eventually said after another minute of chit-chat. "Bye, guys," the girls chimed in. "See you soon," I said through the window. I drove on, turning to the left when we reached the end of Poseidon and the start of Clownfish. The shipping container wall surrounded the last 9 houses on the block, and it came as zero shock to see what must have been the entire community gathered at the blockade of containers to welcome us home. "Here we go," I said with rising excitement. Everyone stood in the roadway, at the gate of our modern version of a castle. Since all the action was at the far end of the street, it gave us time to drive through the vacant end at the start and toward the 4 unfinished homes in the middle, which had been mostly torched by the crashing plane. "This is your home?" Allison asked with wonder. "There are so many kids." "There are a lot of them," I agreed. "We like them," Carmen added. "No, I do too," the woman in the back continued. "It's just that kids weren't around on the island. I think they had to stay hidden. I never really asked about them." "And look at all them dogs," Helen added. "We have a lot of those, too," Carmen laughed. "The teenagers like bringing them home in packs, though we've got to put an end to that, or we'll soon have thousands." Pierce cracked up. We were all getting caught up in the anticipation of the homecoming. Passing the 4 unfinished homes, it looked as if my people had scrounged inside to remove every last usable piece of wood. Lengths of the collapsed roofs had been dragged aside, the framing had been ripped out, and the shingles tossed in piles. A couple of guards hid inside the one on the end, looking through the firing holes. I happened to notice them in the garage as we drove by. My people were here to celebrate, but the guards were still on duty. That made me feel confident, knowing everything was still in good order. All that was thrown into question when I saw one person walking my way in the middle of the road. The kid had on a huge backpack that towered over his head and bulged out the sides. He was in full camo, long sleeves and long pants, and wore a huge black vest over the whole outfit. "What's Tyler up to now?" I snickered. Mr. Puppers, the black lab, and the Chiweenie dog ran free in the open ground nearby, as if tasked with protecting the boy but not taking the job too seriously. I slowed and let him come next to my window. "Heya, Tyler," I said with good cheer. "Looks like you're going somewhere." Up close, I figured out what he'd done. He'd gotten a hold of webbing and mag pouches, then hung rifle magazines in every possible place he could. Standing in front of me, his huge pack probably had 100 mags hung from it. It looked as if he had a giant egg on his back. "Do you even operate, Uncle Frank?" he asked in a serious tone. "Because I do." "I can see that, soldier. How many rounds do you think you'll need for the battle?" His serious look briefly broke, betraying his attempt to stay in character. "Well, the general told me that the only appropriate amount of ammo was all of it, so I'm trying to make good on his order." "You don't even have a rifle," I remarked.
Yeah, I tried to carry one, but it was too heavy with all this other crap. And you don't see the problem with that? I'm just messing around for the ladies, Uncle Frank. He leaned a bit closer. These clips are all empty anyway. Those are called magazines, not clips, I replied, noting how I was giving one of the most cliched lectures present in almost every apocalyptic book I'd ever read. A clip organizes cartridges so you can feed them into the weapons magazine, which is a part of the gun that is either internal or detached. The mag itself is usually a metal box and has a spring that feeds ammo into the chamber. A clip is basically a hunk of metal. I was thinking of Gretchen's M1 Garand, which used N-block clips to feed the internal magazine. Up until seeing that, the only clips I'd ever dealt with were the moon clips for my SP-101 revolver. The clips versus mags difference was obvious, once you'd handled both. Right on, Uncle Frank. But you already knew that, didn't you, Tyler? We smiled at each other. I get lazy and just call these clips, he admitted. You said that because you wanted to get me started on a rant, didn't you? He laughed. Yeah, he began. Chucky? Helen interrupted. The old woman stood behind me, but her hand pointed ahead, inches from the side of my face. She'd zeroed in on the little white and tan dog I'd brought back from the flooding. It now ran in the middle of the street, chasing Mr. Puppers, or being chased by the lab. It was hard to say. That's Chucky, she repeated louder. As we mentioned, there are a crap ton of dogs on our street. I laughed a bit to myself. Actually, you're right. He had no name when we found him, so we called him Chucky. I tried to remember where the name had come from, but it wasn't an important detail in the scheme of survival. As best I could recall, I'd heard it shouted somewhere, and it stuck. But I know him, she wailed. I know that dog right there. His name is Chucky. I found it odd she already knew the dog's name. Okay, hold on, I cautioned. We're getting out soon. I turned back to Tyler. Hey, operator, it looks like you are protecting this joint. We'd like to go through the gate to visit your base. Do we have your permission to go inside? That has to be Chucky. Helen repeatedly tapped my shoulder. Let me out. Tyler listened to Helen repeat the desire to get out. Someone have to use the dumper? He asked. No, but it is urgent. We'll see you inside. Aye, aye, Uncle Frank. He paused for a second. And that fish painted on the side is pretty sweet. Yeah, it is, I agreed. We drove forward, and the crowd parted. Helen went ballistic as we passed the 3 pups, begging me to let her out. For a lot of reasons, I couldn't end this long journey fast enough. Chapter 17. We came home to cheers and clapping. Everyone parted as the truck made its way between the 2 shipping containers acting as our new front gate. The crowd fell to each side, slapping high fives with me and Carmen as we held our arms out the doors. Hey, Frank, Pierce said from behind Carmen's seat. Do you ever talk to the guy who lives with Trish in that place? Is he ever around here? He pointed out Carmen's window to the last house on the block, next to Trevor's old place. Penny had explained to Pierce that his real estate agent lived on the same street as him, but I had never seen her or her husband. No one has seen or heard from either of them since this all started. We have no idea what happened to them. Ah, okay, he said. I found it odd for him to ask the question. He should have been more focused on his wife and daughter, who were approaching with the others on the street ahead. The blonde daughter walked hand in hand with her mom. "I'm going to park here. We can unload this truck once we've had a chance to visit." I didn't want to spend a lot of time talking and shaking hands, but I could tell my friends weren't going to allow me to jump out of the truck and get right to work. After being gone for so long, it was probably a good idea to reassure them I was back, but also that my trip to the outside world was a worthy one. "Let me take the heat for a bit, then you guys can climb out the back."
"I want to see my Chucky,"
Helen reminded me before turning away. "Oh, I know," I answered.
"Are you ready to get out?"
Helen said to one of the children.
"I know I sure am." "Yee-haw!"
the girl answered, sounding far more enthused than earlier. I didn't know a thing about her condition, but her nonverbal nature made me think she didn't have her full mental capabilities. If that was the case, then her enthusiastic reply made even more sense.
"That's for sure,"
Helen said to the child. I immediately wondered where we were going to put the two special needs kids. None of us were set up to take care of them long term. What type of medications did they need? What could they eat? How would they get around? I was sure we would work it all out, but my brain addressed practical problems and solutions around the clock these days. Shane was at my door as I opened it. He held the yellow 4-pound hammer for me to take.
"Frank, I feel stupid doing this, but the kid asked me to get this to you before you set foot on the street. Besides, I wanted to be the first to give Sonny a crack on the arm when he gets out."
Nikki's mom, Amy, was only a few feet away listening to Shane.
"Guys, Sonny and Jammer are safe, but they aren't in the truck with me."
"What?"
Shane shot back. "We all got picked up by the U.S. Marines. It's a long story, but Carmen and I bailed out of the rescue boat. The others went back to their aircraft carrier, we think." "You think?" Amy asked with worry in her voice. I took the hammer. "We got separated. Let me get through this crowd, and then we can talk. I promise you, however, they were perfectly fine the last I saw them." How would I explain they were in the other boat full of Marines, and the last I saw of them was when they were being shot by the boat chasing them? While technically it was true they were all right at that point, I had no idea what had gone down later in the chase. I made the assumption that things turned out good, since they were with the Marines. I had a million stories to share. Familiar faces came and went. I saw Elizabeth and her grandson. The older woman looked as if she'd cleaned up, trimmed her hair a little, and the process removed some of the desperation wrinkles around her eyes and lips. It seemed as if the trauma surgeon had settled into her new life here. Ben stood toward the back, but he waved when I saw him. His head bandage was gone, perhaps finally healed from the time he'd struck his head on the top of the tunnel while on his boat during the storm. Em cut through, holding some sheets of paper. "These are my notes for you," she said, "from the watch meeting last night and the other one this morning." "Thanks," I replied. I set the heavy hammer on the front bumper of the truck, freeing my hands to shake with my friends and hug those who wanted to be hugged. Pierce came out the passenger door of the truck, after Carmen, and he rushed over to Penny and Daisy. Penny locked eyes with me for a moment, giving me a curt nod. Then she turned to her husband, and seemed to smile for real as he raced closer. I studied them, as people clapped my back and tried to shake my hand. Pierce looked as if he was going to meet her, but he changed his mind at the last second and instead knelt in front of Daisy.
He gave her a big hug, though he soon looked up to Penny and spoke a few words, though there was no way to eavesdrop. He seemed like an okay guy, so I hoped, for Penny's sake, his story about not wanting a divorce was true. When the guy finally stood up, he and Penny engaged in an awkward embrace for a few seconds. Then they separated. They headed off toward Penny's home, presumably with much to talk about. That left me able to focus on those around me. "Hey, you Frank," LeVar said, towering over everyone. "LeVar," I answered.
"Uncle Frank,"
Zoe and Alex said at the same time. They'd been standing near the back with other teenagers, but smiled and clapped when I pointed to acknowledge their efforts to get my attention. Tyler walked back toward the houses, moving slowly with his heavy load. Melanie was near the street, surrounded by 5 or 6 little ones, plus one in her arms. The next few minutes were a blur. Most faces I recognized. Red, the truck driver, lingered in there. Darla, the mother of the twins and newly widowed, was watching. She wore her hipster glasses and a nice dress, always looking like a schoolteacher. Kimber, Sonny's cheerleader girlfriend, waited patiently at the edge of the crowd, often standing on tiptoes to see when her man would come out of the truck. True to her job, she wore the shortest shorts and a top I would describe as barely a t-shirt. If I could clear out the numerous young boys acting as moons in her orbit, she was another person I needed to speak with immediately. I looked down at the papers Em had given to me and saw a question circled multiple times with a pencil. Once I saw it, I knew it was time to get us back to survival. I did my world-famous 2-fingered whistle. That silenced the crowd. I hopped onto the front bumper of the giant truck. "Guys, as you can see, I'm back." The cheers and congratulations went up all over again. I should have known it would have that effect, but I was glad to give them something to celebrate for a moment. "Quiet down," I urged. "I have a billion things on my mind like always, but there is one I'm sure you're all asking about right this second." "Are you going to propose to Carmen?" a girl's voice asked from the depths of the crowd. Cheers, claps, and hoots followed. I held up my hands. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. My personal life should be less important to you than what is happening outside of Clownfish Cove. Before I get into any of that, I need to see some people in Luke's garage after this little shindig, okay?" People were now paying attention. "I need anyone who is friends or family with Sonny, Gretchen, or our mailman friend Jammer to head over to Luke's driveway. I'll be right over." Kimber wasted no time. She was already ditching her escorts. Shane followed her a few steps back. Amy also went over there. I'd seen her and Jammer holding hands at one point, so I knew right away why she was involved. "Okay, you all heard me in the speaker, and I've been making my way to Clownfish ever since this morning. What should have been a 10-minute drive is now a morning-long ordeal, but I'm finally back." Light cheering broke out again. "Okay, that's enough clapping," I said with a laugh. "Let me finish what I have to say." I cleared my throat. "The reason you heard my voice in the speaker was because I was with the drone operator flying it. Now, this may be hard to hear, but that man got hurt along the way, and he decided not to come with us. However, his apprentice did come along, and she knows everything the other guy did and is taking over for him." The crowd cheered again. "Please give a warm welcome to Deanna," I said into the cheers. Deanna stood on the other side of the truck, But when the cheering broke out, and when I pointed her out to the crowd, she came over to me, slowly waving to my friends as she did so.
"What is this, Frank?"
Dee asked on the sly.
"Why did you lie to them?"
The rambunctious crowd made it hard to hear us. "I'm giving you a new identity," I answered. While it would have been nice for her to suck it up and shake off the jitters, the girl seemed unlikely to function if everyone thought she was an all-powerful controller who sat in her big tower with all the answers, like I once did. One where you won't be expected to know everything.
"Oh, thanks."
"No problem," I replied. "If anyone asks about Dr. Uding, we'll say we lost him in the confusion of the evacuation of your compound."
"That's almost true," she smiled.
"Also, don't mention what it is you do."
"It's Deanna Disaster!"
Tyler exclaimed. I caught sight of the boy. He'd taken off his ridiculous backpack and stood in the crowd to my left, about 10 feet away. "You know her?" I asked, stunned that my effort to hide her had failed in such a spectacular manner.
"We all know her,"
another boy answered. Another boy wolf whistled. There was laughter all around. I turned to Deanna with a question drawn on my face. She smiled shyly.
"I probably should have mentioned that when I normally do my videos, I wear clothes that are, form-fitting."
"You blow shit up in tights?" I asked with surprise.
"Tights, bikinis, yoga pants. Stuff guys like."
Like Allison, she didn't seem the least bit put out by the fact she'd been capitalizing on her sex appeal. It made me wonder why she and Allison had been arguing in the truck, since they'd practically been doing the same thing with their bodies. My sigh went on for 10 seconds.
"Am I in trouble?"
she whispered. "No, you do what you want, but I would counsel you to look to the future, not the past. We don't have a lot of opportunities for you to film yourself in your swimsuit."
"I won't,"
she answered. I held up my hands to quiet everyone. "Guys, Deanna Disaster has changed her channel from one about destruction, as cool as that was, and now she is doing shows about survival, so she can help all you kids live a long and happy life. Make sure you support her, okay?" Deanna's fan club started clapping and cheering again. The teen boys who'd been hovering around Kimber had moved over to the new star attraction. The second I stopped talking, Helen stumbled her way in front of me. I held her elbow. "Whoa, ma'am. Take it easy."
"It's okay," she answered. "I found my sweet baby boy Chucky. He came right to me when I called his name."
She held up the Chewini, illustrating how it licked her face continually. "Yeah, he looks like he knows you. We called him Chucky, too. What are the odds?"
"You can't have him,"
she said as she cradled him in her arms. "I don't want him," I answered. The situation reminded me that Clownfish Cove wasn't all that different from other places around our region. While it was easy to think we were the ones who had it all figured out, my interaction with Helen and Deanna reinforced the idea that people in our group were imperfect. They weren't always that smart, and some of them probably even had mental problems. In this case, I wasn't talking about the 2 special needs kids either. "Actually, didn't you say he got lost in the storm?"
"Yes."
She seemed to relax a little when she cuddled the pup.
"He fell off my kayak in the middle of the storm. I thought he was dead for sure."
"Nope. I found him the next day here on this side of the bay, sleeping in my rescue boat." I didn't mention to her that Carmen had fallen in love with the little doggy. She would understand the need to give the canine back to his original owner, especially one as unstable as this one.
"What's that?"
she asked the dog, holding him up as if he was talking in her ear.
"You want me to tell Frank we can take care of those kids? Why don't you tell him?"
She gave me a weird look.
"Well?"
she asked. Helen eyed the dog.
"You aren't going to tell him?"
The dog merely looked up at her, as dogs tend to do when someone speaks to them from a few inches away. "Ma'am, are you doing okay?" I asked. She cast a stink eye at Chucky. Finally, after a long, awkward pause, she looked toward me.
"I'm fine."
"I heard what he said," I answered. "If you want to take care of those 2 children, I'm sure we can get you whatever supplies you need."
"Can I have another mobile chair?"
she asked immediately. "I'm afraid that's out of our hands," I answered. "But if we do find one, you are going to be first on the list to get it. Will that be fair?" She and the dog shared a glance. That seemed to tip her off. She looked up at me.
"I guess."
"Okay. Why don't you go with Carmen? She'll get you cleaned up and squared away." Carmen was close by, so she knew what I'd been saying. She came over and held out a hand for Helen, so they could clear out. I loved the attention of the reunion, but I needed to get into one of the houses. I needed to begin planning the rest of our day. The closest one belonged to Trish, the real estate agent who tried to break up Pierce's marriage. It was nice to have names for the last 2 people unaccounted for on our street. But I also frowned at knowing the owners of that house would probably never be able to contribute to our defense. It was not the place I wanted to strategize. Ben and Evelyn's was on the other side of the road, then LeVar and Kyra's house. The third one was Luke's. "Hey, Luke, can we gather some folks in your house?" "Sure, bring 'em in." I collected Kimber, Amy, and Shane, and we followed Luke to his garage. It was great having the huge welcome, but it was stressful too. Once inside, the sounds of the crowd died back. The view of the shipping containers was hidden behind the gauzy white drapes. It was as if the apocalypse was on a different block. My tension belt loosened as I took a seat in Luke's front sitting area. The room was pristine, with white couches and formal chairs on a dark hardwood floor. One of the end tables had been shoved in front of the big window, along with a second sofa to reinforce it. That was the only tip-off things weren't completely fine. "Guys, as I said, your friends are all right, but I do have a story to tell about where they are. You better sit down for this one." I spun the tale of the previous 24 hours. It ended with a young running man who wanted to join the Legion. By the time I was done, they understood the stakes. They understood what was coming. The real tale would be us surviving for the next 24 hours. Chapter 18. "So now you know," I said to the trio.
"And we haven't had any messages? No notes? No radio signals? Can we send any of those out to where they are?"
Kimber had been a professional cheerleader in her former life, but that hadn't been her full-time job. She worked as an office manager for a law firm in Atlanta and must have picked up some of the language because she always asked keen questions. "I assume they are on a ship, but the Marines wouldn't tell me anything specific about their base. As I mentioned in my story, the Legion had infiltrated our society, and those left in our military can't trust any of us on shore."
"But you saved the vice president,"
she said, sounding defensive. Yeah, and I think that earned me keeping my weapons while on their boat, I chuckled. They didn't trust me any further than that. It dawned on me how much trust they did bestow, even in that little gesture. If I'd been a bad dude, I probably could have shot a lot of those Marines while they were fighting the other boat.
He has a shifty face,
Carmen jibed while gently slapping me on the cheek to show she was being silly. Well, the bottom line is our friends are safe, but out of contact. I'm hoping they will either debrief them and help them get back, or they'll stay on the ship, keeping them a lot safer than the rest of us here on the streets. After a bit more discussion and no answers, Kimber, Shane, and Amy went back to their tasks. Shane was going back to the Dawn Star, where he'd been spending most of his time, and he took Kimber with him. Carmen stuck around while I spoke to Luke. "It's good to see your face," Luke said as soon as the front door was shut. "I'm not cut out to be a leader of this many people." "Neither am I," I laughed. "But it looks like you did just fine without me." "Well, the wall around our homes has been finished, such as it is with these tin cans. But now the other two streets want their own containers, and people over on Zen's side weren't too happy to see us drag box after box to this side of Bayside Road. I think I might have pissed off more people than I helped." "Do you have a scratch pad I can use?" Luke grabbed a fluorescent yellow bundle of sticky notes from an ornate wooden desk in the corner. I wrote a reminder to smooth things out with the other streets. I also scratched in Neil, so I wouldn't forget the name of the leader from the golf course. From there, I scribbled notes from my trip, names of people, places where things happened, and details about the Legion. All were designed to keep me from forgetting important facts that may come in handy later. When I looked up, Carmen and Luke both looked at me with some worry. "You dozed off for half a minute," she announced. "I did? Maybe for a few seconds," Luke added with great reluctance. I sat back in my chair, drawing in a cleansing breath and letting it out. "Carmen and I slept like shit last night on the sailboat, so I'm not surprised I'm feeling it already." "Can you take a quick nap?" Carmen suggested. "I can cover you." I smiled at her, considering the offer. It was early afternoon. The pieces were in motion from all directions around us. If ever there was a time to stay awake, it was now. On the other hand, I was looking at being up the entire night, since I'd been thinking about how to fight back against the Legion ever since I saw them driving south, toward our homes. Damn. I slapped the notepad on my knee. If I grab an hour now, I'll be ready for tonight. "An hour?" they said at the same time. "Yeah, just a cat nap." "That sounds like a mouse nap," Luke replied. "Why don't you take a real nap for a few hours?" We went back and forth about it, but Carmen was now worried. She explained with lots of hand gestures that if I did pass out, it was likely going to be at the worst possible time for the entire street. While I considered her wise words, we were interrupted by fists slamming against the front door. Carmen jumped out of her seat a bit, but I barely moved. It made me appreciate that my senses were dulled with my exhaustion. It made me realize Carmen was dead right. The safe play was to catch a little sleep now. "Dad, why is the door locked?" Tyler yelled through the closed front door. "We're talking," Luke shouted back. "Give us 5 more minutes." "I'll go through the garage," Tyler said, already running. "No, don't come in," Luke spoke, but his voice trailed off. He turned toward us. "He isn't even listening." "I think we're done for now," I said as I stood up. "Thanks again for keeping the place running." We shook hands. Carmen gave him a hug.
Thank you, she added. We're all in this together, right? He said quietly.
Footfalls slammed on the stairs as Tyler ran to the second floor.
Dad, have you seen my pack of gum?
He screamed from upstairs. A second later, a voice came out of the central air vent.
Dad! Gum!
Luke hurried over to the vent.
I don't have your gum.
He stood there for a moment, as if waiting for a reply. He turned around as he ran his fingers through his hair, laughing almost maniacally.
I have patience with everyone but him. Maybe you need some sleep too, Carmen said in a delicate way. I need a week's worth, he laughed.
Okay, we'll be going, I finally said. I walked with my girlfriend out Luke's front door, expecting to go back to my place and lay down for a bit. But I was immediately put into a new and inescapable situation.
What in the...
I said under my breath. The teenagers and young kids were lined up in 2 long rows in Luke's front yard. Tyler came racing out of his garage grasping a big straw sombrero to keep it on his head. He darted to the front of the line, so he was the first one on my left.
What's this all about?
I asked with skepticism as to whether I was going to approve. Luke stood in his doorway behind me. When I turned to him, he shrugged and wore a blank face, as if he had nothing to do with it.
Uncle Frank, Tyler panted. We wanted to say thanks.
He motioned to his friends. Okay, you are most welcome, but what is it with the hats? Not everyone wore them, but a lot of them did. Most were ball caps or sun visors. Tyler's was the oddest of them all.
I told everyone to wear a hat, he responded, since I read in school that people in the old days always used to wear hats to formal occasions. I wanted this to be formal.
I looked around. Em, the blue-haired teenager, wore a thin bandana, so her normal hair was not covered. Charles, the younger teen standing next to her, wore a blue ball cap. His girlfriend, Abby, if I remembered right, didn't have a hat, but she smiled wide, revealing that mouthful of metal braces. All down the line, every other kid wore a hat. Carmen nudged me in the rib.
You want to say something, she whispered.
I waited for a few moments for everyone to stop clapping and settle down.
Shouldn't you all be working? I said.
They laughed, but also thought I was serious. Carmen nudged me again.
I meant say something nice.
I'm getting to it, I cracked up. I'm humbled to see you all here for this special surprise. Thank you to whoever set this up for us. And thank you to the rest of you for caring enough to come out here.
Speech!
Tyler belted out. I glanced over with surprise on my face.
Wasn't I just giving one? Oh yeah, my bad.
He tipped his sombrero.
I get the hat, but why did you run inside for the gum?
I envisioned him needing it for a crazy ploy, like sticking it in my hair or smashing it in the grass.
In this case, I only wanted gum to chew,
he said like it had never been a big deal. Carmen grabbed my arm and propelled us forward between the lines. I stopped to shake hands or fist bump almost every kid who'd come into the yard. Many of them thanked me for rescuing them from the school or from their neighborhoods. Others asked if I'd seen their moms and dads out in my travels. A few mentioned wanting to go out to look for them if I was taking anyone on my next trips out.
Guys, I have a big surprise for you, I announced.
They closed ranks around me.
As you know, we now have Deanna Disaster, who can fly drones around our community. We've got some business to do in the next few days, but as soon as we can,
We are going to have each of you tell us where you live, and we're going to send a drone to look for your families. Does that sound like a good plan?" Many cheers went up.
"We love you, Uncle Frank,"
someone shouted, followed by others. Carmen leaned over to me.
"You were just fishing for them to cheer your name, weren't you?"
"I had no idea any of this was going to happen," I said to defend myself. I would rather be in my bedroom sleeping than getting cheers thrown at me. It would have been better if all the teens were watching the wall or doing chores. In a past life, I might have been the old dude talking to his friends about his lawn, or his car problems, or his health ailments. OMC, or old man crap, as Elmer had once described to me. The teens probably saw me that way no matter what I said or did, so I decided to lean into it. When they settled enough, I spoke. "Thank you for coming out. Now get back to whatever you're supposed to be doing here on Clownfish." I shooed them with my hands, like trying to scare away baby deer. Tyler rushed in front of me. "There is one more thing. Son, I don't need any more cheers. No, this is something else." Another boy handed him a strip of carpet that I immediately recognized as coming from the upstairs bedroom of Trevor's house. The teens had found his leftover drug stash underneath the flooring. "We made this for you." The sample of thick white carpet was about 4 feet long and 1 foot wide. Dozens of nails and screws had been driven in with their pointy sides up, creating a porcupine-like surface. "Some of us felt really bad about that, thing we had where you found some of us smoking weed and stuff. So the rest of us put our heads together to make this. We wanted to show you that's not who we are." The callback to the situation with the dope in the upstairs bedroom made me scan the crowd to see if Tiffany was there, but I didn't see her. Maybe it was coincidence she wasn't around, though she'd been the one who'd taken those extra hits right in front of me. So maybe this act of contrition wasn't universally approved. I glanced over the offered strip. "It's very nice," I allowed. "Uncle Frank, us teens can't make all the fancy boards with the nails in them. Not without help. But we can easily cut up carpet and stick these nails through the bottom. Do you think these will work at stopping any cars?" The screws had been turned as they went in, so they were wrapped in the pile. They would stand upright if the carpet was placed on concrete for sure. The 3-inch nails also stood upright, though they were a little easier to slide out. "Yeah, I think this would work," I replied. "It might even hold up on soft ground, especially with these long screws." The trick to soft ground was preventing the nails from being pushed into the dirt by the tires, rather than into the tire itself. "Can we go get more carpet and make these longer?" I took a look at the boy and all his friends. "You're looking for more work?" They all nodded, some more than others, as I would expect. "I guess go for it," I shrugged. "There is an endless supply of carpet on the front lawns of houses across Bayside." Many homeowners had tossed out their ruined carpets after the storm surge. "We know," Tyler said, breaking up the crowd. "You can also drive nails through old hoses," I called to their backsides. They could also stick nails in flat strips of tire rubber, plywood sheets, or 2x4s. However, as he pointed out, none of those were easy for teens to do by themselves. In addition, plywood and boards were always in short supply for other areas of our community. Using carpet was an elegant solution to a real problem. I was impressed by their creativity. "Thanks, Uncle Frank," Em said as she passed. "We can do this." "I know." A man walked through the crowd directly for me.
Here comes trouble,
Carmen joked. Pierce heard her.
I'm afraid this is serious.
I looked behind him to Penny's house, to his home. Had my friend or her daughter been hurt?
What's going on?
I asked, immediately on alert.
If you've got a minute, I need to show you something.
Pierce waved for me to follow. After all the cheering, it seemed too soon to head back into trouble. But I knew that's where he would take me. Chapter 19.
Sorry to pull you away from the celebration, but this is important.
Pierce walked with purpose toward his house. Is Penny all right? I asked.
Of course. She's inside.
I'd left my AR in the stolen gun truck, but I never went anywhere without my Smith & Wesson. I also needed to get my Springfield XDS back from that woman I'd freed from Allison's brothel. She was supposed to be at the Dawn Star. The point of my tired thought process was that I was armed and alert, if Pierce was aiming to try anything I didn't like.
Come in. Shut this behind me, please, he said,
barging in through the front door.
Sure, I answered.
To Carmen, without using words, I suggested she stand guard at the front entryway. She always carried a little Ruger revolver, too. Carmen dropped back as I went inside.
Penny, you doing okay?
I called ahead.
I'm in here, Frank. We are both fine. Did Pierce find you?
Yeah. I came into the kitchen a half step behind Pierce. Penny and Daisy sat at the kitchen table. The little girl ate from a little bag of potato chips. No distress, no worry. My insides stopped boiling.
Why did you need him?
Penny asked her husband.
What's going on?
I asked Pierce.
Daisy, honey, will you please go into your room and play for a bit? Mommy and Daddy have to talk to Frank. Uncle Frank, she reminded him, hopping out of her chair. Right, Uncle Frank.
We all watched the toddler head down the hallway, pulling individual chips from her bag as she went. Pierce stood by the oven and turned his attention back to me.
Frank, I haven't been honest with you about my background. I also haven't been honest with Penny. I knew it, Penny said under her breath. I don't work for a bank. I work for a governmental department attached to Homeland Security, called the NIS, National Internal Security. You don't work for the bank? His wife asked with shock. You aren't getting your own branch, like you told me when we moved here? I am getting a new branch, and it will be built inside a bank, and everything I've said about the reasons for moving to Fort Myers was true, except the part about who cuts my checks. The bank is a front, I suggested. Yes, he answered. What is it you do exactly? He motioned to the table. Frank, will you sit down for a moment? I wasn't sure if it was better to sit or stay on my feet, ready for anything. It bothered me that I didn't trust him enough to make myself comfortable next to Penny. But it wasn't the fatigue talking. It was the fact he was acting so strange. Maybe in a minute, I replied. Suit yourself, he said, walking across the kitchen to be closer to the table, but also able to see Penny and me at once. He clicked his tongue a few times, thinking. Under normal circumstances, I'm not allowed to even mention the NIS, since our first rule upon taking a commission there is that we can't tell anyone about it or what we do. Some of the old-timers even believe it is okay to kill anyone who finds out about us. Penny looked at him with horror in her eyes. I don't do that, he reassured her quickly.
So you work for the feds, I said to ease the tension. How does that help us? I've seen how people treat you here, Frank. I know you are the real deal, leader of this street, so I wanted you to have all the facts about who is living here. Keep in mind, though, that I'm only sharing this information with you, not everyone else. And you are sharing it with Carmen, I said loudly.
Hello,
my Cuban friend said with amusement from the front doorway, where she kept watch. She was out of sight, but not out of earshot. And her, Pierce relented. Go on, I said. I would have been home several days ago, since I'd been able to get all the way from Tampa to Punta Gorda in about a week. However, when I stumbled into Deanna's scrapyard, I realized she had resources that could help me finish my job for the NIS before the last few lights went out and the whole country fell into darkness.
You are talking in riddles,
Penny interjected. Deanna had aerial surveillance tech, her drones, which I desperately needed to track down and observe a man named Toby Monroe, a man I was sure was going to come back to Clownfish Cove and cause a lot of trouble. Come back to Clownfish, I said with surprise. There was only one house with people who I didn't know. He lives on this street? Yeah, he lives here, Frank. He's in the last house, the one that I asked about earlier. He lives with Trish in the ranch-style home.
He's the asshole who used to come down the street while I was in my yard, Frank.
Carmen was heated as she spoke from the front of the house.
He called me sweetie and cupcake all the time. He was a total dick.
She'd mentioned him before. Wait, I said. How did you know he was coming back here? He told me so. Right before the power went out in Tampa, I was checking my text messages. You remember I said a woman stole my phone to send a text message to Penny just before the EMP? Right after I discovered that one, but before I could reply to Penn, another text came in. I wrote it down later so I didn't forget it. He put a scrap of paper on the table in front of Penny, forcing me to close ranks with her. Dear Pierce, I know you are never in style, but the end is coming for all of you. The end did come, I said. Never in style is NIS, he clarified. Oh, right, I replied. And then I made it worse, Pierce went on. I basically answered Toby's text by saying you better bring an army if you were coming for my family.
Oh, Pierce,
Penny whispered, in a what-have-you-done tone of voice. I figured if you couldn't get the backing of the powerful organization you worked for when they threatened your family, then what the hell good were they? And though I didn't write it down, Toby's reply said he hoped I would enjoy the extramarital problems he made for me. EMP, I interjected, seeing the pattern in the words right away. This Toby guy was connected to the attack? Apparently so. I believe he planned to take me out as part of this bigger terrorist attack. Penny tapped her fingernails on the hard table.
Wait, how does Trish, your real estate agent, tie into this? And how did you not know she lived with an arms dealer and drug runner, if you were part of some agency watching them?
Toby is a big-time player, but he fooled the FBI and Florida authorities by moving to a modest subdivision like ours and using his many aliases. I'd been assigned to this area to work surveillance on him wherever possible. However, these homes were very new. The NIS hadn't been able to bug their house and set up 24/7 observation of the property. So her role was, she prodded. She was his secret weapon to deflect the NIS. Since we didn't know she was involved, she slipped through the cracks as she set up a fake real estate business and almost counter-surveilled me as my own real estate agent.
The time she used your phone, Penny said with new understanding.
Her goal was probably to bug it, but Toby must have told her to mess up my marriage to be super nasty, since he texted me about it. If I would have rushed right home to you, we might have been arguing for weeks. Then boom, I never make the connection between those two.
That's pretty slick,
Penny said, sounding distant. I'd say he did it out of spite, I reasoned, since he had to know the EMP was only minutes away from taking you out of the picture when he sent the message. Or he didn't know the EMP would go off when it did, Pierce offered. If he would have known the precise time, maybe he would have sent someone to Tampa to be ready to kill me. Maybe he did, I joked. He didn't laugh. These international guys operate like that. Whatever the timing, he was going to take me down after the EMP had knocked out the law, Pierce said ominously. I represent the highest levels of government law enforcement to him. He was so confident he let me know in advance. What are you, some kind of spy? I asked. This sounds like James Bond stuff. I wish. I'm a glorified technical analyst. We might as well be running a bank, since all we seem to do is look at bank records, on-chain crypto transactions, and international shipping manifests. Think of me as Jack Ryan, the Tom Clancy character, without the fancy footwork, or military background, or... We get it, I chuckled. He nodded for a moment. I know this is all very confusing. What it boils down to is this. Trish knew who I worked for, because her husband knew who I worked for. They are both part of a criminal enterprise the NIS wanted to crack. He was a key player in much of the arms smuggling that goes on in Central and South America, and I'm convinced he had contacts with the invaders. I don't know what happened to the woman, but you said she isn't in the house anymore. Not that I know of, I agreed. Then she probably went south, to South Point, and found her husband there. Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said. But I will have someone sweep her house to be sure. That's great, but it won't be the end of it, he replied.
Why? Is something else wrong? Penny asked. What aren't you telling us?
There is. His voice sounded distant. There was a second message. I wrote it down too. He set another scrap on the table. His voice sounded 1,000,000 miles away as he read it aloud. We're coming for Daisy Dew, too. Penny shot up out of her seat.
Pierce, why the hell didn't you tell me about this the second you could, over the speaker?
I had to take a step back. Pierce tried to reach for his wife. I wanted to, honey, but I didn't think it would matter. You were already living in an armed fortress. Deanna assured me Frank was watching out for you. It seemed superfluous to worry you further. Not until I could get here to explain it all without fear of being intercepted. If Toby knew you were coming home, he might have tried to grab her before you got here, I said, taking a stab at how a spy might think. Yes, as long as they thought I was in Tampa, I figured they might wait.
And did they? Penny fumed. Do they know you were here? Are they going to leave my little girl alone?
She stormed down the hallway. I wondered about the past events, and which, if any, could be tied directly to this Toby character. Maybe he was the one who told the Poncho guys where to find us? Maybe he helped Trevor organize his mercenaries in North Point. Wouldn't that be our luck? He and I followed Penny and found her standing at the doorway of the playroom. The little girl was busy with her toys, unaware of the goings-on of the big people. She smiled when she saw us looking in, but seemed upset when Penny strode in and crouched down to give her a hug. She was playing with a couple of plastic horses, after all. Penny got up, walked past us again, and motioned for us to follow. She only spoke after going back into the kitchen.
I'm mad as hell, Pierce. But I guess I can see why you waited. However, I'm not sure I can ever forgive you for hiding your job from me. You put Daisy in danger by moving us to the exact street where these bad people lived.
Honey, they told me we would be moving into a safe neighborhood, far from any of the NIS targets. They never told me they were putting me on the same damned street. Once I figured it out, I complained endlessly. But they said I was already here, so make the best of it. They assured me it would be totally hands-off, surveil and observe only.
Did they ask Daisy to wear a wire for you?
She sniped. I told them repeatedly I had a wife and daughter they were putting at risk.
And
they gave me a bunch of transfer paperwork, which I filled out a week before the end of the world. But they told me it would take 6 to 12 months for it to go through.
You work for idiots.
I know, he said glumly. But part of why I was in Tampa so long this time is that I was looking for a condo for you and Daisy to get the hell away from here.
Was Trish your real estate agent for that, too?
Penny probed. His face gave her the answer. Okay, I said, cutting through the tension. A government agency messed something up. That I understand. But Toby and Trish sent you those texts, so how the hell could they have known who you were? As she said, your own wife didn't even know. Penny nodded along with me. Maybe someone in government screwed up again and tipped them off. Maybe the Legion gave them a list of all known government assets as part of their prep work for the invasion. Maybe the cartels knew who I was the second I put money down on our house. At this point, it's all conjecture who was behind it. I just know Toby wouldn't send me those threatening texts unless he planned to make good on them. Anyone associated with drugs and gun running as their day job is going to be stupid aggressive when the police are gone. So now we have to worry about a jilted career criminal, I declared. He went and stood by the stainless steel refrigerator. I can help us get ready for him, he said. And I want to donate a resource to help convince you I'm speaking the truth. He patted the front of the appliance. I already have one of those, I deadpanned. I thought he was going to open it, but he instead grabbed the huge device with both hands and slid it forward. Since most of the food had been removed, the bulky object slid out easily. I'm not giving this away, Pierce huffed. Once it was in the middle of the floor, he planted himself in front of the empty space, then jabbed his shoe against the wall. Penny hopped out of her chair at the sudden violence.
What are you doing?
She asked. He kicked again. He punched some of the debris from higher up. Our department is off the books, out of sight. We deal with problems the rest of the government is not set up to fight, or crimes that other departments sanction at the highest levels. Think of us as the watchers of the watchers, with absolutely no one watching us in return. Yikes, I said. Yeah, you can imagine what problems that level of freedom can create. Some of the NIS ops are pure criminal enterprises, like our overseas bioresearch labs. However, most of us are good guys, and we had an inkling something big was coming. About 3 years ago, my boss in the NIS comes to me and says he was starting to stockpile, for whatever it was threatening to knock the country off her high horse. Pierce used an elbow to clear out the last of the light sheetrock. He warned me about a virus program in deepest Russia that legitimately turned test subjects into zombies. Zombies are bullshit, I chuckled. Have you seen some of the latest drugs to come out of Central Asia? Some of them get you so high you try to bite anyone around you. That's just coincidence, I said. Or they are trying to improve it while testing, eh? Maybe, I said to move us along. He also said society could end with a digital currency that collapses every industrialized economy. I thought that was bullshit too. But have you seen the boom and bust in cryptocurrency lately? It has become a Ponzi scheme that could take down entire nations. I guess. I like you, Frank. You are hard to convince. The last thing he told me about was also the easiest to enact. A high-altitude nuke burst would send this country back into the Dark Ages. Obviously, that one isn't a conspiracy anymore. Sure, but did you believe him on any of that 3 years ago? You tell me. Pierce grabbed a flashlight from inside the dusty cubbyhole behind the wall. When he shined the light in there, it became clear that he had indeed taken the warning to heart. The hole was about 4 feet deep, 4 wide, and 8 tall. A rack loaded with 6 rifles was in the far back, all protected from time by tight plastic wrap. There was a line of police radios along the top shelf, all sitting inside a long metal cage. There was also a tent and sleeping bags on the floor, a new in-the-box water filtration system, a solar charging station, 2 big backpacks hanging from hooks on the sides, and a dozen other pieces of gear. He turned to face his wife. I built this into the house without you knowing about it, and I'm now realizing I should have brought you in as a full partner. However, you have to understand in my line of work, everything is a threat. From solar eruptions affecting the entire solar system, down to a microscopic bug built by suicidal nations to infect us all. The reason I shielded you from all that is that I didn't want to burden you with the things that keep me up all night. Every night. I could go on working among bad people, because I knew you and our daughter were living a great life here. I maybe understand the big picture, but this is all stuff I could have used these past 2 weeks, she lamented, gesturing toward the hole. My eyes were only for the radios, though more weapons never hurt. I see that now. However, I want you to know this is why I've been trying to keep you fit and in shape, before and after having our daughter. I knew trouble was coming, just not what it was precisely. He wiped sweat from his neck. The inside of the house was stuffy and humid. And you really didn't have an affair with your real estate agent? She asked, cutting to what was important to her. At least as far as repairing trust was concerned. I swear to you, the only thing that woman did was help me piece together what is really going on here. I mean, besides the EMP. The name on her card was Trish Otto, not Trish Monroe, or I would have put it together in seconds. Once you told me where she lived, I knew who her husband was, and why she and Toby texted me at almost the same time. She seemed to settle from her earlier outburst. I wasn't sure if she now believed him, or if she was simply too tired to carry on that level of angst. Pierce went on. I got lucky she didn't find me on my walk home, or I might never have made it here to warn you. I pretty much avoided everyone, since I had to stay vigilant in case I noticed a red Jeep coming after me. My heart skipped a few beats. A red Jeep? I asked. Yeah, he rides around in a big red Jeep. Toby does? Yep. Haven't you seen it on his driveway? T-Bone loved that thing. My mental compass spun around a few times before settling on a direction. An important detail that tied much of the entire 12-day disaster to a single person. Did you say T-Bone? As in the guy organizing the asshole convention south of us? Yeah. My pulse ramped up to speed. T-Bone is Toby? I asked with wonder in my voice. Of course. Didn't I make that clear before? Hell no, you didn't. I had to rethink our conversation over the last several minutes. He hadn't only been talking about a random criminal on our street who was off doing bad things. He'd been describing the leader of the mega gang plaguing Fort Myers to our south. He'd been describing a person I'd been fleeing for almost all of the past 12 days, starting with that ride through town to get the wells. I'm sorry, Frank. I barely heard him. T-Bone is Toby, and he lived on our street. I spoke slowly, deliberately. Shit. Maybe he recognized Drummond's blue El Camino if he saw other people moving into their new homes around here. That could have been why he went after us. He might have thought I was in there, Pierce added. Yeah, or Penny. I'd taken Carmen on that trip to the hardware store, but it wouldn't have been a stretch to imagine Penny going with me instead. Either way, I'd struck upon a possible reason for even being on the guy's radar, aside from tangling with one of his minions, who turned out to be Alvaro's missing son. Lots of things came together in my head. All this leads me to one undeniable conclusion. I don't think it's only you that pissed him off, I suggested. He and his gang have had their eye on us from the beginning. He's not just coming for you, your daughter, or Penny. He's also coming for me. He's coming for all of us, and the community we've built on what he views as his home turf. A home turf the government chased him from. That doesn't make me feel any better, Pierce said. Me either, Penny added. Or me, Carmen chimed in from the next room. One thing was clear. I needed Deanna and her drones in the air. Immediately. Sleep would have to wait. Chapter 20. Once I left Penny's place, I sprinted to LeVar's, since that was where Deanna had gone to set up her drone hardware. I've got to change, Carmen said, dropping back. Don't doze off, I laughed. While running, I realized I'd become heavily dependent on Carmen as my partner in this operation. After hearing how Pierce had done many questionable things in the name of his love for Penny and Daisy, I reflected on the possibility Carmen could be used against me in the same way. If T-Bone, or the sheriff, or even the Legion wanted to really hurt me, they could go after her. But that was the problem facing human beings since the first family came out of that cave in the far distant past. Hell, most of my motivation came from wanting to save my neighbors. Saving my lover was baked into that. Still, I did have a big vulnerability now, and it was important to identify it. Helen and the two special children sat in Luke's front yard, watching the 3 dogs run together and play. The girl, I needed to learn their names, laughed and laughed. The boy watched with his usual blank face, but he was tapping his foot. Helen waved as I sped by. When I arrived at LeVar's, I wasn't surprised to see Deanna, Allison, and LeVar running around with wires, solar panels, and tending a drone in the yard. Hey, where are the other drones? I asked. There are 2 in the garage. Those are the ones without the working cameras. We've got to figure out a way to fix them. However, I do have this one. She pointed to the one sitting in the grass. It's the one we were flying during our escape earlier. Cool. The panels aren't digging this dim red sunlight, LeVar advised. I'm getting another panel online to see if we can make up for the shortfall. Cool, I answered. It took about 10 minutes, time I spent scribbling notes in my notepad. Pierce came over to help me with the reconnaissance we needed to do, but Penny wasn't with him. I saw her going into Carmen's place. That explained why Carmen had taken a detour. The women were going to talk about her super spy husband, no doubt. When the drone lifted off, we watched it go into the air. Then Deanna took her controller into the garage.
"I get too much glare on the screen out there,"
she explained. She took a seat in a camp chair, and LeVar pulled over a second one so I could sit next to her. Pierce stood over and behind her so he could see it better.
"Where are we going?"
she asked. "To the west, then south," Pierce explained. "Why not go through the woods?" I asked immediately.
"The woods themselves are not bad," Deanna said. "But the people down in South Point are watching the woods where it first hits the roads. They now shoot anything they see along the edge of the forest to keep out trespassers. 2 of my drones came back with bullet holes while passing close to them."
I probably had a little to do with that, since my convoy had blasted out of the forest on the way to the high school the other day, right where she was talking about. We then did the same thing in reverse, possibly terrorizing those people still left alive in those homes. "And the west is better?" I asked.
"There isn't much left in the west," she said. "Most people are dead or have been pushed from their homes. We will fly low and fast, weaving out of all the houses, so we'll have lots of cover on our flying journey." I wasn't sure if anything she said was true, but I had to take her words on faith. "She's gotten me there a few different times," Pierce said. "She'll get us there again." Deanna worked a small joystick and touchpad while she watched a 6x6 video screen on her tablet. The camera showed the drone lift in the air above Clownfish, lean forward, then speed over Barracuda and Albacore. I again saw kids playing in the streets, people walking, and guards keeping watch. I also saw... "Whoa!"
I cried out.
"What?"
asked the pilot.
"What the hell are all those people doing there?"
I pointed, but it was obvious, as the crowd took up half the screen. There were easily a couple hundred locals pounding the pavement as they walked north from the direction of South Point. They stayed in a tight group, almost a formation, as they came down the middle of Bayside Road.
"Shit! We've got to get up to the front."
I hopped out of my chair. She looked at me as if lost.
"What do you want me to do with this drone?"
I hated to leave the recon to someone else, but I couldn't do 2 things at once.
"When Carmen comes over, make sure she watches this. I need Pierce to show you where a guy named T-Bone is amassing his forces to possibly drive them in this direction." "I know T-Bone," she said matter-of-factly. "Even tricked those guys into thinking I worked for him. Remember?"
She'd saved us on the trip to Elizabeth's place by using her drone to draw away the bad guys before they breached the house we were in. She definitely prevented some bloodshed.
"I do remember that. And thanks." "I've also heard of T-Bone," Allison added to the talk. "The Punta Rasa sailboat guys mentioned him a few times. I'll help verify whatever you need down there."
Thanks," I answered, not certain who was watching who. I ran to the gun truck and pulled out the AR I'd left on the front seat. I considered taking the truck to the front of the subdivisions, but I decided against it for a couple of reasons. 1, I didn't want it spotted by anyone walking by who might think we were harboring the bad guys. And 2, I didn't want anyone on the outside knowing what we had. I instead grabbed a bike from LeVar's lawn. Most of the bikes were left outside for common use, since there was no point in hoarding them.
"Coming through,"
I yelled to the roadblock team.
"You want any company, Uncle Frank?"
Alex asked. It appeared there were several teens on the roadblock already. "Sure, come on." I did a lazy circle while she got on her bike and got up to speed. We rode together down to the end of Clownfish Cove. "How are things in the teen world?" I asked, feeling every bit of 52 years old. Alex was fit and in shape, so she had no trouble keeping up with me.
"Everything has been good since we split the girls from the boys. I know I sleep a lot better not hearing those couples when they—"
She stopped talking. Do I want to know the ending to that sentence? Her face was as red as the sky. I'll take that as a no. Given enough time, I might go to a gas station, rip out 2 condom dispensers, and mount them on a wall in each teen house. Teen pregnancy was one problem we had to avoid.
"Anyway,"
she tried to go on,
"things have been a lot quieter. That's all I'll say."
We hurried past Barracuda. A few of the guards still sat in the cars to our left, probably unaware of all the people gathering on the roadway out front. "Look alive," I said to a pair of them. "Trouble at the front gate." They hopped out of the cars as I rode by. When there was a break, I turned back to Alex. Her long red hair flowed behind her, carried by the wind. It was sometimes in a braid, especially after her sister lost most of her locks in a fire. But today she had it loose and flowy. "You don't have to tell me this next thing, but I would appreciate it if you did. Are there any problems with drugs that you know of?" She looked away for a moment.
Yeah. I guess there are kids that found liquor bottles and stuff. But I heard about when you busted Tiffy for having weed in the upstairs bedroom that one time. I haven't seen or heard of anything like that recently."
"Good. Thanks for telling me. As long as the smaller children don't get hard liquor, I won't get involved, okay? But drugs are different. I don't want anyone to end up like your sister, you know?" We already had a stockpile of liquor bottles stored in Drummond's garage, but I had no doubt the older teens would find their own. My main concern, from among the billion others, was that none of the kids were taking dangerous hard drugs, like those injected into Alex's sister. If one good thing came out of that incident, it was that I had a common frame of reference when talking to Alex. We pedaled past Albacore, then hit the brakes.
"Frank,"
Regis called from behind a car at the roadblock.
"How'd you get here so fast? I just now got done talking to the watch desk."
"I wasn't at the desk. I saw all this from up there." I pointed to the drone, still hovering high above. Deanna hadn't moved the aerial spy since I'd walked away.
"Well, then you already know about the 2 groups.
"2 groups?" I asked with surprise.
I thought there was only one from the south." "Nope, there's another one coming from up north. They're going to run into each other pretty close to our front gate."
That's convenient, don't you think?"
"You believe this was planned?"
he asked, turning his head left and right, trying to see the people on the road.
"That's exactly what I think," I answered.
I turned to Alex. "You stay here, okay? If something goes wrong, you ride like hell back home to tell the watch desk what you saw." Her freckled face turned pale.
"Is this dangerous?"
"It might be," I said, being as honest as I could. Maybe it had been a mistake to bring a teenager to the front gate when there was trouble afoot, but the whole perimeter of our community was technically the border with trouble, so nowhere was much safer than anywhere else. Besides, I'd needed to get intel on things inside of my community as much as from the outside. I jogged between the cars, past several of the guards, then went into the middle of Bayside Road to watch the two groups of refugees. The ones from the south were closer, so I strolled in that direction to meet them head-on. A couple of men walked at the head of the column. They already had their hands up and didn't seem to be armed. "Where are you all heading?" I asked when they were about 100 feet away. The guy pointed above and behind me. "The Orange Fish." "You're coming here?" I asked with mild surprise. "Did someone tell you to come here?" He nodded, still walking. "Hold up. You all can stop there." "No, we can't, mister." "Yeah, you can. There's been a misunderstanding. Whatever you've been told about the place with the fish, it was a lie." He still didn't stop. "Come on, guy. You've got to stop." "We can't, mister. They said if we stopped before we reached the sign, they would shoot us in the back." That got me searching. There were no obvious signs of armed men behind them. It seemed like all the people were either unarmed or carrying walking sticks at best. There were no men with guns driving them on, that I could see. I ran over to the frame of the burned-out Prius at the side of the road, hopped onto the hood, then jumped on the roof. To the south, behind all the people, there was a vehicle with two men lying on the roof. They had guns aimed my way. My stomach clenched. I saw the flash before I heard the crack. "Holy shit!" I cried as I jumped off the car. A shot ripped through the air and struck the wooden pole holding up the Clownfish sign, with a dull thump. I was still in mid-air when it struck. I was able to land, look around, and then another whip-crack combo announced a second shot, and the shoulder of one of the walking men at the front of the column ripped open. Huge chunks of flesh blew all over the road as he fell forward. Like clockwork, the crowd of people scattered to escape the gunfire, but it was as if they'd been warned not to run my way. About half sprinted toward the homes on Zen's side of the highway. The rest ran into the woods to the south of our subdivision. But that was only half the story. While I hid behind the car, I checked behind us. The people in the crowd coming from the north split in two as well, and many ran into the woods on our north side. It was coordinated. It was flawlessly executed. It was an attack. Chapter 21. I watched as the crowds dispersed down the embankment on both sides of Bayside Road and at both ends of our neighborhood. It all happened with the speed and precision of a military operation, but none of the participants looked as if they were soldiers, much less carrying weapons. "Help!" I heard from nearby. I chanced a look around the charred rear end of the Prius. "Shit, buddy! Get over here!" The guy with part of his shoulder missing had stumbled his way across the canal bridge south of the intersection, and now crawled toward the same vehicle I was hiding behind. Like everyone else, he seemed to be unarmed. He struggled to get around the corner, so I dragged him the last little bit. I only let go of the breath I'd been saving when his legs came out of view of those shooters. Once I had him sitting out of sight, I realized I didn't know what to do with him. I yanked off my colorful shirt and slapped it into the huge hole at the top of his chest. I knew instantly that his time was short. "Buddy, what's going on out there?" I asked. He coughed up a little blood and spat it on the pavement. The bullet must have done more damage to his insides than I could see. "We're starving, sir. Me and my brother hadn't eaten in 3 or 4 days. Not much water either. None of it clean. Guys in fancy cars came along and said help has arrived, so we all came out of our homes, ready for FEMA or the military or whatever." He coughed up more blood. I tightened the compression on his shoulder, hoping it would staunch the bloodletting. Who were the leaders? Did you know them?
No. It turns out they were a bunch of locals. No uniforms, no badges. Just guns. They ordered us to gather up, said we were heading for food. Then they marched us up to their roadblock.
He pointed back the way he'd come. I knew from my earlier trips that way that Alvaro's people had blocked off the road to protect the territory to the south they claimed as theirs. They didn't mention anything about people who already lived there? Did they tell you where to run when you got shot at? Why did everyone split your group in half? I looked up the road, feeling exposed. If there had been gunmen on the north side, they would have had me dialed into their scope already. Then I thought maybe there were gunmen up there, but we hadn't spotted each other. Yet. That got me moving.
Hey, we've got to get around these cars. Back to my friends, I said, urging the guy to follow.
However, when I looked at him, I saw he'd slumped over with his eyes closed. With so much blood soaked into my Hawaiian shirt, it was pretty obvious he was gone.
Rest in peace, I whispered.
I kept myself hunched over as I sprinted away from the Prius, keeping it between me and the shooters down the road, until I turned right and went behind the cars of the main roadblock.
We got you, Frank.
Dante came at a run to intercept me.
We heard the shots. Yeah, someone out there has our number.
I panted for a few seconds.
They're moving these starving people into our territory.
The woods had been cleared across the canal, making it easy to see the frightened people run, jog, or hobble deeper into the forest. They stayed away from the water line, perhaps seeing our guards watching from the line of cars, but they kept in the cleared-out area. I figured it was a bit like a road for them. Anything to get away from the shooting as fast as possible. I had no idea where the runners went on the other side of the road, but they were in the area of Jack Eller's, Turk, and the Torval Street people. To the north, the other group of refugees would bother Zen's turf and points beyond. Once I was back on my feet, I stayed at the roadblock to see if the shooters were going to press an attack. But when I finally glanced down the long highway, there were no vehicles in either direction.
I bet they are going to keep shoveling bodies at us until we're swamped. Are we letting them in? Dante asked. We can't, I replied, knowing there was no answer that simple anymore. But we might have to entice them to go somewhere else. What does that mean? I'll have to get back to you on that, I answered, already thinking. Alex and I rode our bikes back to Clownfish in a far less jovial mood than on our way to the roadblock. I'd seen another man die from up close, but we also still saw people moving around in the woods. I hated to think of human beings as weapons, but whoever was directing them to our subdivision had found the perfect way to start trouble for us. The people moping around in the woods were keeping their distance, for now, due to the gunfire, but it wouldn't be long before they began asking for handouts, or worse, sneaking in to steal from us. It wasn't me being dramatic either. Any starving person would do the same thing, especially if they had families to care for. And soon enough, my people would have to face the impossible choice of letting them in, or shooting them dead. That was why I had to come up with a third option. As we rode the last stretch of Poseidon before the turn onto my street, I saw two men running far in the woods, beyond the cleared section. They for sure had rifles in their hands and ran with purpose toward the east, deeper into the forest. More trouble. Back on Clownfish, I immediately went back to Deanna and her drone setup. Anything? I asked. We're still flying. We watched those people scatter like ants all over the place.
You didn't happen to follow the men who shot the guns, did you? They were on top of a vehicle far down the road.
For a bit,
Deanna replied.
It went to the roadblock south of you. However, we didn't want to get too close, so now we've got the drone on its original path, heading to where Pierce thinks they are gathering.
They are gathering, he stressed. Okay, keep at it. Let me know the second you find anything.
I will,
Deanna and Pierce said as one. I walked out of LeVar's garage, unsure how to proceed. I needed to gather the heads of the neighborhood watch, but I couldn't send kids on bikes or the go-kart to go get them, since there were now hundreds of strangers wandering the streets. It screamed to me as the perfect use for Pierce's radios. Each leader would need one. For now, until we had a better comm system, I had to gather some of my core group to go retrieve everyone. After picking them by hand, I brought them to the end of the cul-de-sac to explain what I needed.
I'm calling an emergency meeting.
Carmen volunteered to drive the El Camino. She recommended Penny drive the Baja Bug, since the two of them had been chatting. Since that pair was going, they suggested they take a third woman, Kyra. She was the smallest lady on the block, but she wanted to drive the biggest vehicle we had, the M715 Jeep-like pickup truck. Once they were gone, I headed back to my house to put on another shirt. The inside was cluttered with stuff brought in from the watch office and the garage. People had been drinking in my kitchen, leaving footprints, dirty cups, and the like. It was evident I needed to spend more time cleaning, or task someone with cleaning the common space used by all of us. The bathroom was now off-limits too, since the sewer system was no longer accepting deposits. It was reported to me that someone on Zen's side found that out the hard way, and we'd all taken to using outdoor plumbing, including a slit trench installed between my house and Penny's place, surrounded by the sheets for privacy. I would prefer it farther from our living space, but I couldn't send people outside the shipping container wall to do their business, so we did the best we could. My 3 lockers were getting bare too. Still plenty of the ammo boxes, but I'd lent out most of my weapons already, save for some of the oldest models that had no ammo. The bullpup sniper rifle sat in there, sad and alone, also without ammo. The last person to use it, Nathan, had died with it in his hands, so I had a special place in my heart for the inanimate object. The only room that seemed normal, relative to how it was before, was my bedroom. The lights didn't work, of course, but the big window let enough light in to see what I was doing in the closet, and while I buttoned up my next Hawaiian shirt. My pile of survival books was on the dresser top, all returned to me after handing them out early during this EMP event. If we got the chance, I was going to hand them out again to all the new people who'd arrived since then, including those teenagers. I eyed the bed like it was a suspect in a crime. I knew if I fell onto that soft top, I was going to fall asleep and probably not wake up for another 24 hours like before. But now, more than ever, I needed to be awake and alert for the inevitable strike against our community. With great effort, I pulled myself from the side of the bed and went back into the kitchen. I spent some time cleaning my rifle, scrubbing the barrel, furniture, and accessories. Then I used a bit of oil and a long wire brush to clean the inside of the barrel. After being in the ocean, I had some doubts about whether it even worked.
"Frank, the first vehicle is back already," Melanie called from the door to the garage.
"That's gotta be Zen. I'll be out in a few seconds." I was walking toward the front when an idea struck me out of the blue. It was such a strong premonition that I stopped where I was. What if they released those stragglers because they knew my next move would be to collect the leaders in one place? It was a regular storyline tactic used in movies, books, comics, pretty much everything. My exhaustion came front and center for a moment. Had I gotten lazy due to my mental state? Had I really given any thought to the big strategic picture? Or did I act reflexively, bringing in those leaders to help take some of the burden of thought from my tired mind? As I headed out the door into the garage, I jabbed at the light switch. Another tiny mistake. I gave myself a couple of swift slaps on the cheeks. "Keep it together, Frank," I drawled. Chapter 22. Thank you all for coming. I started off the meeting. I'd taken everyone through my house to the back patio to give us some privacy while staying in the open air where it wasn't as hot and stuffy. The afternoon was pushing 95, as told by a simple thermometer hanging on my back wall, though I had to go by feel for the humidity level. I would call it hot and wet. We have a big problem to discuss, and this is one I need everyone's input. My friends all sat in a collection of folding chairs, cloth camp chairs, and a couple ancient lawn chairs. Despite the pressure building around us, I wanted everyone as calm and de-stressed as possible while we discussed our future. You guys from across Bayside have no doubt heard about or witnessed the 2 groups of survivors that were dumped into your neighborhoods, correct? I looked around to see heads nodding. From the south, we had Jack, Turk, Mercer, and I was shocked to see Edgar, the black-skinned, white-haired we-shoot-first guy. From the middle streets, we had Zen, Charlie, and a couple of guys I recognized but had not yet met. From the north, we had Gretchen's son Zachary, and an older guy named John, who was a lieutenant of Gretchen's. Both were there since she wasn't around at that moment. From my side of the road, we had Dante, Marco, and myself. Luke stood behind the proceeding, watching and taking notes. Carmen agreed to hang back, since she now knew I would tell her whatever was discussed. I wanted this meeting to be the literal heads of our neighborhood watch, so I would know how everyone who was in charge felt about our choices. I believe those people are the start of a coordinated effort to whittle us down, to tap into our supplies and spend them on living human beings. Leaving us with less, Charlie spat out, wearing her emotions right out in the open. Yes, I believe that is the plan, I said calmly. That's just evil, Jack commented. That is also true, I said, trying to keep the tiredness out of my voice. We can't give it to them, someone added. Yeah, F that, a third voice put in. Look, I know this sucks, but it was inevitable our border was going to end up with hungry people, especially for those of you who have driven around out in the wider world. You know things fell apart way faster than anyone could have predicted. I came through North Point this morning. They had dozens of people trying to jump in the road so I would run them over. That made everyone get quiet. I've seen women get prostituted, some by force, some by choice. I've seen men and women run into a giant blaze of electric car batteries. I've seen men hanging in nooses from trees. There is a whole industry up north for people trying to kill themselves. They use portalets as suicide pods. It is absolutely terrible everywhere you go. I let that sink in for a moment, before adding, except for here. That's why we have to fight for this place, Marco stated with great excitement. He'd been laying low best I could tell, and putting in the work around the subdivision without being showy. I figured he'd been trying to make up for his extracurricular trip to the high school. Her rumps went up around the room. And we will, I assured them. But we can't fight the whole world. Over a long enough timeline, the number of hungry people will steadily grow, while the residents inside our territory will stay the same or decrease. I didn't want to say people were going to get killed on our side, but that was the implication. But the book said all we have to do is stay alive for 1 year. Then 9/10 of the people will be dead. Dante raised his hand a bit. I read some of your books, he clarified to me. What I'm talking about will happen long before we make it a year, I said. I say we shoot 'em all, Mercer interjected. If me and my boys are going to defend this place for you, by golly, we're going to defend it tooth and nail. We appreciate it. I wondered to myself if there was a route to take where we literally shot every person who showed up outside our walls. Every man, woman, and child out there represented a mouth to feed. One less of those would mean more food for those of us left on the inside. If ethics and morality were set aside. Could you really shoot a child, though? Isn't the whole reason you stuck around is that you rescued some kids? Mercer looked at me from behind mirrored shades. His jaw muscles clenched, as if I'd sunk his battleship. Well, we can shoot anyone of fightin' age. Does that include teenagers, like those we have protecting our streets? Well, we have to be able to shoot someone, he pleaded. That's our biggest problem, I sighed. It's easy when you are facing a distinctive group of terrorists, like the Legion. But what do you do when average folk come at you? Whoever sent those groups of citizens, they know we aren't the kind of people to shoot them on sight. They put them here for a reason. Which is what? Charlie asked impatiently. Distraction? Are they wearing down our guards, keeping watch? Are they setting up for a big attack, using them as cannon fodder? I could think of a lot of reasons someone would weaponize civilians, but theory did us no good. I needed to operate in certainty, since so many of our lives were at risk. They could have weapons stashed inside your territory, Mercer suggested. Walk 'em up the street in full view, then make 'em blend into the subdivisions where they can sneak around. Boom. Groups of 'em show up with those stashed weapons, and you'll never see it coming. Could someone on the inside be helping 'em? Charlie asked, turning a discerning eye on Mercer. Some of us don't even live here. Whoa, the tanned guy snapped back. I lost my friends defending your territory, lady. Yeah, we all lost people, she argued. You came from the South, right? That doesn't mean anything. There, see? Charlie pointed at him. This guy could be the spy. Mercer leaned back in his chair, laughing to himself. I suspected he was feeling insulted. I hopped up. Guys, we can't point fingers. Yes, Mercer is from the South, but I personally vouch for him and his Power and Light guys. I saw them take fire, lose a man, help our people. But he could, Charlie tried to add. I held up a hand. That's all we're going to say on this, okay? She looked as if she was going to continue, but she glanced around and found no one backing her up. That realization made her shut up and slouch back into her folding chair. Look, you aren't wrong to doubt who is loyal to our community. In fact, the Legion made a mess of Port Charlotte because they infiltrated, spread rumors, and weakened the resolve of the people already living there. We can't let that happen to us. What's the plan, Frank? Marco asked. Us people on Barracuda are ready to help. Several others added their support. They wanted to contribute. I'd been thinking about what to do, and could only come up with one answer. We give up the ship. The place went insane. Everyone had an opinion, and had to share it immediately. After a full 30 seconds of chatter, I raised my hands to quiet everyone down. "Let me finish," I chuckled. "We give up the ship and try to give it to a third party who will still let us use it. We give up the ship so all the lost people will go for that vessel instead of us." "A honeypot," Luke explained. "A toilet?" Mercer asked. "No," Luke laughed. "A honeypot is used a lot in cybersecurity. You sweeten part of the network so it appears undefended to hackers, and they are drawn to it as a juicy target to exploit. Once there, you can catch them. It is designed to keep them away from your real prize. In our case, it would be clownfish." "Well, what about the rest of us who aren't on Clownfish?" Charlie snarked. "My residents would like to know why all the shipping containers are around your street and not ours." A few voices added to hers. One of the younger teens ran in and handed a piece of paper to Mercer. The young boy waved at me like he hadn't seen me for weeks, then ran out again. "We're all part of the neighborhood watch," I said with my mind back on the topic. "And it is a fair question about the shipping containers. There were only a handful of them that fell off the ship, so we were never going to be able to surround every square mile of our watch area. We found the truck big enough to pull them, and we were the least affected by the hurricane and flooding, so we started the wall here." I waited to see if her demeanor changed. When it didn't, I kept going. "The 3 streets around me have the best defensive positions anywhere in the region, short of an island on the bay. Barracuda is the strongest, since it has water all the way around it. If we blew the bridges on Poseidon, you'd need a boat to reach it." "Why aren't the boxes around Barracuda?" she asked. "We used them to strengthen Clownfish from being attacked from the woods, and we used a few of the extras to make a small fort at 40th and Poseidon on your side. I'm sure you saw it when you came in." She nodded but turned up her nose at the same time. "Look, you all know me. You know how this huge community was built and came together. Each of you and your residents are welcome to come live in the houses on our streets, so you are closer to what is essentially our fallback position. I know we can't defend each street up and down the coast, but I think we can make a decent stand inside our defensive wall here on this street." Charlie relaxed a little. "But we can't survive if we are attacked by wave after wave of hungry people. We have to outthink the jackasses sending them here, and they would never guess that our solution would be to grant the starving crowds the entire ship." "Won't they get on the ship and give it to the people who sent them?" Jack asked. "Maybe. It is a risk. But if we can gift it to them, they might hold the ship against the organizers of the attacks, and they might logically see us as allies." I thought about the downside. And worst case, we might need to think about blowing up the ship if they betray us like that. The leaders again burst out. "I know," I shouted. "I know. I said it was worst case." It took some time for the noise to die down. "Why don't we go live on the ship?" Charlie wondered aloud. I'd thought about living on the ship almost since the first time I boarded the Dawn Star. I wanted to see if people came up with the same reasoning as me for not doing it. "We'd be stuck on there," Jack replied. "We wouldn't be able to defend every inch of it," Dante added. "Anyone with a blowtorch could sneak in through the hull." "And we would be the biggest target in all of South Florida," I said, adding my own reason to the pile. "Once word spreads that food is on the ship, every hungry mouth from Tampa to the Everglades is going to make their way here to see if they can get on board. It will become a legend, bringing every petty thief and mercenary from hundreds of miles away. Cutting torches, explosives, hang gliders. You name it, they'll find a way into that thing." "So what have we been doing with the damned thing all this time, if you didn't think we were going to be able to keep it?" Charlie's anger was constant, as if she'd been misled about why we were here. "My plans change," I said without attitude. "I talked to you guys and my plans changed some more. I've had some of my guys clear the doors at the bottom of the hull so we could walk onto the ship from the ground. I've also had guards controlling access from the people on boats so they can no longer paddle up and take what they wanted. Finally, the biggest thing we've been doing is breaking the padlocks and taking inventory of exactly what was inside each container." "That's great news," Gretchen's guide John said aloud. "Will you share that list with us?" "I thought you'd never ask." I stood up and pulled a small stack of sheets from the patio table. "Take a look at what we found so far. Then you're going to make a list." "A list of what?" Mercer asked. I handed them out. "Guys, we were never going to keep the ship to ourselves. The giant hulk can be seen from space, for crying out loud. I've done everything I could to protect it for this long, but I think the time has come to admit we're going to have to let it go. However, look at these manifests. Talk to your people about what they want, and what they can physically remove in one night." "We're robbing the place?" Charlie asked, sounding interested. "We've been stewards of the contents for the past week and change. I don't think anyone would fault us for taking a little off the top as payment for our troubles. The trick is to leave plenty for the next guy, so no one comes looking for what we're borrowing. That's why we're waiting until it's dark to make our move." "But what about all the people running around?" Luke interjected. "Won't they report what we're doing if they're close to the ship?" "Nothing is going to be perfect, but we can probably come up with something to keep everyone looking in the wrong direction." If the bad guys could play mind games, so could we. But not until nightfall. Chapter 23. We discussed the logistics of the plan for the next hour or so, and then we broke up to go back to our respective streets. I was already home, so I watched as all the others hopped in their vehicles and rolled out. Zen gave me a few extra minutes, since he and I hadn't talked in a few days, and then he took off in what he called his shaggin' wagon, which was the old RV that one of his neighbors had saved from the storm surge. Mercer stayed behind. "Frank, while we were having our discussion, I got this note." He handed me a cut-up portion of a 4x6 note card. "It is obviously a trap, so I've been debating with myself whether to give it to you. You know, in light of what we're doing tonight." There were no other people around, so I read it first to myself. Then I read it out loud. "Tell Clownfish Frank I need to meet at 4 o'clock at the canal bridge where we last saw each other. Alvaro." I looked at my watch and found I had about 30 minutes. It left me plenty of time to get there, but I had to take Mercer's words to heart. "Thanks for deciding to let me see this. I think it could be a trap, but I have a history with this guy." "You are the head warlord, sir, so don't expose yourself to danger for nothing." That took me aback. "Head warlord?" "Yeah, a friendly one, sure, but you have sway over how many square miles of South Central Florida? You have men fighting for you. You have turf. After what you told us about your trip yesterday, it is safe to say you literally walk into the lair of the assholes around us, like you aren't afraid of shit. I mean, you are the reason I stick around instead of jumping on my hog and heading north." He gave me a sideways glance for a moment. "Why? What do you call yourself? What goes on your name tag?" I thought about it for a few seconds. "Neighborhood Watch Leader." I wasn't confident in my response because it was not a term I'd ever thought about. "Subdivision Leader?" "Warlord," he said with a big grin. "Come on, dude. You know that's what fits best. You want to invoke fear in your enemies and promote comfort among your allies." He finished by giving me a hard slap across my shoulder blade. Warlord Frank. I turned and smiled. I'll think about it. That's the spirit. I wasn't going to think about it. Not yet. It wasn't the name so much as the implication. I wasn't a lord of war, nor was I really the boss of people on those other streets. I could make requests of them, but a warlord could walk around and have people shot for disobeying him. I had led these people for almost 2 weeks, but declaring myself warlord would change the dynamic of our group in ways I didn't have time to think through. For the time being, I was sticking with Uncle Frank. Want me to drive you back there? He asked. On the back of your hog? I chuckled. I was never much of a motorcycle guy. It wasn't for lack of opportunity. Many of the guys I worked with over the decades had been riders, and they always wanted me to join them. But I did all my miles in semi-trucks. When I was home for a weekend, the last thing I wanted to do was drive more miles. However, I did consider a Harley for my retirement. Yeah, I wouldn't want to ride behind me either, he laughed. We all tried to ignore the odor, but after 2 weeks and almost no showering, walking around other people was always a colorful experience. Being super close made it way worse. There is that, I agreed. Before I left, I checked on Deanna one more time. The drone was flying fast in the neighborhoods, weaving between homes, hopping fences, and avoiding people. When I caught sight of the ocean on the left side of the screen, I realized it was heading north. Did you already do your recon? I asked. Yeah, Deanna replied. And? I pressed. He was telling the truth, she said sadly. I told you, Pierce crowed. I would not lie about a threat to my wife and daughter. How many cars do they have? I asked. I took a screenshot, she answered. Once I land this thing, I can use this tablet to show you. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 50 or 75 cars and trucks. Yeah, that sounds right, Pierce confirmed. As long as that is the only staging area. Where was it? I asked. They are parked on the football field of the high school, Deanna said while moving the joystick. I think the drivers of those cars went inside, probably to the gym. Keeping hidden inside so they aren't spotted, I surmised. T-Bone knew of Deanna's drones, but it was unlikely he knew that she was with me now. Still, the fact he was hiding his men meant he was aware the sky wasn't safe. It also suggested maybe that he wouldn't move until it was dark. With that many vehicles and men, it looked as if T-Bone was setting himself up as the real warlord of Fort Myers. Based on the information I had, he pretty much had a lot of the city to our south locked up as his, though it was a bit like ruling in hell. What good was it to be a leader of ruins and starving residents? And they aren't moving. Not when we checked a short time ago. Good. Then I can go out for another mission. I waved to get her attention. I'm going to take our El Camino down to the Southern Canal, right in the middle. I'd like you to use your drone to watch over me. Tell me if there are any bad guys sneaking around that I don't know about. She bit her lip. I was bringing this drone back here to recharge. Maybe I can send out one from our new charging station. The one from the hospital came back about a half hour ago. It won't be fully charged, but it should last longer than the one coming home. Whatever you need to do, I answered. Just provide recon over me, okay? Roger, she said with half a salute. I followed Mercer on his bike, driving the loud El Camino by myself. Carmen had gotten busy with projects on the street and helping Penny talk through her issues, so she was content to let me go with Mercer. I tempered the risk by saying Deanna would be watching me the whole time. I also took the freestanding CB radio, giving me real-time comms with the watch desk, who had red CB. I'd ordered Pierce to break out his police radios and get them charging, so we could use them after dark. We drove through the Bravo intersection roadblock, essentially 4 barricades rolled into one. A couple of the mangled containers were in the wall, as were several wrecked cars, and a couple of big boats left over from the storm surge. We came in through the east gate and left through the south. From there we drove down the dirt-covered stretch of 40th, going past the Edgar's dumpster people and the now open roadblock leading to Jack's slice of the neighborhood. When we reached the canal, it looked far different than before. Cars had been dragged to the bridge and left in all directions, making it impossible to cross without a lot of effort moving raw steel. Mercer's people all stayed in the row of houses north of the canal, and not on the canal itself. I figured it was safer that way. The red Charger was parked behind one of the houses up on jack stands. 2 guys were under it. The hood was up, and I assumed they were working on the broken steering. The 2 of us drove directly to the back side of the roadblock. "My men will cover you, but I wouldn't go on the other side of this junk pile," he told me. "Good advice," I replied. We had a short wait. Deanna's drone appeared high above behind us, lending some backup for me in case there were issues with the meeting. Alvaro arrived in his old Range Rover. I peeked to get a first look at him. "I think he came alone," I said, surprised. "This is a trap, Frank. Remember that." "I will." With a gulp of air to calm myself, I stood up and waved, so he would see where I was. After confirming he saw me, I slouched back down behind the cool comfort of hard steel. We listened as the truck shut off. The door opened. "Frank," he called out. "Come over here," I suggested. "Don't shoot," he reminded me. "We won't," I replied, praying no one on our side got jumpy. The Hispanic man came up to his side of the roadblock, then climbed over a car or 2 to get closer. "Still don't shoot me," he called out. "We won't," I answered, before turning to Mercer and whispering, "Your guys are cool, right?" "They won't shoot unless I order it," he said, somehow not reassuring me. I stood up when I knew Alvaro was close. "Hey," I said to him, "maybe that's far enough. I've been told these guys won't shoot, but I'm never really sure." He tested trying to laugh, but failed. "How is your son Greg?" I asked, trying to bond. "You mean Spencer? He's my son." "Oh, I thought I heard someone call Greg your son." I didn't want to reveal Greg's girlfriend, Tiffany, with 3 eyes, had escaped the asshole teen by coming to my street. My attempt at small talk had almost outed her. "Greg calls me Dad in front of his friends, but we aren't blood. His mom ditched him a few years ago, and since he was friends with Spence, we kind of let him stick around to help him out." "Oh, sorry to hear that." I knew Greg, who called himself Homer, was a troublemaker. His broken home no doubt contributed to it. "It's just life," he said, downcast. "You've got me out here," I said, attempting to turn things around. "How can I be of service to you?" Alvaro checked in several directions. "Frank, I wish this was a personal meeting, but it's not. I came up here to give you a warning. It would be better for everyone if you grabbed your things and walked out of this whole area. My boss T-Bone thinks it was his destiny to rule the world after the EMP, and he's already got plans in motion to spread his destiny near and far.
your streets included. His name is Toby Monroe, I informed him. I have no idea what it is really, he replied. Everyone calls him T-Bone. There were powers in names, I was coming to understand. Addressing Alvaro, there was a huge difference between calling myself Uncle Frank and Frank the Warlord. Mercer was probably right about keeping up appearances, but I needed more time to think of an appropriate title. You really need to improve your sales pitch and stay current on what Mr. Monroe is up to. We've already met some of his unarmed people on the roadway. Charming, let me tell you. There was also value in not calling a fellow leader by his warlord name. Alvaro rubbed his chin. He told us he was going to push certain frail folks into other neighborhoods to improve their chances, but he never told me how he was going to do it. You believe he has their best intentions at heart? Not really, he answered in half a second. He wants to attack without warning, like he did for the neighborhood south of you. But you and I were there the other night. It was a disaster for everyone. I'm here to try to spare your people the same fate. The way he spoke suggested he was as tired as me, and not very happy. Al, you don't belong on that side of this canal. You seem like a civilized man, a family man, a good father. Hell, more than a good father if you were taking care of that other boy. So why are you working for an asshole who would send women and children walking into an enemy camp? Did he really do that? He asked. He really did that, I deadpanned. Then he must have a good reason. He didn't sound as if he believed it, but was resigned to it. You have no idea how organized he is down south, Frank. He controls the hardware building and all the retail shops on the main drag, all the way to the tractor supply store. He also controls a wide swath of the city south of there, including the police station, the high school, and several abandoned restaurants. He is organizing his territory and keeping his group of survivors alive, same as you. I should sign up, I joked. Oh yeah, your world is great, except for the part I just mentioned. He marched women and children up the highway, then shot one to make them scatter. Frank, come on. I want to believe you, but that is bullshit. I sighed hard, not really surprised that I couldn't get him to see things my way. I have nothing to lose by being honest with you, Alvaro. My fight has never been with you or... I almost said your family, but that wasn't true. I realized the only way I was going to gain his trust was by stitching up the mile-wide truth gap between us. I'll make you a deal, I said thoughtfully. If you come to my side and help me fight off this major dickhead bothering the whole region, I'll tell you what I discovered about your missing son. The guy with the drone once said the same thing, he said with disdain. Yeah, but he was using you to get my station wagon back to me. I'm trying to help you find the people you belong with. I didn't reveal the drone operator was really a woman. You really know what happened to my Freddy? He shot back, now interested and animated. I don't know his name. I only know he drove a black Cherokee. Shit. How did you know that? He asked. Before I could answer, he continued. What does my son look like? Dark hair, a little curly, brown eyes, really white teeth. I couldn't give much more since I only saw his son's face up close when he was mangled beneath the steering wheel in the crushed vehicle. I didn't see the rest of him for other details. Sweet Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, he gushed. Where is he? Is my boy all right? We were on opposite sides of this fight, but I had no ill feelings for the guy.
In fact, it broke a little piece of my heart to hold the last bit of truth from him. "I'm afraid I don't know what happened to him," I finally said, weighing down my words with lead. "But I did see him on the road back on the third day." He paused, thinking. "You've seen me how many times?" he said with venom. "And didn't tell me this." "Alvaro, I didn't know he was your son until we met on that solar wing, and I had no idea who you were back then. Then we met in the middle of the night that other time, and I had no idea if you were going to shoot me. Here now I'm opening up, because I know you better." His eyes watered. "How do you know it was my boy, and not some other kid in a black Cherokee?" That was going to be tough to explain without telling him about the car wreck, or showing him the CB radio sitting on my front seat that came from that same Cherokee. So I opted to pad in a little half-truth. "We were both driving around South Point. He and his partner chased me down and shot one of my passengers dead, so we drove like hell to get away from him. Later, when I was talking to one of your people from near the solar wing, I put the pieces together about who he was." I could have blamed my knowledge on Tiffany again, but I decided it was better to keep things generalized and vague. I'd proven enough to the guy that I had, in fact, seen his boy. "He was chasing you?" he said from 1,000 miles away. "Yeah, I have several witnesses." His shoulders crumpled. "And where did he go?" he asked. It was the last thing I absolutely could not reveal. "The last I saw him, he was driving on the other side of the Yucca Pens wildlife area." I motioned to my left toward the forest, which was a mile away. And the statement was technically true. It was just not the whole truth. I was ready to continue dancing around the issue, but Alvaro was already walking away. "Hey, where you going?" I asked. No reply. "Alvaro!" Nothing. He got in his Rover and made a sloppy turnaround, even striking the concrete railing of the bridge, before driving away at high speed. Mercer turned to me. "Now what?" I had no idea what to make of my encounter. Was it good or bad? Did I give him too much of the truth, or too little? Time would tell. Chapter 24. After Alvaro drove away, we made it clear to the guards in the area that Alvaro could return with lots of guns to take his revenge on me. It made me appreciate the dangers of building relationships with those on the outside. I'd gambled with my life on the decent chance I could bring Alvaro to our side, but there were steeper costs to rolling the dice like that. If he walked away angry, it could affect the whole community. However, we were already under threat from the hilariously named warlord called T-Bone, so if I pushed him into attacking before he was ready, I didn't see that as necessarily a bad thing. It was high-risk, high-reward diplomacy. Our original destination was the ship, so I left Mercer with his friends guarding the houses and drove the El Camino where I needed to go. However, I stopped on a whim when I remembered a previous trip in the truck. With it in park, I leaned over and opened the glove box. To my shock, Penny's wedding ring was still right where she put it. I pulled it out and admired the giant rock. Penny had once thought Pierce had been cheating on her with his secretary, as evidenced by the long hours at work, the extended days away from her, and the way Pierce drove her to train and stay in shape. She'd even gone so far as to ask me if she was pretty, since her self-confidence was in the gutter. It would take an amazing woman to bounce back from that. But if anyone could, it was my neighbor. I leaned to put it back, then hesitated for a second. realizing I held it with 2 fingers, as if about to give it to a woman. Jewelry was probably scattered all over the place, and finding another ring wouldn't be a problem. Could I give a similar ring to Carmen? Would there ever be a chance for a proper wedding? Did the apocalypse cancel courting rituals and engagements? My heart beat faster. Why was I thinking of such things? I put the ring back in the glove box, figuring if it had been there that long it would be safer than being in my pocket. However, I was going to remind her it was there, in case she forgot. A few minutes later, at the ship, I parked the old girl alongside the other trucks and cars lined up on the dirt to the side of the giant container vessel. A blue Bronco was there, a couple of old 1970s-era sedans, and 2 old motorbikes. Only Shane's station wagon was parked close to the opening. He'd backed it up all the way to the double doors, as if he was loading it. Friendly guards kept watch on the top deck and near the base. Shane must have heard me arrive, since he came out to meet me at the back of his car. "Howdy, Frank," he drawled. "Hey, Shane, how's things at the ship today?" "Pretty good, actually. We've been cracking into these treasure chests for a week now, so we have a pretty good handle on what's inside." "What's the best thing you've found?" "Oh, hands down the one filled with Oreo cookies." I rubbed my chin. I was thinking more like one filled with ammo or guns. "Nothing like that, I'm afraid. Closest thing is a couple of containers heading to a Walmart in Mobile, Alabama. That one has crossbows and a pallet of arrows." "That's something," I agreed. He pulled me outside the doors. "What's up?" I asked, aware he was separating us from the other workers. I recognized Kimber moving some boxes inside the dark chamber. "Look, I don't know how to say this, but could you talk to Rainey and Lena, the 2 chicks that keep coming around?" "They do?" I asked. "I saw them earlier and they were riding bikes, but they said they were going to check the squirrel traps." "Yeah, the traps are right over there." He pointed to a clump of trees near the front of the ship, beyond the mounds of dirt pushed inland by the beached supership. "The traps were in one of the containers, so that checks out. And they do check the traps, so I guess they weren't lying. But the real reason they come up here is to ask me a bunch of questions." "Are they fishing for what's on the ship?" I would expect any young woman to be interested in the floating department store. "No." He removed his ball cap and kneaded the back of his head. "I think they're trying to figure out which one I like." I laughed. "You, my friend, have a terrible problem." I started to walk away. "Hold on, wait up. Those girls are—" He paused, then whispered, "underage." I laughed some more. "I always knew I was going to get you back after you got the drop on me the first time we met. This is awesome." "What did I say?" His face turned red. "I did not touch either one." It was a real pleasure to see the guy squirm, but I let him off the hook. "You're fine, Shane. What are you, 20? Both of those girls were seniors at the high school this past year. They are both 18, maybe older. Besides, it's going to be a long time before anyone comes around and checks for age. We're heading into Mad Max territory, you know?" "Well, there are some rules I won't break." "Me too. And I'm glad to hear you say that, but this isn't one of them. If you like either of those 2, make your move before someone else does. You have my blessing." As I said the words, I heard myself as a warlord again. A warlord could make up laws on the fly, change the rules, make things fit, adapt. In that regard, being one wouldn't be so bad. As for the young ladies, I'd have to have a talk about their squirrel trapping excuses. But I wouldn't come down too hard on them. When a girl sees a single guy like Shane, who seems like he fits right into the apocalypse and has the skills to survive it, you have to go for it.
"Thanks, sir,"
he finally answered. "Now let's see what you've got in there." I pointed into the darkness.
"Here. Some of the earlier groups were using torches to light their way, but we found a lot of flammable things in the hold, so we decided to stick with battery power."
We walked down the curved corridor until we came to the first row of containers on our left. It was about 5 across and went up through the main deck. They all had their doors open, but there wasn't much to look at inside, since they were mostly filled with pallets wrapped in plastic. I did see one, however, that made me stop.
"It looks like you've been hitting the Oreos pretty hard," I said with a friendly chuckle.
He came back to see where I shined my light. One pallet had been opened, and the entire top row of cookie containers were gone.
"Yeah, the work crew likes them."
A part of me might have scolded him for wasting resources that could be traded later, but that was a very small part. Shane and his team had been dedicated to exploring and protecting the ship for the past week, almost straight, so they deserved a few perks. Besides, if my guess was correct, we were about to lose the whole ship to the invaders. If we took a few extra cookies out of their mouths, then good.
"This one is pretty good,"
he stated, as he pointed his light inside one of the next containers. The inside was full of dry foods like stuffing, noodles, and crackers. They were boxes of products you would see at the food store, wrapped and ready to be delivered by semi-trucks.
"Yeah, remember this one," I advised.
He took me up a level where it was a bit lighter from gaps in the protective tarps lining the main deck. We walked into a row with about 8 boxes going across.
"This is a weird one," he said as we stopped.
Despite the light, we did need the flashlights pointing inside to see what was in there.
"I think this one got forgotten by the invaders."
"It's a bunch of robot dogs," I said.
"Yeah, we cleared the shipping tape off their tops when we found them, so you can see them all lined up."
There were about 20 robotic dogs, or maybe they were the size of small ponies. They were sleek, black, with angular front and rear legs, and their heads seemed to have an array of detection equipment, as if they were designed to walk into tough situations and report what they found.
"They have swing-out doors on their backs, with room inside for more sensors or a gun."
"Is anything usable on them?"
"No, they appear fried like everything else."
It explained what was in the boxes and the rest of the ship. When the Legion ran into trouble and got a full dose of the EMP, they lost most of their war machines still on the giant ship. They'd blown up other containers full of the robots, but this one must have escaped their notice, like Shane suggested.
"Maybe I'll have LeVar swing by and see if there are any usable parts he can take for the solar project." "Yeah, that's a good idea. None of us here know what we're looking at."
I pulled out my new notepad and wrote it down.
"What else do you have? If you don't have guns, I'm mostly interested in food or meds."
The dry goods were nice, and I wouldn't turn my nose at them. But it would be far better if we found a 40-foot container full of rice, grains, or beans. We needed the basics to get the most bang for our buck. I'd surveyed the list I'd given to all the other leaders, but I didn't have one on me.
"There is one loaded with cereal boxes, one is packed with cans of fruit, one is—"
I took notes as he gave me the highlights.
"But most of them are filled with useless shit. Some are clothes, televisions, Persian rugs. One is filled to the brim with windshield wiper blades and car floor mats. You name it, we probably have it."
Rugs might be useful to lay out under our gun nests, so guards can stay comfortable. I knew enough not to make guards too comfortable, but it was hard on the bones laying on tile and hardwoods inside our homes. But that would be the last thing I took out of here. Food is the priority, he answered. Yes. I pointed up. Can we go up top? Sure. Follow me. We came out on the deck facing the bay. Since the ship canted toward the shore, I had to walk up the deck and hold on to the railing before I could see over the side. The sunset will probably be incredible, I guessed. The red sky had faded a little, though it hadn't gotten much lighter. There was still a lot of smoke to the north, where the fires burned, but the rest of the sky was mostly clear. A storm cloud or two were at the farthest reaches of the horizon, but I didn't think they posed any threat to us. A lot closer, however, I noticed a sailboat running fast. Its sails billowed out as it was pushed by gusts. Well, look at that, I said. I brought my rifle off my shoulder and took a peek down the scope. The range was every bit of 1,000 yards, well beyond an easy shot for me. I decided to conserve the ammo and observe. Where do you think they're going in such a hurry? Shane asked. Not sure. It was probably the same group of boaters who'd picked us up, kept us prisoner, and then intended to shove us into the Portelet murder station. Were they sailing for the high seas, away from all the chaos they helped create? Or were they sticking around, undeterred at losing some of their men at Allison's hands? Were they directing the movement of those poor human souls from the north and the south? Were they sitting out on the safety of their boats, watching more chaos envelop the landlubbers, so they could come in later and pick up the pieces? I was thinking like a warlord again. Not yet. I wasn't a warlord yet. I still had options. I took out my notepad, scratched out a few words, then showed it to Shane. It said, I can't tell you what we're doing next, but be here at nightfall for a long night. Don't say any plans out loud in case they are listening. I couldn't say who they were who might be listening, but my list was long. The only people who knew what I was doing were the leaders from the recent meeting, and now Shane, since he was effectively in charge of the ship. He nodded in acknowledgement, then headed downstairs. I watched the peaceful sea for a few moments, content to bask in the red sun's glow and feel its warmth. There was nothing I could do about the sailboat at that moment, and I allowed myself to see them as peaceful passers-by. People like myself, who were simply out enjoying nature. When the sun went down, however, all bets were off. If we didn't get enough food to survive the coming year, the clownfish experiment would end in disaster. If we took the food but couldn't keep it, the experiment would end with the same fate. If the attack came sooner than expected and chased us from the boat, we probably wouldn't have enough food to last that critical first year. That would mean, again, we would crash and burn. These thoughts drove my heart rate into overdrive. A lot was riding on what we did next. When the sun went down, we were playing for keeps. Chapter 25. I drove back to Clownfish feeling like I was back driving over the road with my semi-truck. My hands were on the wheel and I watched ahead, but my mind was 1,000,000 miles away. For some reason, Mercer's words about warlords would not get out of my head. Is that where we were headed? Once the initial game of musical chairs was done, and everyone had settled into their territory, was America destined to become thousands of feudal states run by warlords? Was that the only possibility now? And then I considered whether we had always lived under that system, but with all-powerful warlords backed by telecommunications, gas-powered vehicles, and high-powered weapons. If I had decided to not pay my taxes to Florida, the Tallahassee State Government Office could send men with guns to my house with the touch of a button. If Florida had ever thought about not paying their taxes to the feds, Washington, D.C. could send lots of men with guns to the Sunshine State with the touch of a button. Americans didn't like to see themselves as subservient to a ruling class, but most of the illusion of democracy came because we voluntarily complied with compulsory rules set out by warlords in clean, tailored suits. The resulting law and order benefited us and our families. I pulled through Zen's roadblock and then the front gate blockade on our side. After a quick wave to Regis and Elmer, I continued driving. If it was true there were benefits to powerful warlords, and we'd always had them, though with sanitized names like governor and president, then perhaps the term warlord was not a negative. It was a factual statement about who ultimately ran the show for those living within his or her boundaries. They could be good or bad warlords. I entered the container wall on Clownfish and was immediately flagged down by Ben and LeVar. "What is it, gents?" I asked through the El Camino's broken window. Ben got close to the passenger side so he could speak over the hum of the engine. "We checked inside the home of the Monroes like you requested. No one is hiding in there." "Anything of value to us?" I had no qualms about taking stuff that belonged to a pair of traitors. "Not really. Someone was living there before, but they didn't have much stuff in the giant home. A bed, some chairs, a kitchen table. Nothing that will feed us or defend us." "Well, at least we know." It wouldn't have been a good look for our security if T-Bone's wife had been hiding in her own home all this time. I'd been 95% certain she couldn't have been in there, since we'd swept the home once or twice before, but it was nice to get to 100%. I revved the engine a little. "Maybe assign some people to live in there. Get the windows fixed up with Triton boxes. Harden the place." "Aye." Ben patted the roof to signal he was done. "Oh, LeVar, there are some robotic dogs in one of the boxes on the Dawn Star. Once you get things running here, I'm talking about Deanna's drones and your solar array, take a spin down there to check 'em out." "It might be a while," he answered. "Only go if you have the time," I finished. "Understood." "Thanks, guys," I said, already rolling out. I put the El Camino in Penny's garage, since we'd taken to the habit of hiding our vehicles whenever possible. I tossed around the idea of going inside and reminding Penny about the huge diamond ring, but that could lead to delays. As much as I loved Penny, as a human being, not romantically, I had more pressing issues to address. I opted instead to go to Deanna's drone operation, since personal matters had to wait. Tyler caught me coming out of the garage. He held the hammer. "You keep forgetting this," he said with exasperation and weariness, a bit like he'd been chasing me since I left the Dawn Star. "It was on the front bumper of that truck you stole." I took it, knowing he really would harass me until I accepted the gift. "You know this isn't very practical to carry around, right?" "It is pretty heavy," he acknowledged. "So why do you keep putting it in my hands?" He shrugged before speaking. "I don't know. I guess I want you to be like in the book, where people respect you because you have the symbol of leadership." I gave him a discerning look. "Did you read all the way to the end of Earth Abides, the book you were referencing?" "Yeah." "Do you remember the part where they wait for the lead character to give the hammer to someone, since it passes power with it?" "Yeah, maybe." Are you trying, in your oh-so-subtle way, to keep yourself in the running for leading this street? I hoped it would be a long time before I ever had to think about passing the torch, and I hoped even more there would be a Clownfish Cove when that moment came. But I didn't want today to be that day. His face went red. "It's just a book," he finally answered. "Yeah, and it doesn't predict the future, okay? The best way you can ensure you'll ever be given this hammer, or whatever passes for leadership far down the road, is hard work. Be involved. Help come up with ideas. Assist and protect the weak at all times. You've got to be like a knight of old, with honor, courage, and dedication." "Like Aragorn," he said, tapping once again into the Lord of the Rings. "Yeah, sure." I didn't know exactly what he meant, but I understood the spirit. "I can take it," he said, holding out his hands. "You don't have to carry it around. I can put it back in your house, like you originally wanted." I tested the weight and swung it around a little. "This is a fine hammer," I said, echoing a line used by the Aragorn character in the movies. His face lit up. "I'll hold on to it for a little while, then take it home myself." "Awesome sauce," he answered. Free of the boy, I raced over to LeVar's garage, which had now become Deanna's workshop. The fish-painted armored truck was backed up to his garage. Several folding tables had been set up inside, and numerous drones sat on them, including the one we'd traded from Homer back at the solar panel wing. "Is this one ever going to work again?" I asked, meaning the one from Homer. "It might," Deanna answered. "I mostly had Dr. Uding fixing these things when they needed software updates or fine-tooth calibration, but I've messed around with them enough to know how to replace some of the larger stuff. We might be able to at least transfer this camera over to one of those other ones and get it in the air again with eyes." "That would be great." She led me to another table. "I have 2 drones out right now. This handheld unit can control drones one at a time, but I can switch between different drones that are out in the wild. However, you have to be careful, since I can't make waypoints or routes with this thing. It means you either have to land one and watch the other, or fly one in a straight line or hover mode, while you look at the camera on the other one." "Can you have more than 2? I knew she had 5 or 6 in operation back at her train car, so I assumed we'd have a similar number here. "Yes, it can have as many drones as you want, like looking at different TV stations on a television. But you can still only control one at a time. I do have a third one out there right now on a little island beyond the ship, but it is on the ground doing nothing until we need it." "That's going to work out great," I said. "Right now I'd like to see what's going on in North Point. Can you give me a look?" "Actually, I can." She flicked a few buttons on her tablet. "I had one drone tapping the last of the batteries at the town dump. Let me land the other ones in safe spots. Then I can focus all my energy on yours." LeVar went back and forth carrying wires, working on a long bank of batteries he had daisy-chained together. He'd also taken the new generator out of the gun truck. It sat in the yard on the side of his garage, though it wasn't yet connected to anything. "Here we go," she said after half a minute. She showed me the little screen while she flew it. "As you can see, this is my secret refueling base." The drone hovered over a white shipping container that was half buried on the backside of a huge pile of gravel. A thin black rail about 30 feet long stuck out of the half-open doors. "There are batteries inside the Connex container, and I would send the Cybertruck there in the middle of the night to recharge it. It was all automated, so it was very safe for me." "Maybe we can recover that box," I suggested.
If you can get it unstuck, then sure. It would be nice to have here.
I jotted down a note while I waited for the drone to move into position. When I looked up, the drone flew above the forest, miles north of our street. It took a few minutes before it reached the edge of North Point. The first building it crossed was Corky's daycare, which was where I'd found Daisy. After gliding over a couple of cross streets, the display showed the blackened center of town where the plane had crashed. It was fascinating and terrible at the same time, though I was glad to move on. She passed it over the municipal center. No one was there. It went over the movie theater. No one was out on the streets there either.
Well, it doesn't look like the Legion has made it there, I said.
Moments later, as she cruised north, the eye in the sky showed a line of cars and trucks passing through the northern roadblock, coming through at the same place where I'd used the flamethrower truck to push the Honda Accord aside. Like us, they turned west after they'd driven through.
Go to the hospital, I suggested.
A light flashed in the user interface.
Hold on. I'm getting proximity warnings. Yep, they see me.
Are they shooting at you? The screen tilted and shook as the drone descended at breakneck speed.
Deanna?
I asked.
Hang on.
The screen leveled out, bringing the ground a lot closer. As the drone flew toward the corner of a building, I tilted my head, trying to mentally move the picture away from the inevitable collision. Deanna tapped the tablet. The drone shook and repositioned. Then it whipped around the corner in a steep, banked turn.
We're clear,
she exhaled.
They were firing at you, weren't they?
I asked.
Oh, hell yeah, she laughed. But I'm good at evasion and escape.
For the next couple of minutes, the drone weaved in, out, and around the buildings of North Point. When she reached the pet hospital, I recognized where she'd been going.
This will tell us what we need to know,
she announced, nudging the drone up the backside of the gutted building until it had a view of the much larger human hospital across the street.
Oh my God,
she croaked. If it wasn't an image of hell before, it was now. The Legion trucks had come in from the north and formed a V-shaped wedge as they converged on the hospital grounds. The truck at the front sprayed everything with flames, setting the piles of bodies alight, as well as the tents and garbage already on the field. 6 trucks with machine guns on their roofs trailed behind, 3 on each side. They shot at groups of targets or people with guns, as if being selective in searching for the biggest threats. Contrary to all normal logic and reason, some of those people ran into the flames, or dropped in front of the trucks, or assaulted the trucks armed only with harsh language, as if they'd found one more way to kill themselves.
This is unreal, I whispered.
The rest of the Legion formation waited far behind, as if those at the front had won the honor of destroying the tiny island of humanity still holding on in the town. Perhaps the worst part was what the sheriff was doing. Shooters on the roof and upper windows of the hospital fired at the trucks from their perches, doing little to harm the war machines, but inviting heavy machine gun fire in return. The only people dying were innocents. Far on the other side, almost behind the hospital, a large black drone hovered over the trees. It seemed to watch the battle unfold, like we were doing on our side of the destruction.
Can this drone pick up anything? I asked. In theory, yes, but I don't have a hook attached to this one. If you remember when I dropped that note, there was a small hook that controlled it.
If we had a hook, how much weight could we carry?
A few pounds, she said. The controls get sluggish and the range drops to almost nothing, but it can be done.
And it has no other weapons? I asked. already knowing the answer.
Not a single one, she replied.
I drew in a breath, thinking things through.
Well, I was hoping there was a way we could knock out their bigger drone, like dropping a brick into their propeller. But I guess we can't do anything. Short of flying this drone into that one, there is nothing, she agreed.
I didn't want to lose our drone on a suicide mission, especially since I didn't know if there was a worthy payoff. Still, I wanted to help those people.
There are some people on that balcony,
she said, pointing to her screen.
Can you get me to them? Are you sure? She asked. We'll have to go into view of everyone.
Can you do it?
I'll try.
Deanna backed the drone below the roof, then guided it behind the pet hospital. She stretched her fingers on both hands, as if preparing herself for a competition. She took some quick breaths, cracked her neck, then put all her focus on the screen. First, she drove to the south, along what was left of the buildings. She ended behind the sales department for a parking lot full of brand-new cars, but she didn't stop there. Instead, she carried her momentum into a bank turn, then shot along a row of those vehicles on the lot. By the time she shot out into the 4-lane roadway, she lifted about 15 feet off the ground. I didn't know why until people ran underneath. The camera faced forward, so I couldn't see the faces of those we passed by. And maybe that was a good thing, since I wanted to help them all. I wanted to provide weapons, turn them around, and have them face down the bullies of the Legion. I wanted to make their deaths, if that's what their fate was, worth something. I was thinking like a warlord again. A normal person would help them get clear of the battle, get clear of the Legion, get to safety, wherever it might be found. My stomach had knotted up without me noticing. It spoke to how often I'd had to deal with stressful situations. The screen pivoted as Deanna flew around light poles, power lines, and a few trees. She'd avoided the focal point of the battle, taking place on the open ground in front of the hospital, and brought us on a wide arc to the left of all that.
Going up, she said,
reaching the 3-story hospital from the back. The drone lifted from level to level, passing long rows of tinted windows. Without the benefit of inside light to see what was behind the tinted glass, the interior remained a mystery to me.
This is the balcony, she advised.
I was ready.
Tell them they have to fight their way out. The sheriff is using everyone in the hospital as human shields. It's not exactly working, is it? She laughed with gallows humor. He didn't strike me as being too smart, I answered. I had to be careful that I didn't assume anyone was dumb all the time. While armed men were certainly in there, and fighting against the Legion, I couldn't assume it was the sheriff. He could be out on one of those sailboats, sipping wine. She drove the fan-assisted drone over the edge of the roof, which put us in full view of the people on the 3rd-floor balcony. They were on the south side of the building, not directly in the firing line of the Legion. Those stray bullets could probably hit them through the walls. Attention, Dee said into the microphone. You and everyone in the building are being used as human shields. You must evacuate the hospital at all costs. Everyone, perhaps 10 people, looked up. They were dressed in scrubs and white coats, but all their clothes were coated in dark filth, as if they were chimney sweeps rather than doctors. We can't leave, one of the women cried out. They said we can't. Tell them to sneak behind the guys shooting at the Legion and stab them, I said to Deanna. If they don't, they'll die in there. I thought that much was obvious. While she relayed the message, I immediately experienced pangs of guilt. If they were being held hostage in the hospital,
They were probably already facing gun barrels. However, the Legion wasn't coming for a yearly checkup. They were coming to kill any American they could find, and the hospital was crammed with them. They needed to fight the sheriff, then get out of there. The only alternative was death. "Can I talk?" I asked her after she'd passed on my message. She nodded, so I continued, "If you can reach the big ship on the coast to your south, I'll try to protect you." It was the best I could do with a tinny little speaker as my only weapon on their battlefield. Even if I jumped in my truck and drove up there, I couldn't get there in time to do any good. I wasn't even sure if my entire community could put up a fight against the Legion, especially if we drove to them. Deanna flicked the controls, sending the drone tumbling down the side of the hospital. "Proximity warning," she explained. "Shit! Did we draw attention to those people?" I asked. "Maybe," she allowed. "But you gave them a chance they never would have had." "It's up to them now," I said. The battle for North Point was in full swing. We were next. Chapter 26. Clownfish Cove was a hive of activity as the sun descended toward the horizon, and I coordinated most of it from the neighborhood watch desk in my garage. It was well into evening before I'd figured out the order things needed to be done at the Dawn Star later in the night. The biggest pieces of the puzzle were the vehicles in our possession that still worked. Most of the cars from our street had cleared out and gone to the rally point on Zen's side, where the rest of the vehicles would meet them. It was all part of the plan I described during our leadership meeting earlier. The only one left was the El Camino, though it sat ready to go with the 18-foot dual-axle utility trailer attached, like we'd done on that first trip out. "Yo, Frank, did you hear the news?" LeVar asked as he came up my driveway. "We have power again?" I joshed, knowing it wasn't true. "No, not that. The mechanics got the charger working again, so you have that vehicle for tonight." LeVar was invested in the good news, since he'd been behind the wheel when the old charger had been knocked out of action by Alvaro's men on the Southern Canal. "That's great news," I agreed. "Is it at the gathering already?" "Yeah, Kyra drove the M715 down there, then got a ride back from Charlie in her big Oldsmobile Toronado. She told me about the charger when she returned. Hey, that reminds me. There is another piece of news you might find interesting, involving Luke's daughter." "Rainey is going out with Shane now?" He laughed. "I guess you already know the important stuff." "No, I talked to Shane earlier today. He said this was probably going to happen." "How do you find the time, Frank? You are evidently planning for the operation tonight." He motioned to Tyler's hand-drawn map of the area on the wall behind me. "Who is dating who seems like it would be beneath you." "Yeah, maybe. But this is the most important thing in the world right now to those two kids. It helps to keep myself grounded to what is going on in the group, so I never rise too far above it and forget what makes these people tick." "I don't think I could ever do what you do," he said by way of a reply. "You are the second or third person to say you would never want my job. But if you ever became the leader, I'm absolutely sure you would figure out the role same as I did." "I hope that's true. I just want to take care of my baby Kyra. Believe me, she knows you take care of her. I heard you almost worked yourself to death the other day." "Same as you," he mused. "Same as me." We'd both reached the limit of exhaustion before falling asleep on our feet, more or less. "Okay, Frank, I'll let you go." LeVar passed Deanna in Drummond's front yard as she came my way. "Frank!" she cried out. Wheezing, she came onto my driveway. She held the drone controller out in front of her. "You have to see this." I hopped out of my seat to meet her. "Show me." She tilted the screen so I could see it. A man stood in front of a familiar white Range Rover Defender, looking up at the camera on the drone. "That's Alvaro again," I said. "Where is he?" "Back at the canal where you met him. I was flying above you at 4 o'clock during your meeting with the guy, but I kept the drone in the area in case he returned. Little did I know it was only going to be a couple hours later." "You've been hovering this whole time?" "No. I landed on a roof so I could control other drones with this thing." She held up the flat tablet. "Well, let's see what he wants." "He doesn't want to talk to Mercer or any of the others. Naturally, before I bothered you with this, I tried to see if he could be helped by the men who were there, but he said he can only talk to you." "Go down to him if you would. I don't have the time to drive out there right now." She guided the drone down and landed it on the roof of a car on the far side of the bridge. It was a bit of a risk, but I didn't view Alvaro as a destructive person, and I didn't think his people would shoot with him already on the bridge. "Hey, buddy," I called out on the speaker. "Knock, knock." He stuck his head up. "Frank?" "That's me," I answered. "Oh, good. I didn't think anyone was going to tell you I was here. I can't make it there in person, but we are talking out of view of the others." "I'll play ball with you," he said dryly. "You mean you'll help us fight against T-Bone?" "Probably. But first you have to take me to the last place you saw my son. I want to know what you were doing. I want to know exactly what my boy was doing, and where you last saw him. Nothing else. No talking about it, no describing it or whatever is going to satisfy me. I have to see the scene in person so I can try to track him down." "Well, it isn't much more than a roadway," I tried to say. "Take me there," he insisted. "Now wait a second," he cut me off. "It's that or nothing." I realized I could take the man out of the battle by sending him to random locations for the evening. He seemed so beside himself he would believe anything I told him about where his son had last been seen. It was getting close to sundown. A couple of hours with him running all over the county would ensure he couldn't help T-Bone in whatever he had planned for the night. "Please, Frank, you're the only person who has given me any hope." Seeing the guy through the drone camera took away some of the emotional impact of his plea, so it would have been easy for me to pretend it was no big deal. But I still saw a chance of a real breakthrough with him. While it would have been a short-term bonus to have him running on a wild goose chase, it would be much better to have him actively helping my people. "How soon do you think you can make it to the other side of Yucca Pens, to the northeast corner of those woods?" "From here? Half an hour. I'm a little closer so I can be there sooner. It just so happens I don't have a lot going on right now, so I'd be happy to meet you there if you can be there in 30 minutes. I wanted him to believe I was doing nothing, rather than the truth. If he suspected I was organizing the entire neighborhood watch region to fight off his boss, he might change his mind about coming. "I can," he assured me. "And come alone, so we don't have to worry about our people shooting each other." "Yeah, okay." "See you there," I said, closing the connection with the drone speaker. I handed the tablet back to Deanna, not entirely sure of myself. She wasn't a person I felt comfortable confiding in, so I didn't ask if I was doing the right or wrong thing. "Can you go grab Luke and tell him to come over here when you go back to LeVar's?" "Sure," she answered. It gave me a few moments to think through my next moves. I was going to take Carmen, since she was my co-pilot, but I wasn't sure which vehicle to take. The El Camino was there on my driveway, the last vehicle we had on the street, since the others were all prepped and ready for the night's mission. If I went out with it and didn't come back, then my people wouldn't have it to pull the trailer during the overnight hours. There was a lone motorcycle parked on the circle. I did know the basics of how to ride one, but I didn't think it was too smart to teach myself while traveling across the bumpy terrain of the woods. And finally, there was the go-kart. It was quick, low profile, and should have no problem traveling the paths and flat parts inside the forest. As long as we didn't have to go way off-road, or across any of the dips where water collected, it would be fine. I knew the right answer. Over the next 10 minutes, I told Luke what I was doing. I pulled Carmen from her chores, and I topped off the gas tank of the little 2-seater go-kart. Armed as if we were going into World War III, she and I rolled into the woods, passing the cleared-out section and heading down one of the dirt paths.
"And you're sure this isn't a trap?"
Carmen asked over the whine of the powerful little motor behind us. "No, but if it is a trap, that guy Alvaro will get an award for acting. I think he was really hurt, Carmen, and I also believe that gives us an opportunity to turn him to our side."
"Like Darth Vader,"
she laughed, bouncing with the cart as it struck a rocky patch. "Yeah, we're going to turn Darth," I chuckled. We passed several encampments of citizens hiding in the brush and shrubs of the forest, but the small size of the go-kart made us hard to spot until we got right on top of one. At the third little camp, we raced directly between 2 rows of tents before I even knew it was there. "Let's take a different way home," I suggested once we were clear.
"No doubt,"
she answered. About 10 or 15 minutes of whipping through the woods, we came out of the forest at the north-south highway. 2 lanes went south, while 2 went north. It was the same one I'd driven on during our chase with the jeeps, and it was the same highway that went in front of the scrapyard and into Punta Gorda, if you went far enough in that direction. We didn't have to wait for Alvaro, as he'd somehow beaten us there. He'd parked on the side of the highway about half a mile to our south, so we drove down there to meet him. "Hey," I said when we rolled up. I was ready to spin around and flee the scene if I spotted anyone in the trees, or in his rover, but he appeared to be alone. "I could have brought backup, Frank, and taken you out with the snap of my fingers." "I'm well aware of that," I said, not sure of his point. "And I could have had you killed at the canal, but I don't believe that's how either of us think." He sighed. "No, I drove directly across the forest to get here. I didn't talk to no one, didn't stop for no one. My only point is that we're both out on a limb here, Frank, so don't screw me over." "I promise I have no intention of screwing you over." "Hey again," Alvaro nodded to Carmen, who smiled and nodded back. She was loaded down with my backpack on her lap, her shotgun on the outside of her spot and my AR on the inside of her seating area. "Well, I'll show you what I know. Last time we were through here, we drove north on this highway, and your son chased us in his Cherokee." "I know all that," he protested. "Right, so follow us." I rolled the go-kart forward, then cut the wheel to do a U-turn. When I continued on, Alvaro dropped in behind us. "I don't doubt that you want to get this guy to your side. But what are we going to do if he sees a cross with his son's name on it? How are we going to explain that?" I enjoyed the wind in my face for a moment before answering. I needed the extra time to consider an appropriate response. "The thing that ultimately got the boy killed was his relentless attack on you and the rest of my friends. We didn't kill the boy for sport or for fun. I have to pray that whatever we find, he understands that we never wanted anyone to get hurt." "Especially us," she reminded me. "Right.
It was self-defense. I've been over the encounter in my head about 1,000 times. I'm not happy those kids are dead, but I am happy we are all alive. In the end, that's the best I can say about all of it. We turned right into the small subdivision where the accident took place. After driving a short leg eastward, the road curved to the north. One long strip of residential street was ahead of us, and at the far end was supposed to be the exit, though it had been closed off for a construction project. I remembered every detail from the last time. "Shit! Look, Frank!" Carmen pointed ahead. The black Cherokee was exactly where I'd last seen it, a bit beyond where the woods constricted on each side of the narrow street. "Uh-oh," I said, cutting the engine back. Alvaro whipped his truck into the grass next to the road, spun his tires with haste, then made like a slingshot and went around us. "Oh shit," she blurted. "You don't think his son is still in there, do you?" My palms turned sweaty. Was it possible? The brake lights of the Range Rover lit up as the driver slammed the brakes. "God, please don't let him be in there," I prayed. There was no way we could control what was about to happen. "Do you want to bail?" she asked, perhaps sensing that the thought had crossed my mind. I'd assumed any accident would have been dealt with by the locals. But this was the apocalypse, the end of the world. The man who owned that house where the crash took place, Mr. Bob was his name, had been a bit of an ass. A sweet woman lived across the street and seemed sympathetic to us, but she had small children. There wasn't much of a chance of either of them doing the dirty work of pulling the kid out. "No. Whatever happens now, we've got to be there for Alvaro. He would never stop hunting us down if we brought him this far, then rubbed his face in whatever he's going to find." "That makes sense." We rolled forward. I could hear Alvaro's cries already. I knew he'd found his son. Chapter 27. Carmen and I parked the go-kart and got out. My blood pressure was topped off, as if a fight was heading my way. I had us carry our weapons, ready for anything, but we didn't look out of place since lots of people carried guns out in the world. However, my reasoning had less to do with battling marauders or Legion soldiers than it did with the poor guy sobbing like a child next to the ruined Cherokee. Carmen and I stopped at the rear bumper. The other end of the truck was wedged into a tree. The smell of death saturated the evening air. A cloud of flies whipped in and out of the lowered front windows, strongly suggesting the young man's body was exactly where I left it on the floorboard of the front seat. The bloody skies didn't help the somber mood. Without being asked, Carmen took up a position watching behind us. Whatever else was going on at the truck, the rest of the neighborhood could be in their homes watching us. Strangers. Alvaro grabbed the windowsill of the door with both hands, as if to crush it.
"Frank, did you know this is what I would find?"
The venom in his voice was from the most poisonous snake out there.
"No. This is beyond anything I thought we would find. I'm so sorry."
He brushed flies out of his face.
"What did you think we were going to find? You knew he was dead, didn't you?"
"Yes," I said, out of options to bring him down for a soft landing. "This mistake is on me, Alvaro. I thought everything would be cleaned up, like the old days. I never thought this." I didn't need to spell it out.
"No!"
he shrieked straight up to the heavens. He stepped back from the door. I planted my feet, tightening my grip on the AR's stock. My heart stopped beating. Would I have to shoot the guy? He cocked his arm back, then punched the side of the door hard enough to put a huge dent in it. The solid thud of the impact resonated down to the bottom of my lungs.
How?
He growled. I told you before. That was the truth. Your son and his friend chased us here all the way from the South Point hardware store. The other kid shot and killed a passenger riding in my truck. We did everything we could to de-escalate and get away, but we were pulling a trailer. There was so much I could tell him about that encounter, but I didn't want to drag out the point he really wanted to hear. By the time we got this far, we were out of options, so I brought us to this side street. I got my people away, and I faced the occupants of the Cherokee on foot. Carmen looked at me, and I knew she was wondering why I hadn't mentioned her, since she had been there with me. I wanted to keep Alvaro's anger on me and me alone, since this was about the two of us.
He attacked you while you were on foot?
It was his friend, mostly. He shot at me while they sped down this road, heading right for me. The only thing I could do was shoot the tire, hoping to disable the vehicle. Alvaro took a few steps back, then looked at the road where thick black skid marks seemed to fall off the pavement and go into the grass, right up to the back tires of the Jeep.
You hit his tire out there. Then the driver, my boy, lost control.
I'm sorry, I said, not sure any other words were appropriate. He turned to the yard ahead.
And that's the other one.
I had to crane my neck to see where he pointed.
What the shit?
I was beside myself with anger that the passenger who'd been thrown through the windshield was still on the ground where he fell. Sun, rain, and animals had done him no favors, and his body was in a terrible state.
Alvaro,
I know this won't matter to you, but this wreck has been in my nightmares since the day it happened. I had no idea the people chasing me were just kids, and it shocked me to the core when I found your boy in this wreck. I'd been fighting to save the lives of my friends. I thought I was dealing with gangbangers, especially after that red Jeep came along and tried to take us out with a professional sniper rifle. He looked at me with red, swollen eyes.
T-Bone was here.
Not here, but he and his Jeep followed us down south. They put fist-sized holes in my El Camino with their 50 cal rounds. My only thought was getting my people to safety, since at one point we had 7 people on board.
But he wasn't here at this wreck, he pressed.
No, I don't think so. Not while we were here, anyway. He rubbed his cheeks, then pulled a cigarette from a pack in his shirt pocket. It took him a bit to slide a lighter from his trouser pocket, since his hand was obviously injured, but he finally got it lit. He took a long drag and blew it out hard, as if pushing out the sights and smells of the truck.
I've got to do something,
he said, unprompted. We stepped back, not sure what he meant. Alvaro walked around the front of his Rover, got it started, then spun the tires.
Shit,
I snapped, thinking he might be trying to run us over. Instead of going back to the road, he rolled forward. He rammed into the garage door of the house, bending the metal and ripping it off the tracks. He got out of his truck even before the warped doorway had settled to a stop on his hood.
What is he doing?
Carmen wondered aloud. The guy crouched under the broken door and went into the darkness. He's pissed, I said, stating the most obvious point of the day.
At who?
She asked. That remains to be seen, I replied, still holding my rifle with a death grip. It took Alvaro about a minute before he crawled under the broken door and came outside. He pushed a red plastic gas can ahead of him. Gas was not a rare commodity, yet, since every disabled car on the road system provided 10 or 20 gallons of easy-to-get fuel. Since most of the newer cars had anti-theft valves in their fill tubes, we'd taken to slicing holes in the tanks themselves and letting them drain into containers held underneath. It was that ease which made it seem odd that Alvaro would almost wreck his truck to get some gas. It took me about 5 seconds to reorient my thinking as to what he was doing. He walked over to the body in the yard, opened the tank, then poured it on the pile of clothes. He drained the contents in the yard as he walked back to the crash site, getting it all over the tire, hood, and inside the cab. Alvaro bowed his head for about 5 seconds, took a big pull on his smoke, then tossed it inside the Cherokee. A woof of flames came to life, engulfing the interior in seconds. A river of fire found the hood of the car, then fell down the tire, and it raced across the yard. In seconds, both bodies were alight. "Hey!" a man shouted from the front porch of the house. "Who the hell do you think you are? This is my property!" Alvaro looked at me for a moment, lost. He turned and strode toward the man. "Stop right there, asshole!" the guy shouted. He pointed a black pump shotgun at Alvaro. Alvaro crossed about 30 feet of high grass. "Stop!" the guy repeated over and over. I could see what was going to happen. Carmen and I both brought out our weapons. Was there anything we could do? Who would we shoot? Alvaro calmly walked the last 10 feet, while the armed resident shouted for him to stop. I pushed Carmen behind the burning Cherokee to get us out of the line of fire, since I was certain Alvaro was going to get himself offed. But I had to watch. The old Hispanic dude strolled up to the stairs of the front porch, went up 3 steps, and walked up to the barrel of the shotgun. "Oh, God," I said, ducking a bit. I was sure he was about to lose his head. The man didn't fire. Alvaro pulled a pistol from his belt, raised it, and pointed it at the face of the other man. Why didn't the guy shoot him? Was he scared? Out of ammo? What? For 2 seconds, both men had a gun barrel pointing at their nose. "Get back inside," Alvaro drawled. "I'm putting my son to rest. When the fire is out, I'm coming back to bury him." My stomach turned to lava. This had to be where he got shot. "Sure. Yeah." The man lowered his gun. "Whatever you say." Contrary to everything I knew about people, the guy retreated through his door and shut it slowly, almost respectfully. No shots were fired. Alvaro stood there for half a minute, arms still extended, pointing the weapon at no one. The crackling of the fire would have been soothing under any other circumstances. Here, each crack was a piece of his son, burning to the heavens. "He's in shock, Frank," Carmen whispered. "I don't blame him." "We should say a few words," she suggested. "Like what?" I asked, searching for what we could say. She shrugged. I gave it my best shot. "Alvaro, we want you to join us. Help me heal the scar that got opened the day this accident happened. I want to make it right with you and your family." He lowered his pistol, but remained with his feet planted on the porch. He did not look back. Perhaps he was thinking it over. An engine whine caught my attention from behind us. Alvaro finally whipped around.
Are you sure T-Bone doesn't know about this?
I only know he wasn't here when I was here, I replied. Alvaro jumped off the porch and ran toward his truck, but he glanced in our direction before he got in.
Frank, get out of here. I'll take care of T-Bone.
I wanted to ask if he and I were good, but it didn't seem appropriate. I wanted to know if I would have to watch my back from now on, or if we needed to have a duel, or whatever passed for justice in the apocalypse. He hopped in his rover before I could speak. Another question jumped out at me. How did he know it was T-Bone?
Let's go,
I suggested, pointing to the go-kart. There wasn't time to buckle in. I started the motor, got her rolling, but realized there was an immediate problem.
There is only one way into this subdivision, I remembered.
Oh, yeah,
Carmen answered. Mindful not to create tracks in the grass, I slow-rolled out of the yard, crossed the little paved street, then went along the driveway of the house across from the wreck. I drove along the side of the house, then stopped the motor.
"What are you doing?"
she asked with surprise.
We could drive across the backyards, but they might have guys still out on the main road. For now, we have to park and hide. Besides, I added, I have to see this T-Bone guy.
We crept to the front corner of the home, alongside the garage. At about the same time, several vehicles rolled to a stop at the flaming truck across the street. Alvaro waved them in, suggesting he knew them. A large red Jeep rolled in last, after about 6 big off-road rigs.
"Hey, T-Bone,"
Alvaro said as the man got out. Alvaro had said T-Bone believed he was destined to rule in the afterworld that would follow the EMP. But the guy's attire gave rise to the old saying that you had to dress for the job you wanted, not the one you had. He wore black combat boots and shiny black leather pants with 2 sawed-off shotguns hanging to his sides. He wore a black leather jacket over a bare chest and topped it off with a pair of black football shoulder guards, making him look like he'd come directly from Burning Man, or the set of a Mad Max movie. He scanned his surroundings from behind mirrored sunglasses as he walked up to Alvaro. The illusion was shattered when he spoke.
"Mr. Mancino. Oh, my. Please tell me this isn't your son's truck."
His voice was raspy and nasally, like he was a super nerd rather than a hardcore road warrior. Looking at him closer, T-Bone was about 6 feet tall, but he was thin and wiry. His hair was red and curly, and as I caught him in profile during his walk, I thought he reminded me more of Larry from the Three Stooges than a fierce warlord akin to Genghis Khan, as I'd been expecting. Then again, I realized I wasn't all that to look at either. I was just an average guy who probably looked more at home laying on a beach towel than standing in a war room strategizing over how to kill people. Even the sheriff from North Point was overweight and unassuming as a warlord. And yet here we were, 3 rulers over the collapsing remains of Fort Myers.
"Yeah, this is my son, sir,"
Alvaro answered, not sounding sad.
"I'm so sorry,"
the man once known as Toby Monroe said to his minion.
"How did you know I would be here?"
Alvaro asked, sounding more accusatory than he probably wanted.
"You know how we do things. You were tracked as soon as you left our territory, and I got the report while I was touring the farms down this highway."
He pointed south.
"Your position got sent to me in real time as you spoke to that Uncle Frank character."
Alvaro tensed up. I saw it even from across the street.
"What were you talking to him about?"
T-Bone asked. Even with the nasally voice,
He carried some weight behind him, a presence that made me want Alvaro to tell him the truth, lest that hidden power come out.
He has been stringing me along, sir, and said he knew what happened to my son.
T-Bone pointed to the flames.
He brought you to this? Yes.
Most interesting. He looked around the area, including in our direction.
Where did he go? Did you shoot to kill? He only told me where to find this.
He half-heartedly pointed to the flames.
Very interesting,
T-Bone said with rising inflection.
Because I have a report that said after your meeting with Frank, a go-kart left his compound at the same time you tore across the Yucca Pens.
Men were watching our street. That was good to know. Alvaro made a point of looking around.
Maybe he thought he would catch me here. Or me.
T-Bone slapped his bare chest.
They're coming for me. Security detail. Enact Protocol Matherson 5 immediately.
The men scrambled to close ranks with T-Bone. Then, like watching a cartoon where Bugs Bunny gets moved from one side of the screen to another while dogs and cats fight beneath him, Mr. Monroe was escorted back to his Jeep. The guards pointed guns in all directions, always waiting for an attack to materialize. They did the same with his Jeep as he backed up and turned around. Several guys hung out next to the Jeep as the other rigs got started. In about 30 seconds, with all vehicles clumped around the red Jeep, including Alvaro in his Rover, they rolled for the end of the street toward the exit. They made the right turn, then were out of sight.
What in the hell was that?
Carmen asked, bemused by the spectacle. I have no idea. The name of his security protocol did provide one clue, though.
I think T-Bone is a book reader. Unless he's talking about something else entirely. John Matherson was the lead character in a famous book about EMPs called 1 Second After. Holy shit, she chuckled. What are the odds you both read those books?
I wondered about that. Was it so unusual that any competent leader would go to the one resource about post-EMP life that remained intact in a powerless world? If you wanted to know how to survive what was coming, getting and reading those famous books would give any leader an immediate edge over his or her competition. My advantage was that I'd read most of them before all this began.
The million-dollar question is whether we learned anything from those books, I replied. You did. I know that much, she encouraged.
Yeah, maybe. There was still an almost infinite amount I didn't know about the apocalypse. That's what frightened me. Chapter 28. After waiting a suitable time to ensure T-Bone and his crew were really gone, Carmen and I drove back in silence. As the skies were nearly dark, the inside of the woods was almost completely blacked out, making driving difficult with no headlights. We avoided any signs of refugee camps or fires as best we could, but there were several times we had to zig and zag to avoid dark shapes running toward us in the night. A few people fired weapons, but the darkness helped us with those, too. We spent a few minutes on Clownfish recovering from our ordeal, but there was no time to dwell on missed opportunities. We had business at the Dawn Star in the overnight hours. We made our goodbyes to the skeleton crew who were left, and took the El Camino and the attached trailer to the ship. I put my elbow on the hammer, causing me to look down.
Tyler must have put this here, I laughed. He really wants me to use this. Maybe I'll carry it around, she teased. Would that upset his plans? It might, I allowed, interested to see what would happen.
Remind me next time we see him and I'll do it.
I moved the hammer into the narrow space behind the seats so it was safe. Thanks to Tyler's insistence on having it with me, I found myself coming around to the idea of the hammer as our leadership symbol. And it had a bit of nostalgia to know my life paralleled one of my heroes in literature. Still, I wasn't above a little joking. If we survived long enough, I was ready to pull pranks on Tyler for days, if only to pay him back for all the laughs he'd given me. When we reached the container vessel, it looked as if a construction site had been put into operation. "This is exactly what I wanted," I said to Carmen as we pulled up. Red had used his big rig, chains, and the frame of an old pickup bed to dredge a channel in the long dirt pile next to the ship, making it possible for the giant trailer to be backed up to the double doors at the front of the vessel's hold. That had been his task for the day, given to him at our earlier meeting, and his success was a huge piece of my strategy for the night. After overhearing Alvaro and T-Bone, I suspected there were numerous spies inside our watch area, especially after all those people had run crazy earlier in the day. Some of them undoubtedly had radios, and some of those people were likely to call into HQ to report us loading the giant truck. However, we didn't have to make it easy to tell what was being taken. By backing up to the doors, it allowed us to load into the back with relative privacy. Also, since the dirt had been shoved to the sides, 5 or 6 feet high in some places, it shielded almost the entire tractor-trailer, so my people could walk around on the sides without worrying about being shot. Red had also dragged a few pleasure boats alongside the loading area, giving another level of protection from spies. We ran inside to meet the night's work crew. "Holy cow," I said as I walked in. People had gathered, as I'd requested of the leaders, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them. They crowded the corridors in front of the doors and far to the right. Many of them had cargo dollies, utility wagons, or big outdoor backpacks. "How many do we have?" I asked Shane. "At least 200 people," he reported. "Ready for orders." 200, I said, impressed. "Word got out." He spoke with encouragement. "Let's do this." Many of them were from the far larger part of our watch area, like Gretchen's, Charlie's, and Zen's residence, though I did spot the group of women we'd freed from the Bokelia brothel. They seemed quite pleased to be part of the excitement. I shared a little nod with them. "And they all know their jobs?" I asked Shane. "Yes. Each of the leaders has agreed on what boxes they need to pilfer, so we are totally organized on that front." "And they all know what we're doing with the loading?" "Yep. We have grabbers who go get the supplies from inside the ship, loaders who put it on the truck, and the security force who will be watching it all from their cars." "Excellent," I said. I knew T-Bone would be using some degree of military strategy, since he'd apparently read 1 second after. However, I'd read the same book, plus many others, so I hoped to throw enough of a curveball to make it possible to get some of the food to safety before the ship fell to the bad guys. "Let's get to it," I cheered. There wasn't time for long speeches. They'd had several hours since our meeting to get people in position and to understand their roles. Nothing I could say would make the process go any smoother. The crowd of friends, neighbors, and associates broke up, each heading to their assignments. Shane grabbed my sleeve. "Frank, before you head out, I wanted you to see what I found in one of the last boxes we've had time to check." He started walking. "That reminds me," I said casually. "Did you and LeVar ever get together to look at those robot dogs?" "Yeah, he's here," he said matter-of-factly. "I showed him the dogs and he dragged one away on a tarp. I guess he's going to see if he can do anything with it." "That's good to know." As we walked the dark interior of the ship, people peeled off to the left, always heading into the cargo hold. Row after row of shipping containers held treasures that my people were going to loot tonight, plain and simple. Each item we removed from the ship was one less item that could be used against us, could be used to feed an enemy, or could repair a weapon that would later point our way. We couldn't get it all in a lifetime, but we could get a lot with 200 desperate people. Sure, we'd been taking things here or there since the day we broke into the hold, but we now had an almost complete list of what was in there, which helped us zero in on things we truly needed. Plus, we had the entire neighborhood organized for this one task. We were going for one final score. Shane took me all the way to the back of the ship, which took 10 minutes to reach. There was only one other team loading a small dolly nearby when we arrived at a container pointed out by my guide.
"Frank, check this."
He drew back the doors with all the drama of a game show host. One pallet had been unwrapped, revealing the contents.
"Oh, yeah," I beamed. "Remember when we talked about finding something like this?"
"Is this whole container like this pallet?" I asked. The shipping container was stuffed with huge pallets loaded with bags labeled grain.
"Yeah, we found a manifest. This was all heading to Ethiopia and Somalia as part of some kind of UN operation."
Guilt reared its head a bit as I thought about the people who would be eternally looking for this delivery of critical food. But I countered it with the needs of my own people. This would keep many of them alive, possibly for years.
"This has to be our priority," I said. "It is. There isn't a team here yet, but they're coming with the one pallet jack we found." "From Torval Street," I said, remembering the two men who'd been pushing the pallet of water on the first day. "Yep. Those beer brewers are good guys. They actually have two of those jacks, but the other one is going to help closer to the front of the ship. It's too bad you can't dig the road lower than the doors. We could have driven the pallets directly onto the truck. Yeah, it sucks that we have to unload each pallet by hand to get it onto a vehicle, but you gotta do what you gotta do." "That's for sure," I responded. "We do have some ramps so people can walk up there, but I'm guessing we'll never be able to get the pallets up the ramp." "Probably not." I'd seen loaders do some amazing things with pallet jacks during my years as a truck driver, but going up steep ramps was not one of them. Even the jack itself weighed enough that it would be difficult to get up a ramp. I didn't want to go all the way back empty-handed, so I picked up one of the 50-pound bags and set it on my shoulder. "Oof. That's heavy," I remarked, unable to stop myself from showing my age. Shane grabbed two. "Show off," I laughed. As we walked back, we fell in with a growing number of people who had already loaded up their containers and two-wheelers with treasure. One guy had stacked 10 big coolers in a tower. Another wheeled a wagon with the always important baby diapers stacked high. A last guy pushed a dolly full of graham cracker cases. A few had already put their loads in the trailer and were on their way back into the ship. People moved aside when they saw me coming with the grain. "Uncle Frank coming through," someone warned, to make my progress even faster, I figured. "Thanks, guys," I said as I headed to the double doors. The trailer already had an impressive amount of supplies inside. There were two people dragging the cargo from the rear deck toward the front, so there was space for more loads to be dropped in. Without pallets for support, I didn't think there was any way to properly utilize the space of the giant cargo area, but with proper stacking we could get a lot. I slammed my bag down. Shane did the same. A gray-haired guy from Gretchen Streets pulled them away. "Well, that's 20 minutes worth of work," Shane declared. "Think we'll get enough?" "We have to,"
I replied. You keep up the good work here. I'm going to go take a look at the next piece of this puzzle, okay? He saluted and turned to go back inside. I avoided the flood of products coming out the door and stepped to the side of the trailer. Ahead, parked about midway to the front of the tractor-trailer, the M715 idled with Kyra behind the wheel. On my way toward her, I hopped onto the pile of dirt so I could talk to her at eye level, rather than looking up. Hey there, Kyra. How's it going? Men and women walked on the other side of her truck. I'm about ready to make my rounds, she said, sounding a bit nervous. Is this going to work? Yeah, it will work. I promise. It wasn't the plan I was worried about, but the timing. The Legion wouldn't take long to crush the little pocket of resistance up in North Point. On my south border, T-Bone had made it clear that he intended to push into my territory and destroy me, though I had no idea when. I'd witnessed those cars on the football field, so I took that to mean the attack could come at any second. Tonight, our primary mission was to grab what we could from the ship before either of those attacks reached us. Mind if I tag along with you? I asked. Do you want to drive? No, how about I ride shotgun? I waited for a few minutes as loaders came and went around the trailer. Then I hopped inside. I spoke loudly so the folks loading the semi-trailer could hear me. All right, people, we're taking the first patrol. Keep loading this trailer. As soon as Kyra rolled forward and out of the parking space next to the semi-truck, LeVar whipped the blue Bronco into reverse and went into the spot. The goal was to keep cars and trucks on both sides of the much larger trailer, to confuse any spies about what we were doing there. Kyra drove into the night, heading north on 50th Street, which ran along the forest on the shoreline. With no streetlights or inside lights, it was hard to appreciate there were hundreds of houses on our right side. I think it's this one, she reported. Another vehicle came out from the next street, revving its engine and driving fast. Looks like Penny and the Baja Bug, I guessed. When we made the turn, I took note of two other vehicles racing away, far down the street and 2 blocks to the east. A third one crossed another street in that direction. We all ran with headlights on so we could travel fast, though at the expense of being seen for miles around. And it looks like everyone else is on their appointed rounds, she added. Kyra only went about 6 houses down before pulling onto the lawn of a house on the left. Charlie said this place has 2 people, a man and wife. Let's get 'em loaded. I grabbed a shovel from her passenger side, along with a couple of food cans we'd taken earlier from inside the ship. Then I ran to the side of the house. My plan was simple. Load the M715, pick up residents, drop them off on Barracuda. Repeat with the next set of residents. In our leader meeting, we discussed a few options for dealing with the incoming attacks. The military option was to assemble a fleet of cars, give them the radio, and then call them in when we knew where and when the attack was taking place. However, unlike the books, I learned fast that you can't train civilians to do military-grade maneuvers in a mere 12 days. If I would have sent my people into battle, essentially driving the same cars they used to go to work, they would get slaughtered. If I needed a reminder, my untrained shooters had ripped Trevor's vehicles to shreds. Putting our drivers against T-Bone's gang of thugs would be stupid. Putting them against the Legion's heavy weapons would be suicide. The alternative was to be sneaky, but keep it within the realm of what any civilian would be able to do. While Kyra was loading the owners of the home, along with any last items they insisted on taking, I was on the side of the house dumping a few cans of beans into a hole. I made the hole as big as possible given the time constraint, and buried a few cans about a foot down.
I wondered if we were wasting our time burying them, especially with how pressed for time we were already. But it was part of my plan. The older man and his wife were in the back of the giant truck, waiting for me to climb in.
"Let's go," the guy said to me. "Oh, it's you."
"Hey, I'm Frank," I said with a smile.
"Oh,"
he repeated. Kyra drove like she was on a racetrack as we headed for Barracuda. Earlier in the day, as part of our discussion, my team leaders agreed to clear any last debris from the streets of our watch area so the delivery vehicles could speed around without worrying about hitting things. All our roadblocks were wide open as numerous cars and trucks ranged far and wide in the neighborhoods, some picking up, some dropping off, always a little digging. In the night, with only headlights as guides, it was hard to know if the plan was working, but it seemed like it was to me. We dropped the couple at a random house on Barracuda. A welcome team grabbed all the supplies in the truck and put them in the garage of the house. Then they shut the doors to hide it all. I climbed back in.
"Well, that's one round trip. Ready to do this about 30 more times tonight?"
She smiled, bright-eyed and ready for impossible things.
"Me either," I laughed.
"I get why we are moving the people, but why are we burying food at each house?" she asked quietly.
"Spies," I replied.
"Each time we bury food, there is a chance those spies are going to see what we're up to. They might not see us at first, or they might not see us bury cans all night. But all it will take is one rumor that every house now has food buried at the back corner. How do you think that will play with a crowd of starving attackers?"
"It will be a huge distraction,"
she agreed enthusiastically. "Let's hope. If there is one thing I've learned from reading those books, it's that you always want to have a backup plan for your backup plan."
"Smart."
"Plus, if all else fails, we will know where a bit of food is buried, should we ever find ourselves down on our luck."
"I'll remember that,"
she said, now with far less enthusiasm. She drove me back to the ship at 45 miles per hour. We passed several vehicles, including the lone RV in our workforce. We'd borrowed Mercer's motorcycles for the night, promising to return them if they called on the radio. Several of the teen boys were able to drive them around, doing some of the shoveling duties that older gentlemen such as Ben weren't in the condition to do. Looking around, the streets were almost as busy as the old America, when rush hour and dinnertime fast food runs were in full swing. More like the old America of the 1970s, with classic cars everywhere. The gasoline odor was thick on the streets, as were the sounds of sputtering motors, since many of the old carburetors and engines probably hadn't been properly tuned in decades. We timed our return perfectly. Charlie's Toronado, with one of those mistuned engines, was pulling out of the spot on the right side of the semi-truck, so Kyra backed in immediately.
"Security sweep complete," I yelled to those loading.
Not only was I telling my friends we were back, but I was also letting the spies know. That was a constant part of my overarching plan. Men and women rushed in, coming to help Kyra prep her truck for the next trip out. This routine went on uninterrupted for many hours. As Shane and his helpers loaded the semi-truck with food and supplies from the ship, cars and trucks would come alongside the big rig, switch drivers, then go out and pick up more people. The objective for those drivers was to bring every last civilian out of their isolated homes and gather them together on Barracuda, where we had a good defensive position. The reason we had every available vehicle on the road was to confuse outsiders as to where we were taking passengers, what we were dropping off, and who we were picking up. Digging shallow holes next to each house was another effort to distract from our true goals. I'd also hoped the confusion would help take the heat off the loading of the tractor-trailer, though I wasn't convinced we could have hidden that operation given the size of the truck. As the night dragged on, I became more fatigued. I was tempted many times to take a cat nap in one of the unused shipping containers, but I wasn't sure I would be able to wake back up in anything less than 24 hours. Shane saved me when he provided energy drinks to everyone who asked, since the vending machines on the ship were stuffed with them. I was drinking from one when a guy called for me from the front of the semi.
"Frank, you busy?"
It was Red sitting in his truck. I ran over and hopped onto the side step so I could speak with him.
"Always waiting for the jobbers, eh?"
I joked, since both of us had experience as OTR truckers.
"That plus keeping an eye on things," he said, pointing ahead. "That truck showed up about 10 minutes ago and hasn't moved since. No one has gotten out, but I don't think it is one of ours."
I followed his eyes to a truck parked on the side of Poseidon, maybe 50 yards up the way. The yellow color and odd shape were tip-offs that suggested he was wrong about one key point.
"Actually, Red, that truck used to be ours."
It was the Unimog. Chapter 29.
"I'll check it out," I said to Red. "I'm going with you," he replied with resolve.
I gave him a sideways glance.
"What? You don't think I should go?" he asked.
"Well, you are the truck driver," I said, hanging it out there.
"So are you,"
he said defensively.
"What if we both go up there and get run over by a bus?" I chuckled. "Who will drive this thing?" "Someone'll figure it out," he complained. "I got this," I assured him. "Stay here and watch over me."
I hopped down and peered to the rear of the truck, searching for someone to take with me as backup. I saw Shane, but I didn't want him to come because he was the keymaster for everything inside the ship. I also saw Kimber walk by, but I didn't want her since she wasn't a weapons person. Some teens helped out, but they were too young.
"You okay, boss?"
Shane asked from the doors of the ship. As I stood there, I realized everyone had a potential reason why they shouldn't go on a dangerous meet and greet in the middle of the night.
"Yeah, I'm good," I answered. "Carry on."
Sometimes you just have to pick someone. I got back on the step.
"All right, since you volunteered, you get to come with me."
Red was out of the truck in seconds. We walked together up the side of the road. Several of our delivery people drove by in each direction, their lights helping to confirm there were people sitting in the four-door Unimog. As we got to within about 50 feet, the driver tapped the brake, lighting up the area behind the car in a red glow.
"Yep, I know that move," I chuckled. "Someone is definitely in there," Red whispered, confirming what I'd been thinking. "Stay sharp," I said, looking at an approaching vehicle. "Let's flag this one down."
An oversized truck rolled to a stop. For half a second, I thought it was Gretchen returned from the sea. However, it was her son Zach running errands for us in the cherry red pickup.
"Uncle Frank!"
he shouted out his window. I'd timed it so he stopped between us and the people in the Unimog.
"Hey, kid, there's no time for small talk. I need you to roll yourself backward about 20 or 30 feet. Then I'm going to talk to the people in that parked truck."
I pointed behind him. From his high perch, he could probably see the other vehicle with no problem.
"That looks like your Mauger thing," he said.
"We think it is," I answered. I traded it to the sheriff in exchange for Zen and Zeke, so I assumed the people inside were from North Point.
"That's why we're being careful. Will you help keep some metal in front of me so I don't get shot?" "Of course."
He reversed his truck while Red and I walked beside it. It made it obvious we were coming toward the Unimog, but that was better than walking in the open. "Okay, stop here," I told Zach. I didn't think I was putting the kid in excessive danger, certainly less danger than I was making for myself, but I figured maybe it was worth giving him some extra instructions. "Hey, if shooting breaks out, I need you to count to 3, then speed to the ship, okay?" "Why 3 seconds?" he asked immediately. "Because that's how long it will take for Red and I to grab onto your truck so you can get us out of here." "Oh," was all he said. I was glad to see the talk of gunfire sobered him up, rather than got him excited. "Frank!" Shane bellowed from near the ship, loud enough to be heard for a mile. "Holy shit," I whispered with exasperation at the interruption. Shane stood in front of the truck waving at me. "Can it wait?" I asked, shouting by necessity. Let it never be said I was a serious contender for Neighborhood Watch Leader of the Year. "There's trouble at Mercer's place," he reported. His emphasis on the location suggested he'd at least tried to keep OPSEC intact. It wouldn't be obvious to a spy he was talking about the Southern Canal. "Let me deal with this first," I called back. "Okay," he finished. I took a deep breath. "Want me to go back over there and slap that kid?" Red laughed, as he struck his Monster Energy ball cap on his thigh, mimicking a bunch of slaps. "No, I think he knows what he's doing. He would only do that if there was an emergency down there." Red followed my train of thought. "So we have to get this done lickety-split." I nodded, pulse now throbbing against my temples as I faced the Unimog. "Yo," I said from behind the bed. "You guys in the truck?" No reply. Now my heartbeat pounded inside my ribcage. I used my 2-finger whistle. "Yo," I said after the fact. "We're here," a timid voice replied. I peeked around the back of the power wagon. A teenaged boy sat in the front seat of the Mog with his hands up. "Who else is in there? Have everyone get out," I said, using my voice of authority persona. "Yeah, okay," he stammered. There were 4 of them, 2 young boys and 2 young girls. Old enough to drive, but not by much. "We were just making out," the driver said. "We didn't do nothing wrong." There could have been someone in their rig, so I had Red cover me while I made a wide circle around the Mog and the kids to search inside. However, all the doors were open, so it was soon obvious no one was trying to evade us. The kids had no weapons. They didn't seem hurt, nor were their clothes dirty. "Where are you guys from? We don't recognize you." The boy was a twig of a kid with short brown hair, a black t-shirt, and basketball shorts. He had his arm around the waist of an equally tiny teen girl, though she didn't seem comfortable with it. As I studied the other couple traveling with them, they didn't seem very affectionate either. Stolen truck, foreign land, odd behavior. Red flags danced all around them. Without making it obvious, I backed toward Zach's pickup. "We are fleeing the Legion. We're from up north." "Where up north? Where did you get that truck?" "It was my dad's," he said, sounding and acting as if it was the lamest excuse he'd ever tried. "Kid, you and I both know that's not true. It's okay if you stole it, but I do need to know where it came from, in case someone comes looking for it." I didn't want to explain the sheriff had a personal vendetta against me, and that he'd taken the Unimog from me out of spite. "Sir, the Legion is coming. We are looking for somewhere to hide." "So you parked in front of this ship?" He pulled his arm from the girl's back. Both of his hands shook like leaves in the breeze.
"Sir, we saw your people and thought you could help."
Red appeared inside the MOG.
"Hey, Frank, they have a radio."
He held it up to make his point. The girl whispered to the driver.
"I told you this was a bad idea."
"What was?" I asked, urgently needing to get back to the ship. The brown-haired kid's whole body shook. He was terrified.
"Don't kill us," he whined.
"Why would I do that?" The scared boy turned to all three of his friends, and they acknowledged him with silent nods. As one, they yelled at obscene levels.
"We are with the Legion."
The world got quiet. They said nothing else. All of them looked as if a bomb was about to go off. Terror filled their eyes.
"Guys, did they put you up to this?"
I asked. They were not soldiers. That much was apparent. A voice called out from nearby.
"I am with the Legion."
Farther away, another person answered.
"I am with the Legion."
I stepped back. "This is a signal," I said with recognition. The boy was in tears with his hands over his head.
"Don't kill us!"
More people shouted from the neighboring blocks. We'd briefly tried to find the people who'd infiltrated our subdivisions from those 2 columns on Bayside Road, but it had proved to be impossible. Even though there were hundreds of people, they had a dozen square miles and hundreds of abandoned homes to hide in. In fact, our whole operation with the delivery vehicles was predicated on those spies watching our actions. What I didn't count on, however, was that many of those people would converge on the same spot.
"Red, drive the Unimog back to the ship."
I motioned to the kids as I reached into the back of Gretchen's truck for thick rope.
"Were you put up to this?"
The boy sobbed. The girl spoke.
"They have our parents, mister. All we were supposed to do was drive down here and shout those words, but they didn't say what we are supposed to do now."
I pointed to the closest house.
"Go in there and keep your head down. If you want to live through this, you have to stay out of the fight, okay?"
I wasn't going to invite them into my camp, but there wasn't time to kick them out, and I wasn't yet at the point where I could kill 4 young people. To be sure I wouldn't regret it, I followed them inside and tied the 4 kids to each other and to a central column deep inside the home. I only needed to keep them tied up for a few hours.
"Are you going to kill us?"
the other girl asked. "No, I don't purposely kill kids." They sighed with great relief. I was hoping they didn't ask about the modifier purposely.
"Thank you,"
she gushed. I gagged them with scraps of a tablecloth. "Stay," I said in my firm voice like they were puppies. With the clock always ticking, I sprinted out of the house and jumped into the passenger seat of Zach's truck.
"Go!"
The Unimog shot ahead of us, and Zach followed. We headed for the loading zone. I had a few moments to reflect on what just happened. Was I being too reluctant to squeeze the trigger? To take out threats? Did age matter anymore when actions of even the youngest enemy had real consequences for people who counted on me, including other children? Then, paradoxically, I wondered if I'd tied the rope too tight, and how they wouldn't be able to get free if tanks appeared out of nowhere and bulldozed through the houses. 2 sides of me were in conflict. Uncle Frank versus Warlord Frank. Which one was it going to be? Chapter 30. I jumped out of the power wagon to find more voices shouting in the darkness.
"Frank?"
Shane said with an unusual level of worry. He pulled me aside, out of earshot of the loaders.
"Mercer radioed in and said he needed his motorcycles back. The gang to our south is moving a fleet of old trash trucks into the streets south of the canal. He thinks they are going to try to push the cars aside on the bridge."
My heart hadn't slowed at all from my earlier encounter with the hapless teens. There was obviously an attack ramping up in the lands around us, but the fact I wasn't a warlord, bred for combat, kept rearing its head, reminding me not to do anything militarily stupid out of panic.
"Okay, tell him we're sending the bikes."
I calmed myself a bit.
"But I'm not sure the guy in charge down there will ever do the obvious thing." "You don't think he'll use the trash trucks?"
he asked with surprise. T-Bone was a book reader, and I knew of at least one post-apocalyptic novel he'd read that would give him ideas. In it, the hero rallies his people to do sophisticated military moves, catching the hapless enemies of civilization off guard. I was certain he was going to try a similarly fancy maneuver on me. His attack was already sophisticated and patient, as evidenced by the civilians forced into our neighborhoods earlier in the day. The teens arriving in the Unimog had to be a part of it, though that suggested T-Bone and the Legion were working together. That was a terrible thought.
"Yeah, T-Bone will probably use those trucks, but I don't think it will be this obvious. Maybe he'll cross the bridge, but it seems like a big risk for such rare vehicles. In fact, if he's showing them off, don't you think that sounds intentional?"
There was a risk in overthinking. If he knew that I knew that he knew. However, in this case, it seemed like T-Bone was waving his red bandana in front of the bull.
"It does, actually. I'll get on the horn and warn him to watch for diversions."
"Good man," I said to my friend.
"What's going on out there?" he added. "Are we about to get overrun?"
The cries of "I'm with the Legion" had died down, though a few still howled it in the distance, as if they didn't want to let it stop. I'd secured the kids in that house and gagged them, so I didn't think they could be contributing to the night's troubles anymore. But the ropes would only hold them for so long. If the Legion really did have their parents, the only way they would be reunited was if we somehow defeated the whole army. For now, whether I was Uncle Frank or the other guy, I had to worry about my own problems.
"Not if we can help it," I finally answered. "This whole operation is designed to give us a chance, so keep it up. Don't worry, we ain't stopping." "Good. As the motorcycles check in and you redirect them to the south, I want you to give each of them a 5-pound box of nails. Have them carry them down to Mercer so he can dump them on every road left open where those trash trucks might come in." "Can nails stop them?" "Trash trucks are crazy heavy. Unless they've found a stash of no-flat trash truck tires, they are going to be vulnerable to piercing. We don't have time to build wooden frames to hold the nails, but Mercer's people can put them in long strips of carpet, like the teens have been doing back on Clownfish." "Sweet. I'll also tell them to use sticky mud to make nail-filled softballs. Once they dry on the pavement, the points face random directions, making them more effective. It's an idea Sonny and I used to talk about when we wanted to stop the ATF at our doorstep."
He laughed to himself as if reminiscing about fond old memories.
"Shit, do your worst," I laughed. "In fact, add boxes of nails into the rotation of vehicles driving to the north end of the watch area, okay? If we have a container of construction nails we can't keep, let's put some of them to good use on the way out."
The ship had a little bit of everything, including goods that had been destined to end up in hardware stores, or at least the hardware section of places like Walmart. My must-have list included some of those valuables, and I was sure some were already on the truck, but we would never get close to all of them. Wasting a few nails on the streets wouldn't even be noticed if anyone ever invoiced what we'd taken.
"On it."
We walked toward the loading area, but I was distracted by another person asking for me by name. The voice wasn't coming from inside the ship or the trailer, but beyond them. "You hear that?" I asked Shane, listening for it to happen again.
"Frank?"
a woman called out. "Yeah, I heard that one," he said. I hurried past the people moving boxes, climbed up the wall of dirt, and found the voice coming from the little clump of trees in front of the ship.
"Frank!"
a woman belted out again. I didn't think it was Rainey and Lena tending the squirrel traps, though it was the same stretch of woods. They'd been part of the unloading and welcome team back on Barracuda, well away from here. "Who's out there?" I replied.
"Frank, it's Gretchen."
"Really?" I asked, sounding and feeling like she'd teleported out of nowhere.
"Yeah. You still dating Carmen?"
she asked with a laugh. "Oh, it is you." I relaxed immediately. 3 people came out of the woods and into the faint light cast by the workers at the rear of the trailer.
"Bro!"
Shane yelled. "Holy shit," I chuckled, as I positively identified Jammer, Sonny, and Gretchen. "Look who came out of the apocalypse." Shane met his brother halfway. Lots of hoots and hollers went up. I had someone go find Amy, since she would want to know Jammer was back. Zach happened to be there for his mom's return. After a brief welcome, I ushered them all into the loading zone to take us out of sight of the infiltrators. We walked onto the mound of dirt, but they wouldn't come with me. "What's wrong?" I asked. Sonny pointed to the front of the semi-truck. "Frank, we came with a message we have to give to you from the Navy. Can we go over there?" I sighed heavily. The joy of seeing them was immediately sucked away. They walked, often checking behind them. "We can't go inside," Sonny told his brother on the side. "All right. What the hell is going on?" I asked when we were in front of the big rig. "Is the military out there?" I'd assumed they were looking toward the woods, where a military unit could be well camouflaged.
"No, sugar. They dropped us and ran,"
Gretchen drawled.
"Put us on one of them boats like before, and made sure we got to dry land. But that was about it. We've been walking up the coast for hours."
"They aren't going to help us?" I asked, not really surprised. The Marines seemed to act like they were more interested in bigger picture stuff, not helping one street survive the night. That was probably for the best, as I was hopeful they could get to the bottom of the attack, so whatever was left of the military could wipe the floor with the people who'd taken out the nation.
"We've been talking about it our whole walk in, but they are going to—"
Gretchen was cut off by a flash of light directly overhead.
"Shit! We made it back just in time."
"In time for what?" I pressed. The 3 of them were acting strange. Jammer spoke up.
"Frank, they didn't tell us much while we were out on their ship, but they did tell us to be watching above the Dawn Star when it got close to sunrise. They said they are going to send a clear message to every enemy of America."
"So they are going to help us," I said, satisfied at being wrong.
"We don't really know,"
he answered. Overhead, a small light hovered in the air. It was bright, much brighter than a single star, alternating between red and white. We walked across the intersection and onto Poseidon to get a better view. More lights appeared, all above us and above the deck of the ship. My loaders ran out from the back of the trailer. This close to sunrise, I wanted to keep them working, to grab every last bag of food possible, but I couldn't deny something big was happening. Sonny pulled me aside.
"Frank, one of the Marines, the sergeant, Carthager, said to give you mad props for diving off the back of his boat.
He said that gave them the boost they needed to get everyone to safety.
Well, I was doing my part, I said with a bit of pride at how it had worked out.
And did everyone make it? Emily?
I barely stopped from revealing who she was.
Yes, everyone was fine. But Carthager said the military is in panic mode right now. There isn't much in the way of command and control, so orders aren't always ideal.
He took a deep breath.
He is the one who dropped us off, though he told us the Navy would have preferred we were locked up instead.
Because no one trusts anyone, I guessed, drawing an immediate comparison to the 4 people I'd locked up not 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, Carthager said he played rubber band with his orders, since he owed you a personal debt. I thought you would want to know that.
Okay, that's great and all, but did he tell you about this? I pointed up.
Not really, but he did say not to go in the ship once we got here. That's why we brought you out here.
I see. As we looked to the sky, more lights appeared. It took a few moments to piece together what was happening, but as more flying units arrived, I realized they were tiny drones flying in from over the sea. When they arrived over the ship, their lights came on, and they joined the pattern being formed in the sky. Over the next minute, as hundreds of drones swarmed into place, a red, white, and blue American flag took shape as a mammoth piece of artwork hovering in the sky. A few of my people cheered, but thanks to the odd behavior of my friends, I didn't think the news was meant to be good.
"It's changin',"
someone called out. The lights flickered and shifted as the dots of the flag realigned. It spelled the words, "Warning, this..." All the drones were blazing dire red light. They shifted again. New words appeared.
"Ship is now."
Reshuffle.
"Under control."
Shift.
USN. Trespass equals...
Change.
Shoot to kill.
Now, instead of cheers, people were moaning and cursing the sky.
"Guys, you really don't know if the military is here already?" I asked in a hurry. "They took their boat back into the bay," Gretchen answered, "but we couldn't see where they went."
I had to wonder what Carthager's goal had been. He might have bent his orders, but he hadn't told my friends what that order might have been. Perhaps he figured the drone lights would make it clear enough.
"I am with the Legion,"
a woman shouted from behind a nearby house. The chorus began again from a dozen homes in the area, like a gaggle of frogs starting to croak to each other on the pond. Unlike the pleasant melodies of the animal kingdom, these calls were haunting, desperate, and meant to sow fear in my people. Meant to draw more of the enemy to the ship.
"What should we do, Frank?" Shane asked. "Should I keep loading or pull up stakes?"
I looked up one last time. Shoot to kill. It hung there, red and evil, warning us hapless civilians that the military had decided they needed the ship more than us. Did Emily Williams know about it? Had she approved it? Could she stop it? The deep thump of aircraft rotors droned in the distance. It was the same as those I'd heard on day 1, and again on day 11 when the choppers brought in the Marines. They were helicopters, coming to make good on the threat. There at last, I felt like I was coming to understand what it meant to be a warlord. T-Bone, the sneaky bastard, was teasing his attack in the south. The Legion had resorted to sending teenagers on scouting missions for them, recruiting desperate survivors to do their dirty work. Both the Legion and T-Bone had coordinated dumping those civilians into our subdivisions. How were they working together? and just when you thought the U.S. Navy cavalry was coming over the horizon to save you from the gathering hordes, it swooped in on choppers and cut the legs out of your defenses, essentially making you enemies of your own country. I didn't want to be a warlord, but there was no choice for me. I hated the idea of killing people over something as dumb as land. Hell, if we all worked together and rationed what was available, there was probably enough food on the ship to help all of Fort Myers endure the apocalypse for years to come. There certainly was enough to avoid all the killing that was coming our way. More of my vehicles pulled into the staging area, drawn by the lights. Voices rose in the night as more of the watch group spoke to each other, complained, cursed, and rallied each other. A teen boy ran in circles as his friends watched. "What are we going to do?" he fretted. "What are we going to do?" One guy from Zen's neighborhood crumpled to the side of his van. "Are we done for?" Carmen's voice came out of the crowd. "Frank?" I turned to find her hurrying over to me. "Hey," I said, distant. My plan was already in motion, but I now couldn't tell if it had any chance of working. Without allies, it seemed futile. If we got pushed out of the ship, then crushed from top and bottom, who would even know we were gone? She embraced me. There, in the trees to our east, the first tease of sunrise appeared. A new day was fast approaching. Was it going to be the last for the neighborhood watch? The end of all that I'd been building? In a short time, I'd been able to dig wells for my neighbors, bring back their family members, find enough food to last us a long time, and I'd been able to fortify our pleasant little street. Learning from my books, I'd planned to build stills to desalinate water, plant crops, restore some power with those solar panels, and implement every life hack and shortcut those novels offered about how to rebuild civilization. But reality had brought me in a different direction. It had now been 13 days since the EMP. We were as far from building hobby farms and trading eggs with neighbors as we'd ever been. In that short amount of time, the law of the jungle had replaced the U.S. Constitution, and every paper law ever written had been erased. For me, the switch had started with Trevor. I'd still been bound to the old rules during our disagreement in his house. Despite giving him several chances to come back to civilized society, he chose a path with no rules at all. That was why he ended up dead. The breakdown continued as I tangled with the poncho guys, the sheriff, the bandits in the woods, and the wild shooters running around in the neighborhood south of us. Those were small skirmishes, but there were fewer and fewer rules guiding the contestants as the days dragged on. They weren't grand strokes of strategy to take territory and plant flags. Rather, the attacks on us were no more than base killing to acquire food, or cars, or women, like savages. As I stood there surrounded on three sides by powerful adversaries, I came to the stark realization it was always going to end up this way. Some of my books like to show how to retreat into the woods and make rope from vines, or purify water through coffee filters, or how to walk silently in the forest. However, in the suburbs, where most of us lived, there were too many people with too many empty stomachs. I'd been strengthening my territory person by person, house by house, street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood. Now, at the limit of what an ex-truck driver could build in less than 2 weeks, the resource-hungry world had arrived to take away all our careful preparations. Without those previous laws, there could be no trust between strangers. Diplomacy would be pointless. Without the possibility of diplomatic solutions,
Every interaction with the outside would go straight to shooting. We would have to fight every battle until one side was totally eradicated, and there would be no tying up the survivors with ropes or exiling them to the next county. They had to be eliminated, lest they come back and kill us. There was no other way it could possibly end. I knew that now. I accepted it. It was a zero-sum game, where anything I gained was someone else's loss, and vice versa. Kill or be killed.
Frank, are you in there?
Carmen's voice was soft, kind, not at all in line with my inner thoughts.
Everyone is waiting for your order.
Yeah, I'm here. I gave her a faint smile. First, we get the hell away from this ship and get back to Clownfish.
Then what?
She asked. Then we do the only thing left for us. I had no choice in what I had to do next, who I had to become. The era of peaceful survival was already coming to an end. The era of the warlord was here. We fight back. This concludes Neighborhood Watch 9 by E. Isherwood. Narrated by Kyle Tate. Copyright 2023 by E. Isherwood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E. Isherwood and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.